खुल के आ, सुकून की छांव को इंतजार बस तेरा है। एक दिया दिल से तो जला, सामने ही सवेरा है। खुशी तलाश मत, चेहरों पे पड़, जिंदा दिली की ताल पे।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome. Here's a polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. I thank you for your kind cooperation. So good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Spring is in the air and we are really feeling very, very hopeful on this beautiful February morning. Can you guess why? Because this room is brimming with hope today. Because each one of you, in your own special way, is building better places to live in and better places to visit. This summit is a celebration of all of us, a day to dream, dare, and do. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a very hearty welcome to you all to the Outlook Indian Responsible Tourism Summit and Awards 2024. "2024 is a momentous year for us. We turned 9 this year, and we cannot wait to turn 10 very, very soon. Yet, like all 9-year-olds, we already have a very strong sense of self and our own identity. Like all 9-year-olds, we too wish to excel in everything, but not without our friends. We wish to explore and discover new things together. We wish to learn together, play together, and win the match together. And that's why the theme of this summit is Growing Together, Growing Responsibly. And as South Asia bounces back after the pandemic years and races ahead of all the other regions, ladies and gentlemen, we need to seize the day, and we need to seize it responsibly. Which is why we've invited inspiring people from all across the country to share their learnings and their journeys in adventure, architecture, food, craft, community initiatives, wildlife tourism. Each of these umbilically linked to Travel for Life, which is an initiative of the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and it is designed to encourage travelers and businesses to be more sustainable. Later this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we will also hear the incredible stories of our award winners, and we will dive deeper into themes and topics of consumer behavior and also adapting to all kinds of change in the global tourism sector with the help of experts who have traveled all the way from Bulgaria and the Nordics to be here with us today. Let's give them a huge round of applause. But of course, before we begin with this event, ladies and gentlemen, let me take a moment to thank our sponsors and our partners, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. We thank Incredible India, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, UN Tourism, formerly UNWTO, GSTC, ATOAI, Tourism Ministries of States, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Uttarakhand. We also thank SIDBI, Jaipur Rugs, and Intrepid Travel. So thank you, SIDBI, Jaipur Rugs, Intrepid Travel. Thank you all our sponsors and partners for your support. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to take the privilege of inviting on stage Mr. Indraneel Roy, the CEO of Outlook Group. And when I say CEO, we mean our Chief Enthusiasm Officer. And he's going to formally welcome you all to the Outlook Indian Responsible Tourism Summit 2024 and also tell us why the Outlook Group continues to host the Indian Responsible Tourism Summit and Awards year after year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Indraneel Roy to the stage. Welcome, sir.
Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for being here today this morning. It's a privilege and an honor to host you all today. I consider myself the principal salesperson of Outlook, and therefore I always would like to talk a little bit about Outlook, because Outlook is on its 29th year of publishing. And over the last 29 years, I want to share a little bit of our journey. We have always been seen as a news magazine, and that's how we sort of got birth to the brand in 1995. And since then, it was still COVID that we followed more or less the same format. And it was during COVID that we thought that we must reimagine ourselves, because news begins and dies with social media. So that what is the significance of a magazine? And that's how we sort of started reimagining ourselves. And in the process, we actually reimagined and rebranded ourselves over the last 2.5 years. I would like to share with you about Outlook, because end of the day, whatever we do, however we grow, whatever initiative that we take, it all initiates from the brand Outlook. So I would like to share a few slides with you. This is a new presentation that we have just launched. Okay, it's here, so I can be here. So it's a new presentation that we have just launched, where we are talking about the fact is read, think, and understand. Today, in the media world, we all live with the headline. So sometimes it becomes that we don't even look into the depth of content. And that is where we think that is very important, and that is how we reimagined ourselves, to say that how do we actually influence our readers to read the long form? Well, we all say that we don't have time. It's the coolest thing to say, but honestly, it's not the coolest thing to say that we don't have time to read. So that's the reason why we believe that we must emphasize on reading, and that's the reason why we still believe that long-form journalism is here to stay. So my point, what we are trying to make here is that, sorry, I will want this slider with me. I think I will manage it better. Thank you. So what we said is that let's change the format of the brand itself. So what should we do then? We said that instead of becoming a weekly magazine, let's become a new format, which is once in 10 days. Now, what do we name it? There's no magazine in the world which is once in 10 days and has a format. There's no word in the dictionary. We decided that we'd call it Decazine. And that's how we sort of created a word, and someday maybe we will be in the dictionary. And then we said that what are we? What are we doing? We are storytellers. So when we said that we are storytellers, we said that how do we continuously keep at it every 10 days, bringing out 36 issues in a year? It's a daunting task. We said, okay, let's be thematic. And therefore, we started looking at themes of how to build the content of the magazine. And every issue after issue, we have converted into a thematic format. We are experimenting. Every issue we are experimenting. In about a couple of months back, I think it was the end of December, or early January, we came up with an entire issue only on poetries. Who would dare in today's nomenclature, cliche journalism, that the entire issue will be dedicated to poetries, and we did it. So therefore, there are many examples. I don't want to get into all of them, maybe one or two of them where I would like to share it with you. We did an entire issue on Palestine, or the war. We said we want to stand witness. And therefore, the entire issue, it was more than 100 pages of content. We asked the people of Palestine to contribute for the magazine. And every story in the issue is actually a contribution from there. This is the one which is on Adivasis. This is our latest issue, and I have told that it should be shared with you today, so some copies will be coming here. We also are very contextual. If there is something happening in the country, if the Ram Mandir installation is happening, we are there. We are also doing current affairs on the cover, but we do it with a different twist. And these are the kind of copies. If these are the kind of covers that we are doing. We are also initiating a lot of art into the magazine. We are building in a lot of art form, and that's how we have art is a brilliant form of expression. So they have integrated art as a part of our magazine and storytelling. These are some of our covers, and I would like to share with you, and I want you all to please explore the new magazine which we will be distributing soon. We are continuously collaborating with some of the best artists in India. We are every issue we are actually trying and collaborating with them. So this is what is the new outlook, and this is how we have shaped and changed our formatting in terms of storytelling, in terms of being a thematic product, in terms of giving it a longer shelf life, and that's how we are actually building our brand. Now, on the premise of this, there is one most important thing that's driving us and will drive us is credibility. Whatever we do, however we want to work on, whatever product we want to work on, whatever events we want to do, we only thrive on credibility. The Responsible Tourism Awards, which we are doing over the last 9 years, the team works for more than 6 months to put the data together. Then the kind of long list, short list, a jury meeting, the kind of filtration that we go through, it's a very long process that we follow. And that gives us the pleasure to build what we are doing. And being on the 9th year, with 10th year coming, we want to make it big. We want to go to many other states to do responsible tourism, state initiatives, because sometimes we also feel that we miss out on the state story. So that is one of the reasons that we are actually now going to be working at, and we are going to build on some of the state-led awards, because finally local initiatives, local recognition is also very important, and people thrive for it. So therefore, we will go forward and do things more than what we are doing now. Thank you very much once again for being here today, and we really look forward to a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone of the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take the privilege of inviting Ms. Shoiti Banerjee from the Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative to tell us a bit about themselves and also to tell us why they do what they do. Please welcome the lady on stage with a round of applause, Ms. Shoiti Banerjee.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Good morning. It is a very, very, very good morning for all of us. I hope it shows on our faces. But before we start, a quick question. Has everybody had chai, coffee, breakfast? Just a show of hands. अरे पूरा अगर खाया है breakfast पूरा हाथ उठाएं ऐसा थोड़ी होता है. So fantastic. We want you to have your chai, coffee, breakfast because we want you to be here in the room. We want you to be awake and alert and with us for this entire day because we have some fabulous, fabulous people who've come all the way, left whatever it is that they were doing to be here with us, to tell us about their journey so we can learn from it and open our minds up, right, to new ideas, new possibilities. And I really hope that, we learn a lot today. I am certainly looking forward to it. But before we do that, I thought it would be nice to just give, many of you know us, many of you know what we do, but it might be nice to just give you a sense of what it is that we do. And thank you, Indranil, our Chief Enthusiasm Officer, because we are umbilically connected to a brand like Outlook, and we're very proud of that. Because as all of us know, in the age of AI, we have to be more human. I think that's our role. We are human beings. We've got to be more human, and that's what we're trying to do through all our activities. And at Responsible Tourism, the heart is all we have. And for the last 9 years, I think with every year, I think it's getting clearer and clearer and clearer, that this is our purpose. This, to have an alternative imagination of travel and to tell everyone about it. That's what we want to do. We don't want to stick to the idea of tourism that we had in our heads for the longest time. I think we need to get past it. We're already getting past it, but we need to find a way of articulating that. I'll get into what we've been doing a little while later, but I'm making a presentation. We have to have Shah Rukh Khan in it. So there's a quick question for all of you in the room. Do you watch films? Perfect. Do you watch a film because no animals were hurt in the making of the film, nobody trashed the place, and and they generated local jobs for 3 months, 6 months, or whatever. Is that why you watch a film? Yes, no? No. Most likely we watch a film because there's Shah Rukh Khan in it, I'm sorry. And also because there's a powerful story. We want to escape our everyday realities, to be in, for those 2 hours, that's what we want, right? And how many of you in the room, I know all of us are travelwallahs, many of you are students. Hello to all of you, big thank you for coming. You're very important, please know that. But how many of you are also travelers? Let's just see a show of hands. Perfect. So as travelers, we've got to be honest. All of us know this, that we used to have this direction for the longest time. I think last 30 years, we've had ecotourism being, in the language of our communication from the 80s, even in India. It's not new. But we've been talking about it a certain way. We've been adding do's and don'ts to it. We've been saying, guilt, shame, sacrifice, sab jod do, add it all in, and that's what we've been saying. And that's not going to work. It doesn't work with us. And try convincing your own family to go for a sustainable holiday and call it that. Say, go for a sustainable holiday. They'll say, kya? Nobody's going to come. So that's why we have to change our communication. I'm very happy we have other people who know much more than me and who will tell us all about it later today. But our advantage has been that we've been seeing this change, this shift over the last 10 years. And all of you are part of this change, luckily for us. And as people who have front row view, who have the ringside view of what's happening in India, we've noticed that small enterprises, family-run enterprises, homestays, they are the ones who are changing the conversation from the grassroots up, quietly. But this revolution is happening, and it's happening because it's coming from down below. We have seen it, and we have been witness to it, and we have been seeing a whole host of models. So they used to say, oh, cookie cutter, travel, tourism, whatever. I think we have a new cookie jar. Pura jar hi badal gaya hai. Sorry to speak in Hindi, those of you who don't understand Hindi, but it is a new cookie jar. And I'm not going to get into the models. These are just a few that I could think of, and I put them in. And many of these models, of course, have accelerated after the pandemic, because when people realize that what happens when travel stops, do we have something else with it? A lot of people are trying new models, and very often they're combining things. So it's e-commerce and travel. It's conservation, citizen science, and travel. It is caravan tourism of a certain kind, private mobile travel. It is senior citizen travel. They're combining different areas with travel, looking at it, trying to find spaces that always existed, but we did not see them. And now we can see that in India, this is happening a lot. We also realize, I'm just going to go through a few examples very quickly of the experiences that are being offered by different people. Many of you in the room are actually probably offering these experiences. Just to tell you that suddenly the conversation is about kya karenge, what will we do? When we go there, what is it that we can do? What is it that we can experience? How do we feel? So 5 years ago, if I told you astro-tourism, you'd be like, what is that? Today, I think everybody knows what astro-tourism is, or at least is beginning to know. And the sky has always been there. The stars have always been there. We've never seen it as an opportunity. But that's happening. That's happening. People are doing it. You don't need fancy equipment. You don't need a lot. You just need, the imagination to do something like this, because you have dark skies. We in Delhi don't have dark skies. Sorry. There is also people who are looking at fireflies. Why? Have you ever wondered why fireflies became such a rage? I know all the people who've done this, so I'm thanking them in the back of my head. I won't tell you their names right now, too little time. But you know why it's such a rage? Think about it. It's because it reminds us of our childhood. It appeals to our sense of nostalgia. And I think that is what, it is familiar and something that we've not seen for a while, so suddenly this, and it's free. It's in your backyard. If you don't live in a place where, like us, it's usually in your backyard. So people are using things that are around us. Extraordinary is simply the ordinary. That's what we have learned, and a lot of people are doing this. They're setting up sky beds. It's actually, a collaboration between a luxury hotel and a farmer, by the way. That's his land. When I see the picture, when an average traveler sees the picture, they don't know about the farmer, they don't know about what profit sharing is happening, but they want to go stay in that machan. How many of you have slept on your terrace in summer? Isn't it fabulous? So that's what it is. Your childhood, your nostalgia, that's what your familiarity, but not familiar. It's a good mix of things that people are doing, and I think that's fabulous. And these are real examples. If you want to ask me who's doing all this, I can give you their names. This is not out of the top of my head. Honey hunting, bird watching, champi. For the benefit of those who don't know Hindi, champi is basically a head massage. And now a fairly expensive hotel is putting it on their menu and calling it champi. They're not calling it some Swedish spa massage. It isn't. Yeah, and for the longest time, that's what it was. It was either Kerala Ayurveda or Swedish spa massage, but now we're saying champi, and people are lining up for it. So the change is happening. It's about you being brave and picking up whatever you think works for you. Of course, we have somebody here who knows what pastoralism is all about and how so many things are connected to pastoralism. We're also linking it up now with travel. It's tough, I know, as I can only guess how tough it is, but people are trying, and I think that's a start, and that's a beautiful start. All cool things. This is, by the way, a friend's hand. She's from the Konyak tribe in Nagaland, and this is a form of tattooing that is almost lost. But yeah, they're trying to keep it alive, to hold on to it for as long as they can. And somewhere along the way, again, I don't want to emphasize too much on it because this is happening naturally and nobody has to, nobody starts out saying, I will break 5 barriers tonight. But it's happening. And even age-old barriers of caste, class, they are getting broken down because of tourism. Because people who have not even had other people from other castes come into their homes are now hosting people from all over the world. And they have the money and the resources to do that finally. So things are changing quietly, even things like climate risks. People are adapting to it beautifully. They're trying to see how they can help each other out. It's happening before our eyes, and we are very proud to see it. Okay. Now this is a question that after all this sense of hope and whatever, this is a question we ask ourselves almost every day. All this is fantastic, everything looks great, but is there an audience for it? Will people come if we offer them this, and will they pay the price that we want them to pay? Because value is what the other person is willing to give you. Value is not what you think it has, right? So is there an audience for it? So in the last, I think immediately after the pandemic, in 2021, we did a survey. And again in 2023, last year, we did another survey. Just to, I know there are many surveys going on in India, but we did this quickly because we wanted to see if we were right. And we reached out to people, 1,500, 1,600 people across 50 cities. They were not all metros. Many of them were non-metros. A lot of these people are just regular people like you and me who probably take one holiday a year, right? They can only probably afford one holiday a year. And we ask them these questions. And of course, there's greater recognition of words like sustainability or responsible tourism. Responsible tourism, luckily for us, has stuck. In India, people seem to connect to it in some way, which is great. But we also realized something else. We realized that people were gravitating towards low-impact experiences without realizing they were low-impact or sustainable. They like to go boating. If the boat is not motorized, they don't care it's motorized, not motorized. If they had a good time, so they're saying, no, we love going on a boat. We love taking children out to open spaces. So they are telling us something. They're telling us they want it. They don't even know it's sustainable, which is fine. Other good signs, we've looked at some of our partners over the years. These are people who we work with routinely because as most of you in the room know that in India, the destinations are the states. And tourism is a state subject. So we work closely with states. And we looked at all their tourism policies. And I pulled these lines out. I was looking at, and I found, of course, in the rest of the document also very often references to words like sustainability, responsible tourism, inclusiveness, community. And believe me, that's a huge difference. 10 years ago, nobody was opening the door for us. They were not holding the door open for us. They were saying, "Or tourist lao." All they wanted was more people, more heads on beds, nothing else. But today, at least the conversation has changed. It's a different question to see whether that translates into actual action on ground and what kind of action, but at least we've made a start somewhere. It's very, very evident. This is basically one last piece of information. You've already probably seen this, the barometer, and we've talked about it. Aishwarya mentioned it earlier today, that, that the world tourism suffered most globally, and we are back, and things are looking good. But our wish, as we have been saying over and over again, is that all of us grow together. Let it not be something that one set races ahead and the others get left behind, because it cannot be healthy, it cannot be great. So we have to work together. That's why all of you in the room need to talk to each other, partner, find people who you want to meet, visit, partner with, work with. Please do that. So that's what we are hoping for. And before I leave the stage and start the summit in earnest, I want to show you a video. Please watch it carefully, because I'm going to ask you questions. Okay? And yes, smoking is injurious to health, etc., but I will show you tobacco.
Guests is come. First, I'll offer to this tobacco, then tea, then betel nut. That is our traditions. So, when the women are not serving this tobacco to the guests, that means she is not the real women.
Oh my God.
She should be served to the guests. That is the manner of the women's, the good manner like that. Suppose.
Okay, now try smoking.
No,
I
sir.
want to see your face when you're smoking.
A little lighter.
Yeah. Oh, you have a. Abu, now come and smoke, are you? Oh.
Gas protected yet, so.
I would take anything. If he smiles like that at me, if he gives me poison, I'm going to take it from him. But, okay, Ram, you are not allowed to answer this question, but can someone guess which part of the country this is from? Where did we record it? This is on my phone. Wild guess, no right answers, no wrong answers. Wild guess, throw a place at me. Close, but not there. Okay, now all the northeastern states will be named one by one. Excellent that we know all the above, but no, of course you can't say it. The one name I wanted was Meghalaya. Oh, I didn't hear you, so sorry. Okay, somebody give her an extra cup of chai for you. So the reason I'm bringing this up is I think many of you know us for the awards. Most of you know us because we're a media company. We're umbilically connected to Outlook, therefore we are a media organization. We do a lot of content creation, which is specifically on this. But what many of you don't know is that we also understand we can't be sitting and standing in Delhi and hope to, as Indraneel mentioned already, we go out. We go to really far out corners, to Dirang, Namsai, Tura. This is where that is. By the way, this is Tura. Some of you traveled with us, where we go and do small outreach programs to meet the local community who are, in a place like Tura, which did not see travelers up until 2018, 2019, because of political conflict, insurgency, and so on. It's now beginning, even after the pandemic, it's been gradually sort of gathering steam. Tourism is gathering steam there. And we wanted to have a conversation with people in the off-season to see what they needed, if we can ideate together. And that's what we do. Can anyone guess what the cigarette was made of? Corn husk. So corn husk, I think that's what. They probably just, it's everyday life for them. They will offer it to you wherever you go. They'll give you, betel nut and these cigarettes and corn husks. But we thought it was a beautiful, small part of their life that was so beautiful. And this is why we do what we do. This is why we wake up every morning. This is why we go to far out corners of the country to meet more people, to be able to tell them that even this is beautiful and people will come, they will come to you, they will appreciate what you have to offer. First, you have to appreciate what you have. And that's all that we can tell you because we are sitting in Delhi and we know that we have none of the above. We have smog, we have traffic, we have a whole host of other very, very interesting things, but we don't have that smile and we don't have corn husk cigarettes. So if you want corn husk cigarettes, come to Tura, come with us. But for now, over to the wonderful speakers who've come from all over the world. We really hope you have a lovely time. And in case you have any questions, anything, you know the team, please seek us out during lunch. We will sort it out for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Banerjee and the Outlook Responsible Tourism team for bringing us all together year after year. And we wish you all the very best for the coming year. Ladies and gentlemen, now I think we must begin with the conversations that we're all waiting to hear. And one by one, we'd like to hear from all the wonderful people who have traveled from across India and across continents just to be here with us today and to share their journeys. And they will also be telling their special stories with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you now to please get your hands together for Malavat Purna. So let's get our hands together before I introduce her very briefly. Malavat Purna earned her right to be the first among equals to be on top of all summits 10 years ago when she scaled Mount Everest at the age of 13 to become the youngest woman and the youngest Indian to do so. And Purna has since climbed the 7 summits too. And now, along with her coach Shekhar Babu and her friends, she's trying to inspire many more Purnas to come forward and break the invisible barriers of gender and opportunity at the TARC Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Malavat Purna, who's going to tell us why she wants to inspire young Indians to find their own peak. Malavat, welcome, and it's now over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good morning, everyone. So, let me start with my first achievement. Yes. So, my first achievement was Mount Everest, and it was very difficult, challenging, being a 13-year-old to climb Mount Everest. But it's been 10 years now. I climbed Mount Everest in 2014, and yes, it took me 52 days for the entire expedition. Practicing and training is completely different to climb Mount Everest, but at the age of 13, it was very challenging for me. I've gone through many difficulties, and surviving in minus 50 or 40 degrees temperature, and the wind will be like 100 km per hour. Most of you know here mountaineers. I think most of the mountaineers are here, so they know very well how difficult it is. So after that, I took the challenge. I climbed Everest for, you can say, purpose. Honestly, actually, I got an opportunity from my school, and I just grabbed it. And I don't want to miss that opportunity because I came from a humble background, where there is no good roads and transportation, hospitality. Getting an opportunity is a big challenge for us, so I don't want to miss that opportunity. So I just grabbed it, and I've been to many training and many things. When there was selections out of 110 students, I got selected for that Mount Everest. And there is another reason also to climb Mount Everest. I'll tell you later. And then after Mount Everest summit, I took it as a passion, and I took the challenge of climbing all continents' highest mountains, 7 summits. And I got to know about these 7 summits through my coach, who is a mountaineer, Mr. Shekhar Babu. And after 7 summits, if you ask me which mountain is easier and which mountain is difficult, I don't say this mountain is easy and that mountain is difficult. At the end of the day, they are mountains, and every mountain is challenging. Every mountain has their own, different difficulties. So for me, I climbed Kilimanjaro twice. Kilimanjaro is different for me. climbing Mount Denali was most challenging peak. Obviously, Everest was very tough, being a 13-year-old. But after that, I climbed Mount Denali in 2022. And Mount Denali was difficult because we have to carry each and everything our own. Like almost 35, 40 kgs, food for 1 month, food 20 kgs, almost 20 kgs, equipment, clothing, and everything. We have to carry our own sleeping bag, tents, everything we have to do our own. When you reach the camp, you have to, pinch your own tent, you have to cook yourself. It doesn't matter whether you are tired or not. So we have to do our own. So I've learned many things through this 7 summits journey from last 10 years. And then leading the first expedition after 7 summits, leading the first expedition, I led a team of students and families and different people from various backgrounds to Everest Base Camp. I said the students are from my schools where I did my schooling and graduation and all that. I'm state boarding government schools. So that was a different experience. As you all know, being a climber is always a different part, a different journey. But when you lead a team, we have to take care of each and everything, each and everyone. We have to keep an eye on everyone. So we have to take care of everything, so basically. So it was challenging, and I've learned a different journey from leading a team. So that is one, and then, yes, this is the training before my Everest expedition. I've been, my journey started at Tark, Bongir, which is 40 kilometers from Hyderabad. We have a huge rock, 650 feet. So my first smell of rock climbing, and my journey started with rock climbing. It was a 5-day course, and coming from, as I told, coming from a small village, I have seen only small stones and boulders. But for the first time, seeing like 650 feet rock was scary. And when our first day, our instructors took us to that rock, and they told us that you have to climb this rock. And imagine how scary it was for me. There was so many questions was running in my mind. Is it possible or not? How it is possible? There was many questions. Because I have learned one thing from this first step is when we start something new, we will have a fear always. When we start something new, but once we experience it, we'll be confident. We will become a confident person. So that's what I have learned. I have learned when I started, like first day, we have learned balancing. We did balancing without any support. We climbed a slope, almost 200 meters slope. So it was scary. While going up, it was just fun coming out of 4 walls. I used to stay in a hostel. We don't have to go. There's no permission to go home or outside out of the hostel. So coming out from that 4 walls was so excitement for us, and in that excitement I climbed up to the 200 meters, I think. And while coming down, it was challenging. There are chances of fell down. So it was scary, but every step I motivated myself. I came almost 250 kilometers for this training, and I have to at least give it a try. I motivated myself and started learning rock climbing, bouldering, rappelling down. So technical training, like how to use the equipments, where to use, what to use. So I've learned everything, a proper rock climbing in that 5 days, and became a very confident. That's why I said, when we start something new, it's always fear. and scary. But once we experience it, we will have a confidence like that we can achieve anything in our life. That's what I have learned from my first step, rock climbing. Then I've been to a different training, basic advanced mountaineering course, winter expedition, and many more. And then we went to climb Mount Everest. That is a before Mount Everest journey. And then after my achievements, this is what we have received the recognitions from the government of India, President, Prime Ministers, and many more. And I was listed on Forbes as a self-made woman in 2020. And a biography was also released in 2017, directed by Rahul Boseji, Mr. Rahul Boseji. It's named Purna, Courage Has No Limits. And I mean, that's a Bollywood movie. And biography was also released in 3 languages, Hindi, Telugu, and Malayalam. And yes, my support system, or my support behind me till the day, my family, obviously, without their support, continuous support, I can't, I can't come till here also. And I mean, as I said, my parents are farmers. They live in a village. And as I said, I don't know, but the community where I came from is difficult to get support from the parents. But I'm very lucky my father and mother are very aware, maybe they're aware about society, and that's why I got the support from them. I mean, the community where I came from is, they used to get married at 13, 14-year-old. One of my friend now, she has two kids who are going to school, 4th and 5th. So that is what, I mean, I told you when I started my talk that I inspired, and there is one reason to start this journey. So back in my village, 13, 14 years they get married, they get married. And when after my basic and advanced mountaineering course, I went back to my home, and I realized there are many opportunities in this world. And there is so much to do, but at least I want to inspire my community, my village people, and at least through my achievement, at least few change will come, at least a little bit change will come. So there I inspired, and I decided to climb Mount Everest. So that is what inspired me. And yes, Mr. Praveen Kumar was an IPS officer who was the secretary who transformed all Telangana social welfare residential schools, government schools, and who gave me an opportunity of rock climbing. Everything was started with him. And he was a big support till the day. And Mr. Shekhar Babu, a founder and CEO of TARC. Yes, he's a mountaineer. He climbed Everest in 2007 and is a Tenzing Narge National Adventure Awardee. And we are together now in same TARC company. And yes, after this all achievements and all, I wanted to continue my mountaineering journey until I'm able to. I'll keep climbing. And then I wanted to promote, Indian mountains especially. And I want to, uplift my community. And yeah, as you can see everything here, I just want to do all those things. Yeah, as I told, the schools where I came from, Telangana social welfare residential schools. And here, after my achievement, this is what the impact came after my achievement. So everything was started with our achievement, like our training. And after that summit, after that achievement, this is what students were started, and where government started supporting the students of residential schools, and this is what impact. And, okay. So why we believe the great outdoors? Many of you are from outdoor, like adventure sports, adventure people here. So yes, personally, I have learned many things from this last 10 years journey. One is, of course, physical and mental health. Like physically, we will be fit, and mentally, we will be stable. And exploration, obviously. And yes, increased confidence. So much personally for me. And patience. Most important thing is hard work. Without this, maybe, we can't achieve anything. That's what I've learned. And this is what we get from outdoors. So, as I told, I'm part of TARC now, one of the director, expedition leader, you can say. So this is what we do. We have two academies. One is in Bongir, which is 40 kilometers away where I started my first step. And one is in Gandikota, Andhra Pradesh. So we have two academies, and we train and take people for trekking and expeditions. We do expeditions as well. So these are our accomplishments from us, from our company. So this is our core team members. You can see Shekhar sir, So Anand Kumar is one of the person who climbed along with me in 2014, are from the same school. And also Anvita, who climbed Everest. And most of them are Everesters and did different courses in mountaineering. Okay. This is a video. I think if we have a clear vision, nothing can stop us. And here I can see many youngsters, students here. I would love to, I wanted to tell them only one thing. Have a big dream, be clear on it, have a plan, and take right guidance from the right people, and be confident and motivate yourself. Even if you get motivation, support from many others, but end of the day, it has to come from us. And never face every challenge with a never give up attitude and with a smile. Nothing can stop. Work hard, hard, hard. hard work is very important. So yes, thank you so much for having me here. And very soon I am going to lead a team to Everest Base Camp on April 20th. So thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much. And at the end, as they mentioned before my talk, introduction, my aim is to create 1,000 more Purnas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Purna, for being who you are. You inspire, you truly do. You're incredible, Purna. Let's have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Malavat Purna. Ladies and gentlemen, fortunately for us in India and South Asia, the travelers are back and they are here to stay, hopefully. But the big question is, are we ready to make the most of this post-pandemic swell? Are we ready to do what it takes to create a tourism ecosystem with roots so strong and so deep that we can secure a great future for everyone? In other words, are we ready to grow together? Are we ready to grow responsibly? Like all great journeys, let's begin with the first step. Let's focus on the brass tacks, on the most important brick in the foundation of responsible tourism, sustainable architecture. And can there be anyone better than Mr. Sandeep Virmani, Chairman, Hunarshala Foundation, and he's going to tell us why we must celebrate local indigenous architecture and the wisdom of local masons and builders across the country. Sham-e-Sarhad at Vodka, as we all know, was a path-breaking effort by Hunarshala at a time when it wasn't quite as fashionable to build green hotels. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Sandeep Virmani once again as I welcome him to the podium. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. So from a 13-year-old climbing Mount Everest to a 60-year-old talking about his experiences. First and foremost, congratulations to all the nominees for this amazing award. Also to Outlook Responsible Tourism for being so responsible. What I'm going to share with you is, I'm going to take you straight to Gujarat, in Gujarat to Kutch, and in Kutch to a grassland 2,500 square kilometers, an area called Banni. This is an amazing ecology. It's one of Asia's largest tropical grasslands with more than 40 different grasses and sedges in it. It's got a huge diversity of fauna, besides flora, of course. It's got wetlands. Some of them are proposed Ramsar sites, like this Chari Dand. And in that, there's a beautiful culture that it resides. These are pastoral communities who came from Sindh all the way from Afghanistan about 400 to 500 years ago and made this 2,500 square kilometers their home. They have amazing cultures, cultural practices. But I want to start at 2001, when this amazing earthquake took place in Kutch, and the tremors were felt here in Delhi and Chennai as well. While our cities collapsed, all our concrete structures, so to speak, collapsed, these mud structures did not break. And these are called bhungas, which were slowly going out of use because they were considered a poor man's house. And when we spoke to the, because there was a lot of excitement that how did the bhungas not break in such a bad earthquake? So we used to sit with the Meghwal community, who were the builders for these pastoral communities. And the Meghwal community, one of the old men told us that the circular structure came into our housing form in the 1819 earthquake. Till then, everybody built square house structures. But in an earthquake, what happens is that in a square structure, when the land moves, there's a crack that forms at the corner, and when the crack comes down to the bottom, the walls fall and then the roof falls. So if you actually make a structure that doesn't have a corner, then that should survive the earthquake. And that's how they developed what was called the bhunga. It's a circular form, and therefore the energy of the earthquake rotates into the walls and goes down again. It became, these are the Meghwal women who took the responsibility of actually rebuilding Kutch. After the earthquake, when thousands of people were homeless, lakhs of people were homeless, these women, in a small period of just 9 months, built 2,500 bungas. And these were the structures that they built all over the Banni, and suddenly the bungas became fashionable again. This community also has some amazing practices, cultural practices. This is called a system called Abat. Abat is a practice where in the summers, because we are an arid area in Kutch, when the lakes dry up, they form little wells within the lake. And these wells are called virdas. But the practice is that you can't employ labor, pay them money and get your virda done. You have to call an abat. And in an abat, one person from every family will come and help you build your virda. The other important thing in this practice is that if during the year you have had a fight with somebody, you have had a quarrel with somebody, that person won't show up for the abat. And the abat cannot begin until and unless this person shows up. So you will send the eldest from your family that please go and convince this person. He will say, no, your son was very rude to me. In front of everybody, he abused me, so I'm not coming. So finally, what you do is you send your little girl from your house, the smallest girl, and they say that when this little girl goes to you, your heart melts and you come for the abat. So this is a practice that makes sure that quarrels, small and big, don't go beyond that 1 year. So then everybody gets together and starts digging the well. They make a filter with grass. And then the first waters are pulled out, poured, and a trough like this, again made in mud, welcomes the buffaloes that are waiting up there. They come and drink their water. Then everybody gets together and cooks together, and the two people who have had a fight have to eat from the same plate. So there are many such beautiful practices in Kutch, in the Banni grasslands. And another beautiful practice is that, I do a training program with a lot of pastoral youth over there. And so if you take 10 youth and you give them 100 acres of land, and you tell them that, why don't you divide this into 10 acres, and you'll have full control over your 10 acres and use it the way you want. They'll say, no, we can't do that. Why? Because wherever you draw a line, there will be a dispute. And when you have to eat from the same plate, you have to be other-centric. Now, this is a mindset which is completely contrary to the way the market economy functions. And therefore, these are values that teach us how to be other-centric and therefore live together. They have also developed an amazing buffalo which grazes in the nights. It's got a drought-proof gene in it. And it's considered, there's a very scientific process of genetically making sure that the drought-proof gene remains in the buffalo. There are about 100 bhagyas who maintain a record of about 7 to 8 generations of all the animals in the area. Droughts ensure that they remove the weaker animals, And droughts also make sure that the carrying capacity of the grasslands is maintained. They also have a very beautiful other custom where if your animal doesn't show up in the morning, because they all go grazing in the nights, and it gets lost, it often happens that the buffalo goes off with some other herd to some other village. And the practice is that whoever has found that animal is only a trustee of that animal till it is found again by the original owner. Sometimes it has taken 6 to 7 years for the animal to be found. In those 6 to 7 years, the animal has also given birth to other younger ones. But when it is found, the owner checks whether this animal is really yours. And normally they check by asking you to call the animal by its name. And if that animal responds to you, that means it is yours. And then the animal is returned. Along with that, the progeny of that animal is also returned to you. But during those 5 to 7 years, if you have earned any money from that animal by selling the milk, that money is kept in the masjid and that money is also returned to you. That is the level of honesty that they practice. There's also a beautiful custom between the Meghwals and the Maldaris, where when your favorite animal dies, the skin is taken off of that animal and converted into shoes and presented to you on your marriage. And so that your animal comes back to you on your feet. There are beautiful sayings, something like, if a roti does not turn, it will burn. Horse tied to a place will lose its pace. A leaf stuck to the soil will rot. Knowledge that does not travel will shrivel. So we stay moving with our herds. These are people who have accepted change as an important part of life. And therefore, accepting change is the only way you can remain happy. There are other sayings that I want to, I was told that I have too many slides, so I should go a little faster. But they also have another beautiful custom where every hamlet has a guest room. And the guest room is available to anybody, whoever wants to come and stay there. And when somebody comes to stay over there, it is considered a privilege that you can now take care of a guest. And you never ask that person when that person is going to leave. You continue to serve him until and unless he or she decides to leave the otak. This guest room is called a gotak. So given the fact that they had so many beautiful customs in the Banni grasslands, we said, why don't you develop a tourism resort and invite people to come and live with you and share these beautiful values that you hold and cultural practices. They said, but we don't need the money. So we said, no, it's not about money. It's because we in the cities have got so used to a particular way of living, and we are so completely enwrapped with the consumer economy that when we are able to experience a very different reality, it will start giving us ideas of how we can actually conserve the world. So it's a service that you're going to do if you agree to form a resort over here. So they agreed, and they, of course, built their famous bungas, which had not broken. The reason why I'm telling you this is because this Shame Sarad resort was built, the background story was not money. It's a different matter that they made a lot of money, but the money that is earned from the Shame Sarad resort, 1/3 of it goes into the development of the village. And another 1/3 is kept for adding new facilities to the resort. And this whole thing was done by the artisans of that region. I also want to acknowledge Manojji, who is sitting here. He's designed an amazing program in Madhya Pradesh. It's a very ambitious program covering more than 150 villages, more than 800 to 1,000 homestays. It's a privilege to be working with him. We are helping him build some of these tourism sites. It's very sensitively designed. I think it's one of its kind that's going to happen in the country, where every village is going to have 5 to 7 homestays along with a community center. I wish he had the opportunity to also speak to you about this. Again, this is being done with tribal communities with the idea that we again understand communities that know how to live with their environment and their forests, something that we in the cities have lost how to do. So they are very simple structures, but similarly in the Spiti Valley, we have amazing homestays built in rammed earth, 2-story structures. In Bhutan also you have rammed earth as an important. Rammed earth is also a technique which is used in the Great Wall of China. A sizable part of the Great Wall of China is actually made in mud. Very few people know that. In the Sundarbans, a friend of mine, he's built some amazing structures in bamboo. All over the Himalayas, especially in Kashmir, you make buildings in wood without using any nails. It's all with beautiful joinery. I just looked at the joinery and I saw little gaps between, 2 pieces of wood when they're connected. And I said, but this is badly done. She says, no, this is purposefully done because in an earthquake, you don't want a rigid joint. You want a joint that will vibrate and release the energy. And so these buildings can actually help make sure that the energy is released. You have cob houses or the Santhals. These are more than 100-year-old houses. Cob houses are made in clay, and clay is a material which even a bulldozer finds difficult to break. It's stronger than concrete when it comes to its dry strength. Also in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, we have another beautiful technique of using stones and mud. Invariably, our engineers say that you cannot use mud because the building will break. But what they do is, they make these structures, if you can see over here, this red piece of wood, it actually holds the wall together on both sides and is connected between the wall. And so it's called a containment reinforcement, which makes sure that in an earthquake, the wall moves, but it does not fall down. So other than concrete, we have found all across the Himalayas 18 different ways of making sure that the earthquake doesn't break your building. These are buildings which are more than 400 to 500 years old, and they are heritage buildings today because you can't use so much of deodar anymore. But in the whole process, we found so many amazing master artisans who know the science behind building with local materials. Construction contributes to 38% of the greenhouse gases and is one of the major contributors to climate change today. And we thought we know how to build in the cities. We are very lucky that in India, we also have a Bharat that knows how to build sustainably. And it's very important that we bring these ways of building into our cities. So with these master artisans, we have almost about 600 artisans now, master artisans, who are building for the cities using these traditional techniques. So it's very important that in responsible tourism, we don't take concrete to our villages when we are trying to bring mud into our cities. So these are some of these master artisans from all over our country who are making amazing buildings using their techniques, but with a modern idiom that we people are used to. Finally, I want to say that, in the Rathwas of Chota Udaipur, they make these little dolls. Whenever somebody dies suddenly, these dolls are placed in a part of their property so that their spirit is allowed to be released. Unfortunately, the consumers that we are, we have started bringing these dolls and putting them in our drawing rooms. And it's almost like it is to clean our conscience of the spirit of the once vibrant culture of the Rathwas. So let's be more responsible. You know, we as consumers have learned how to consume everything. We are actually, we want to even consume experiences, we want to consume the artifacts without understanding the meaning behind why something is done in a particular way. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, sir, for championing local architecture and also showing us what a wealth of knowledge we already have in this country. And I do hope that some of us in the audience will be taking back some ideas from that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Virmani. Yes, let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for him. So let me ask you this, ladies and gentlemen. What's another element, in fact, what's another important element that's absolutely fundamental to a traveler's experience? What can make a good holiday better and a bad holiday worse? Anybody? Food, that's right. The only trouble is, so far we've been dreaming of truffles and foie gras, not Kumaoni jambu from Uttarakhand or fern pickle from the Western Ghats. So to help us all fall in love with the Indian ingredients again, we've invited one of India's youngest and best known chefs who has been traveling all over the country and championing local and hyper-local produce wherever he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Chef Thomas Zacharias, founder, the Lokovo, formerly chef partner at the Bombay Canteen. Let's welcome Mr. Thomas Zacharias with a huge round of applause.
Hi, it's just about good afternoon. So good afternoon to all of you. Come on, a little bit more. Okay. Because you're all low on energy, I'm guessing they purposely put my presentation right before lunch or just before lunch, because after lunch you'll all be sleeping. But it's also a double-edged sword. With that being said, I'm going to ask you to be a little interactive for the first 5 minutes. Are you okay with doing something interactive with me? A little more energy, come on. Okay. What we are going to do is the great ingredient standoff. Okay? Are you ready? Is everybody going to participate? Otherwise, I'll skip to the 10th slide. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be easy. What I'm going to need you to do is for all of you to stand up. Not now, I'll tell you when. And each slide will have the picture of a vegetable. Okay? If you don't recognize the vegetable, you sit down. If you recognize the vegetable, you stay standing. Easy, right? Is everybody going to participate? Okay, can all of you stand up, please? I have to come up with innovative things like this to get your attention. So, okay, we started the first one. Okay. If anybody doesn't recognize this, please sit down and you have to be honest, okay? I'm watching you. Okay. Everybody's good till now? Nobody's sitting? Come on, be honest. Those of you who don't recognize, sit down. I see a few people sitting down. Thanks for being honest. That's Kamal Kakadi or lotus root or lotus stem. Anybody? The people who sat down can't stand up now, if you know this, okay? People who don't recognize it, sit down. Okay, wow. That's, okay, we still have some people. My experiment still is working. That is elephant apple, oud tenga, which is commonly used in Assamese cuisine. No, no. Anybody, you recognize this? I'll quiz you. You have to. What type of yam? Obviously, it's a yam. Okay. Is it grown? Is it a tuber? No. Sorry? Yes. Okay, she's got it. So you can stand. Okay. I'll assume that you got it as well. So the previous one was called
Mocha.
No, this is not mocha.
This is not mocha?
No. Who's that? No, who was speaking from on mic? Okay, anyway. So the previous one was karande, also called air potato or vine potato, or like I called it on my menu, the Jane potato, because it grows above the ground. But there is a tuber for the same fruit, the vegetable as well. And this is called shevla. Sorry? Yes. Wow. We should chat after this session. Very impressed. Please give her a big round of applause. This is called shevla, which is grows in the wild. It is available for just about 10 days after the first rains hit Maharashtra. And it's actually a delicacy for a community of Maharashtrians called CKPs. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, the first time I came across it in a market, I took a piece of it, I bit into it, and the most painful sting I've ever experienced in my life. How many of you have licked a battery growing up to feel that zing? It is that times 1,000, okay? And this was early days, it was maybe 10 years ago, 8 years ago, and I was in pain for like a good 5 minutes, but I was still very curious to see how I could use it. And then I cooked with it and tasted it again, same problem, again in pain. Then I went back to the market and spoke to the vendor, and it has actually got oxalates, which are toxic in nature. And interestingly enough, the tribal communities that consume this found that there's another vegetable that grows nearby, which called kakad, which needs to be pureed and cooked along with this to neutralize the toxins. So that's shevla. Now, thanks for participating. You've been a great audience. But this is the topic of my session today. My journey with Indian food began about 10 years ago. And it's quite apt that I'm here today because until then, I had studied cooking for about 6 years, 4 years in India, 2 years at the Culinary Institute of America in New York. Came back, worked in a European restaurant, like a lot of young cooks do. And then an epiphany I had on a trip to Europe made me realize that I hadn't really traveled to India. So I took a trip around India for about 2 months, traveling through 18 different towns, cities, all over the country, and like international education could not teach me what I learned on that trip. And that's what changed my entire relationship with food. My career trajectory shifted completely, and my focus shifted to Indian ingredients and regional Indian food. And I want to tell you a story about another ingredient I came across. This was again in Mumbai. There's a market called Grant Road Market. If you ever go to Mumbai, that's the one market where you always find the ingredients that show up in season first, and the most diversity of local seasonal ingredients. So I keep visiting that market over and over again. And this one time I went there and I was walking past, and I had walked through this market hundreds of times, and I noticed this leaf, and it's that leaf right there. And I asked the vegetable vendor what it is, and he said it's called Morris Bhaji. Now, I had never seen this before. It looked to me like some sort of a succulent. I picked up a piece, tasted it. This was still after shevla. I hadn't learned my lesson. I tasted it, and I was blown away because this had the texture of seaweed, had a certain saltiness and an umami to it, and yet I never saw it anywhere in any restaurants, anybody eating it, nobody talking about it. So I asked the vendor, like, what is this and why is it here? And he said this vegetable is called moras bhaji. And it shows up in the market for 10 days in the year during the season of fasting because it's salty in nature, and certain communities, especially the Gujaratis, replace salt in a lot of dishes with this vegetable. And for me, this story is really significant and relevant to the presentation I'm doing today because it required me to be present, to be aware, to observe, and to absorb for me to know that story. This eventually went on to be featured on the menu of the Bombay Canteen in a form that was a really, really popular dish. So after my trip around India, or during my trip around India, I realized that my perspective during travel was different. I was approaching travel from the point of view of a chef. I had, again, all this work experience in the high-end restaurants and all the knowledge of cooking that I could apply through my travels, but I was also approaching from a point of curiosity and adventure where I wanted to connect with locals, meet local farmers, go to people's homes, meet food experts, and learn as much as I could. And that's what I've been doing for the last 10 years. I've been lucky enough to travel to 25 states in the country just for food exploration, which is why I look like this. Through the first few years at the Bombay Canteen was a restaurant in Mumbai, still exists, that celebrates regional Indian food using local seasonal ingredients. And in the first year of the Bombay Canteen, I remember a lot of the guests who came would come and taste all these dishes made with local ingredients, and suddenly they would say, I would get a strange reaction which I hadn't really experienced before. They would say, why would we come to a fine dining restaurant and eat a local vegetable like tendli or torai or kaddu, which is very far removed from how restaurants function in a large part of the rest of the world. Because if you go to a restaurant in Italy or say in Japan, they're so proud of their own produce, of their own ingredients. But here in India, it's the other way around. So that's when I started a series called Know Your Desi Vegetables. It was earlier named Indian Vegetables Are Sexy, but I had to change that name because I didn't think it would stick. But Know Your Desi Vegetables is something I started doing to document and talk about and do storytelling around local vegetables around the country. Late last year, my organization, which is the Locavore, actually curated the food for a festival called Serendipity Arts Festival in Goa, where we actually brought the Know Your Desi Vegetables idea to life. We had a stall where we put up one different vegetable every 2 hours and 3 to 4 dishes made with that vegetable for people to come and taste, and it was all free. And it was the most popular stall at the entire festival and it was amazing to see because there were people of all ages, from all walks of life, just coming and being curious about the different creative ways in which we could do and work with local Indian produce. Now, this is also, I think, really important to me in an era where we're so trend-driven. And in the last 10 years, I've noticed this excitement around, hyper-local Indian ingredients. It might be kher or sangri from Rajasthan. It might be bhut jolokia. It might be black rice. But that doesn't mean we ignore everything else. And for you and all of you here, I think my takeaway has been that you can even make the mundane exciting. So something as simple as pumpkin is something that I converted into a dish where I highlighted 5 different forms of the pumpkin. So it's pumpkin, the flesh of the pumpkin, the skin that is turned into rind, the seeds, the flowers, and the leaves, all in the form of a dish that was tied to an ODR recipe called pakalabath. So storytelling, again, we've heard a lot about storytelling, and I think I really commend the work that Outlook Traveler is doing in this space of making storytelling the crux of the work that they do. What I realized, again, is in this era of Swiggy and Zomato and fast food delivery and 10-minute deliveries, we're all forgetting that there are large markets and communities around the country that are getting forgotten, getting lost. So what we decided to do is to archive these markets from around the country, and through these archives, tell the stories of these markets as well. So for example, when we told the story of this market called Mao Market in Kohima in Nagaland, we also realized that there's a perception about a lot of the ingredients that are eaten in Nagaland for the rest of the country. So it was important for us to normalize that in a way to the audience outside. This was Chhatra Bazaar in Odisha. This was Kasimedu Market in Chennai. What we also do at the Locavore is build a community of partners. And partners, by partners I mean small organizations, food producers, FPOs, farmers around the country, as a counter to greenwashing. Today, words like organic, sustainable, natural are used so freely, but there's very little depth to the information or the credibility you can get on it. So what we do is we identify partner producers around the country, we build relationships with them, we understand their work, and then we tell their stories. We break down their practices, and instead of saying organic and sustainable and natural and conscious, we break their practices down into whether we can identify the source of their origin. What practices are they following on their farms? What is the packaging that they're using? And then we tell that story in a descriptive way so that the consumer or the audience that comes to our platform can make an informed choice of whether they want to do with it or not. So Earth Story Farms is based out of West Bengal. They work to produce indigenous products like Nolangur and Kasundi and other products around West Bengal, including rices, and promote those. And that's one of our partners. So this is actually Nolangur being prepared. And at the same festival at Serendipity, we put up a Locavore stall where every dish on the menu highlighted one product from one of the producers. And the dish from Earth Story Farms was grilled chicken with Nolangur syrup and marinated in Kasundi. The other thing is, again, this whole idea around sustainability can be made into an experience. One of our producers is Mason & Co., based out of Auroville in Tamil Nadu. And what they do is, instead of just they anyway have a factory, they anyway have people working there and making chocolate, but what they do differently is they invite people into their experience. They tell the story, they take them through the experience of tasting chocolate, and that becomes an integral part of the offering to their audience. We also, again, the theme for this year is growing together and growing responsibly, and I think collaboration is a really, really critical piece in this, and a lot of you here have that opportunity to collaborate with each other, but also with organizations and people in your locations. Triple O Farms is based out of Maharashtra. I'm based in Mumbai. They're one of our partners as well. We've collaborated with them to do something called the Wild Food Festival, which happens every year, where we get indigenous tribal communities from Maharashtra to come, showcase their food, talk to the audience, and about 300 people attend, and they taste at least 50 to 60 vegetables they've never tasted in their life and see at least 200 of them. And also working closely with local communities. I think you're all physically present in locations where there are local communities that are integral to the area, but also integral to your work. And there's an opportunity to work with them where it's a win-win for everyone. In this case, I was invited by an organization called NESFAS in Meghalaya in Shillong that works with farmers around the country, around the state. They found that a lot of the millet farmers in Meghalaya, they themselves aren't eating millets anymore. And the reason when they were asked why is because of taste, that they felt that especially younger generations don't like the taste of millets. So we actually went there, got together a lot of local home cooks, local chefs, and the farmers, and we held a 2-day workshop where together we came up with recipes that are familiar to them, and incorporate millets in interesting ways. And we then invited local community leaders, church leaders, the agricultural minister showed up, and it became a conversation that could be carried forward to the future. And I think this is something that is very often forgotten as well. And I think it was mentioned earlier today, we very often go by the same mundane, routine ways of doing things. When we function and operate in our own silos, it's very important to step out of that, push the boundaries, take risks, and be creative in how you operate. For example, this is something, again, we do to promote millets. We're working on something called the Millet Revival Project with Rainmatter Foundation. And we do these events. In fact, I'm doing an event this Sunday, if any of you would like to attend, where how do you make millets fun? So what we do is behind there, those are dating profiles we've created for each millet that people can swipe right on. We do a millet pub quiz. We've collaborated with the microbrewery to do 100% millet beer. So there's lots of different ways in which you have to think out of the box, think creatively to get the audience excited. And this is my final slide. Because I've been doing Chef on the Road for close to 10 years, I wanted to, and constantly I have a lot of my followers asking me, you know, can we come along, can we come along? And I realized that travel is a very integral part of the work that I do, and it's what's informed my work for all these years. And it's also a very powerful way to get people to connect with a lot of these ideas that I wanted to push. Because when you take people to the source of the food, get them to meet communities, get them to taste food, it's transformative. So we organized a trip to Joka in Assam, along with Fearless Tea, which is a tea company there. And we took a group of 15 people to taste, interact, learn about tea, but also learn about the local food. And this was a trip we did a year and a half ago. This was so transformative for that group of people that they're still friends. This is a 3-day trip. They still meet each other. They still talk about a lot of the things that we did on that trip. And all it took was just putting those people together in their place and curating a really local experience. So that's my presentation. Very quickly, the Locavore is a platform I started right after I left the Bombay Canteen, because during my travels, I saw that a lot of food system issues today in the country are proliferating, but the solutions are happening in silos. And I created the Locavore to be a collaborative organization to get people from different parts of the food community to come together. And eventually, the motto that I have is doing good through food. So can we use food as a medium to make transformative change? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chef, for helping us reimagine our food cultures and also keeping the communities and the producers at the heart of all conversations, and mostly for making us very, very hungry. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will focus on culture and communities, traveling from the west of the country to the far eastern corner. We have with us Mr. Sanjeev Nair, the Vice President of Jaipur Rugs. Founded in 1978 by N.K. Chaudhary, Jaipur Rugs transformed the carpet industry by creating an entirely new business model, working directly with artisans and empowering them and their communities through sustainable livelihoods. May we please invite Mr. Sanjeev Nair on stage to share the philosophy of Jaipur Rugs. Let's welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause.
So good afternoon all, and I think that it's a very tough time for me, because after food, and all of you are hungry for food and all that, and taking you to the carpets is going to be a tough time for me, but I would like to keep it short and sweet as much as possible. Thank you very much. So good afternoon everybody, and we take this opportunity to showcase a small glimpse of Jaipur Rugs to you. So it's a company which is the largest manufacturers of handmade carpets, the carpets made with a family's blessings. That's what we say. So just about Jaipur Rugs, this is a company which was started in the year 1978 by Shri N.K. Chaudhary, and with a sole aim for keeping alive the old age tradition of handmade carpets and connecting rural craftsmanships with global consumers. Our core is human aspect and sustainable development. The journey, which started with 2 looms and 9 weavers in the year 1978, in the 45 years, now it has transformed into 7,000 looms across 650 plus villages in India, in the 5 states of India, and with 40,000 plus weavers, and we are proud to say that 85% of them are women. So what is our approach? Our approach is that entire society is uplifted only when everyone reaches its full potential. With this vision, we started Jaipur Rugs Foundation in 2004, and the main aim is to reach out to remote rural areas and establish bonds with them so that to enable them to not only weave rugs, but their own lives too. Our footprints are to reduce the impact on the planets, and here I would like to show this, to talk about this recycled yarn. This is a very interesting collection which we came up because in this, when we have got that high quality yarn which was left out from the weavers when we were weaving our carpets, then few of the weavers who really became artisan during this journey, they came forward and they said, why don't you allow us to do something called man chaha, that is man ka chaha, what our heart desires. So we do have some carpets outside also on our booth which are made by these artisans without following any design pattern, but whatever they saw around themselves. And this has come out so beautifully that we can say that they have used, this has not only reduced waste, but it gave unique color palette to our rugs, and also it has won various accolades and awards at various national and international levels. Then we are also using low impact dyes, which are obtained from GOT certified and eco-friendly raw colors, which are long lasting. So keeping up with the global standards, we also make sure that our rugs are standard 100 OECO-Tech certified, ensuring each component of our rug has been tested for harmful substances and is harmless for human health. The testing is conducted for regulated and non-regulated substances that are updated yearly according to new scientific knowledge and statutory requirements. So as we all know that sustainability has become quite a buzzword today. But if you look back at our local crafts, you will agree that their origin is based in the concept of longevity, what we now call circular economy. When we decorate our homes by using products made from ancestral art forms, we directly choose a sustainable way of beautifying our homes. Thus, we don't only promote artisans and weavers, we also choose a way of life that is milder on our planet Earth. In our context, we also like to share that the hand-knotted rugs, which is a tradition which is almost about more than 2,500 years old, it is still being sustained in these villages, and these rugs are considered heirlooms because they last for decades and what we call as antiques. So one of the antique pieces also we have brought along here, so we would like you to also have a touch and feel of it to make sure that how it comes out. And we are making it sustainable traditional methods which are passed on to the generations over generations. We say that while choosing your home decor items, if you consider their origins and production method, you can create an authentic celebration of sustainability and Indian traditions. So in this picture, this young weaver called Manju from our villages of Rajasthan, so what she has done, she has chosen her own design and inspired by textile and color of her home, she has hand-spun this particular carpet, which you can see the vibrancy of this carpet and the color palette that she has chosen about it. And this beautiful carpet is called now Aspas. So whatever she felt around her, she has weaved into the carpet. Then to embrace sustainability with Jaipur rugs, weaving eco-consciousness into every thread of traditional craftsmanship, here we would like to show you a small video, a 1-minute video. Can I have the video, please? Finally, in the words of Mr. N.K. Chaudhary, let goodness, fairness, and most importantly, love prevail in business. Profits will inevitably follow. And we say, we send love, blessings, and stories to your house. Our carpets are free. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us how craft and communities can support each other and how sustainably and responsibly. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, continuing the discourse of culture and communities, we have with us someone who has traveled all the way from the northeast, from the beautiful homeland of Apatani tribe in Arunachal Pradesh, a teacher and change maker, Mr. Punyo Chada, planted the seed and nurtured the idea of sustainable development in Zero Valley for many, many years. Through the initiative of Naguno Zero, which means our zero, he and his friends set a wonderful example of community action for rural destinations. Mr. Chada, may we please invite you on stage to share your own journey and the journey of your incredible community and to tell us how you turned a village into a destination. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Punyo Chada on stage with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much for having me here. First of all, I must thank to my community and my friends who are sitting at a far away from me at the Zero Valley. And also the Outlook magazine, who is giving me this opportunity to let you know the world where I belong from. In fact, it reminds me when I started any kind of dialogues with the people. Gandhiji says, art has enough for the needs, but not for the greeds. With these words, I wanted to start. My name is Punyo Chada. I belong from Arunachal Pradesh, Zero. There's one small village called Zero Village, where I live. Professionally, I'm a teacher working with the government of Arunachal Pradesh in the education department. And always it's been something, different for the Northeast peoples. Somebody don't take it otherwise, but they said we don't know the Hindi also. Very little knows about the Hindi. So maybe in this August gathering, I love to use the Hindi as well as the English mixed together, if you don't mind. This is like a journey begins in 2002. Volunteers with the Future Generation Arunachal, who is working in Arunachal Pradesh and empowering the community empowerment. They inspired me lots and make me feel, मुझे सोचने में मजबूर किया कि why don't you I also do something for my community? Not in a big way, but in the small. I believe that one step takes you to the millions of steps towards the destination. In the same way, this you just heard that Ngunu Zero is an Apatani dialect. Ngunu means our, Zero means the place where I do live. When we started, let us know, that time that the situation of the Zero was different from the other part of the Arunachal Pradesh, especially the watershed conservation. If you look on the Zero, we don't have any escape mountain, snow-capped mountain, or rather we have a big river where there's all the beautiful peoples feed their water to the paddy field and bringing water from this, home use. So all depend on the rain fed. So this makes something the difference from the zero from other people. Those who've been to, sorry. Oh, sorry. Our journey began with what I've already told you. You must agree with me, somebody who has been to the zero, it's a very topographically and geographically is a very different from the others part of the Arunachal Pradesh. We learned many things from future generation Arunachals, the two-way partnership, how we should take evidence-based make decisions, behavior change a goal. Then it's come into the formation of Bangunu Zero into 2006. During my 22 years of the journey in the volunteering and this community empowerment, our challenges was seeing the topography and geographically locations. Our challenges was that the governments are promoting tourism sector in Arunachal Pradesh in the bigger way, but we thought whatever in Arunachal Pradesh, you may take it culturally or naturally, whatever. Why do people come there? For example, in the Tawang, in the Zero, in the Pasigat, wherever may be. During that time also, lots of tourists used to pour in there in Arunachal Pradesh. But through whom? Through how? That makes a lot of the questions there. Because since the inception, बचपन से मेरी माँ पिताजी ने, my father, forefather, saving our zero for us. But in fact, what did we get back there? हमको वापस में क्या मिलता है? Whatever, yes, we loved during sea. हम लोग का बच्चे को बहुत अच्छा लगता था जब foreigners लोग को देखता था, सफेद बाल लोग को देखता था. Look at that, foreigners आया है, बहुत खुशी होता था. But then we have a few friends. हम लोगों का कुछ साथी लोग था, हम लोग हमेशा सोचता था, आता तो है, it's a good king, बहुत अच्छा बात है, लेकिन वापस में हमको क्या मिलता है? Yes, together, since the inception, हम इतना बचा के आ रहा है, हमारा culture, हमारा nature, हमारा culture, इसको हम बचाते आ रहा है, लेकिन हमको वापस में क्या मिल रहा है? Then we seriously thought on that issues. हम लोगों ने बहुत सारा अच्छा से सोच विचार किया. Then we बहुत सारा कोशिश किया कहाँ कैसा हो सकता है, क्योंकि if you look on there, the main tourism when the component means who is earning out of that bring the tourism, that is number one the tour operator, second is hoteliers, third one was transporter who is bringing the tourism to the place, but who is saving this culture and this nature, yes, together, what they are getting out of this. Then we started pondering all around us this. तब हम लोगों ने बहुत सोचने के विचार किया. But before that, before हम यहाँ जाने से before we started anything out of that, we conducted many this seminar, workshop, etc. Out of that, like beekeeping a beautiful zero, to let the people know how fragile zero is, how the zero is good. कैसा जीरो है हमारा जीरो, let the people know before we doing anything. तो हम लोगों ने ये कोशिश किया. We have tried our best to inculcate, transmit the knowledge, how the zero is beautiful. Then it's connected to everything. ये connected tourism, if you say, or tourism, not only your culture or nature, it's connected to the tourism also. So how should we save wildlife also? Likewise, solid waste management. The garbage is the most now as a problematic nowadays. That's also how we can manage solid waste management also. We imparted the workshop before we move to actually this thing. Then we move to हम लोगों को सबसे अच्छा लगा है homestay को, which is the community-based eco-tourism project. Then we move on the homestay. In the 2006, when we started the homestay, there was nobody, I think, here 2-3 people are sitting around me and looking at me, they must be agreed. When we started talking about the homestay and Arunachal Pradesh, there is no any regarding, they know anything about the homestays, other than the hotels and all these things. So, again, we are now working, we working on this homestay and benefits of the homestays, because we believe that we don't talk about the big buildings, big cars, big resort, all that things. But our main idea is how the people who is protecting the nature, who is conserving the culture, should get back something at least out of the people who are coming to us. Exactly, Ngunu Zero is doing that also. Now we are promoting the 5 homestay. We run a 5 homestay around in the Zero Valley. And when we started the 2009 homestay in the Zero, there was nobody's doing the homestay business there. So we started the homestay at the Zero, and probably in Arunachal Pradesh. Out of that, what we do, the Ngunu Zero manage 5 homestays there, including our homestays in the Zero Valley. Now there is a 55 homestays in the Zero Valley, around in 3 kilometers square around here. And out of that, we deduct some amounts, 20%. Then out of that 20%, the Ngunu Zero takes out for their management, all the things that they take out to 10%, and the 10% kept it for the community conservation work. Look at this. So we all are connected to the self-help group. We conduct a Zero Waste Zero for school children. We work with the community self-help group. And not only that, we train all the graduate employee youths on how to make outdoor cooking and the logistic management system. And this is a few groups who come to, now the Ngunu Zero team is well equipped with all this. We can give a training to others, people also. Many people come from the state governments or from other states to get trained with us. And this is a few tourists who is come with us. And this is how we work with the school children. Not only out of this 10% which we saved from the guests, we use them in conducting educational purposes also, like environment education for school children. This is how we work with this. And this is eco camp for the school children. This is one of the main events of Ngunu Zero. This is a Tandilemba bicycle expedition. This used to be happen annual expeditions. The earlier in Arunachal Pradesh, the mode of transportation used to be a bicycle. Now, due to the overpowering of the motor vehicles, nobody is now using. Now we are trying out that how to encourage these bicycles to be a mode of communication, as well as to entertain the guests who come with us also. This is the few clips for, and this is the most important part of our Ngunu Zero's program. This is a Zero Butterfly Mix. Since 2014, this year has been 10th edition of the Zero Butterfly Mix. Might have been many of you might have been thinking, सब लोग सोच रहे होंगे, what's all about the zero butterfly meat is? What do we believe? हम क्या सोचते हैं? Only we constructed a house or invited a guest from outside, it does not make whole of a team. आपको उसको आमंत्रित करने के लिए to attract the guest, you have to do something at least. So we do believe that zero butterfly means when it started, we started with 12 people only. Now, zero butterfly meat is the talk of the town now. All around from India, from abroad also come to participate in this zero butterfly meat. And you know, from out of zero butterfly meats, there's many, many things happening all around. They replicate the same models like a Namdapa butterfly meat. Now, Namdapa butterfly meat has become a festival. The government has adopted that the Namdapa butterfly meat. But zero butterfly meats remain as usual because this is the community driven, not the government driven. And we wanted this should be continued one. And what still, again, I'm telling you that what money you are paying with me, to me, or to our homestays people, out of their 10, we deducted the 20%. That means you are also contributing at least something to our people. The amount has been calculated down to the community also. So this is a few butterflies who come along with us. And this is the findings of the zero butterfly meats. This is second photograph of Bhutan glory. And another one, if it's a butterfly lovers, might have been this. One is a moat and one is a Bhutan glory. One is called Apatani glory. And it's the findings of zero butterfly meat. And it's, this scientific name is Alcesma zeroensis. So, this is the findings of zero butterfly meats, brown gorgon, and Kazarihin. Our success is a homestays. Now, I've already tell you this, all around in the Zero Valley, we have more than 55 homestays. And we could influence in the government's policies also. Due to our Tanilemba bicycle expeditions, you must agree with me, in Zero we have a bicycle lanes. It is in the past, in India, there is nowhere in the, except in the cities, there is no any bicycle lanes in the small town. So we can make impact on this government also. The butterfly meets, environment education, environment awareness campaign for the school children. Now what is the talk about the zero butterfly meets? This is, I regularly telling you that this is a community-driven events, not the government-driven events. And all about is what? The recognitions. Till now, the government has recognized, state government has recognized us twice in the State Tourism Awards for the contribution in the tourism sectors. And so many like, you know, Aya Awards, Green Awards, Anyo Awards, and the Samartan Awards. This is all recognized as a community-based organization for what we have been doing since the inception of Bangunu Zero. So our futures seems very big, but we don't talk on the bigs. So we believe that Bangunu Zero should become a model like a training institute in future. So people should come and learn with us. And Zero should be like a model town for Arunachal Pradesh, where the people come and learn with us. I'm, in fact, very happy to be here once again, sharing our efforts and sharing what we are doing right now. Most probably, this is my first standing on this like a huge gathering. A bit nervous also, a lot of things to talk with you all people, but I have prepared many things. But during coming on this, taking 10 steps, many of them I forgot to take back. But then I am promising you, come to Arunachal, come to Northeast, come to India, you won't feel bad. आपको कभी भी मैं निराश नहीं करूँगा, जीरो आइए, हमारे साथ आइए, हमारे साथ रहिए और हमारे प्रगति के साथ, हमारे कम्युनिटी का एम्पावरमेंट के साथ आपका योगदान को भी हम आमंत्रित करते हैं। इसके बीच being an Apatani, being an Arunachali, being in India, हम लोगों को कुछ ना कुछ एक आपस में सीखना जरूरी है। मैं आपको आज एक भाषा का एक शब्द सिखा के जाऊंगा। रेडी है? You want to learn something? In Apatani. Netando. Ayado. I think you don't like it. Otherwise, आप अच्छे नहीं लग रहा है मेरे शब्द को। Netando. Ayado. I'll say Netando, you'll say Ayado. ठीक? Netando. 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 Thank you very much. Netando means how are you? Ayado means I'm fine. Thank you very much, all of you, for the patient hearings. I do believe definitely your contributions, your suggestions, your encouragement will take us in a bigger way. मैं बार-बार बोलता हूँ, हम लोग को we don't take, हम इतना बड़ा बात नहीं करते हैं कि बड़ा-बड़ा गाड़ी खरीदो, बड़ा-बड़ा मकान बनाओ, बड़ा-बड़ा बिजनेस करो. हम ये बोलते हैं, always we said, हम लोग सबको बोलते हैं कि let's do together. नहीं, सब लोगों को सोने के लिए एक रात के लिए एक छत चाहिए, होना चाहिए. ठंडा दिन में एक कपड़ा पहनने के लिए होना, बारिश में छुपने के लिए एक छत होना चाहिए और हमको दिन में 2 बार खाना मिलना जरूरी है. इसलिए don't look higher also, don't look down also. Keep walking, look on straight forwards. I think there are many students also sitting behind there, isn't? So हमेशा आगे देख के चलो. आगे देख के चलने से हमको पूरा दिखाई देता है क्या है आगे में, कहाँ जाना है हमको. अगर ऊंचाई, अगर ऊपर देख के चलेंगे तो नीचे में पत्थर टोकर लग करके आप गिर भी सकते हैं. अगर नीचे देख के चलेंगे कहीं पोस्ट है टक्कर लग करके आप गिर भी सकते हैं. Then I means be straight, be focused on your goal, and definitely there is goal. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chara, for reminding us of the power of collective will, and thank you for showing us how we can grow together and grow responsibly. And ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't notice, Mr. Chara is very proudly wearing what is called the GK pattern. It is traditional to the Apatani tribe, and look how wonderful he looks. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause once again for Mr. Punyo Chara. Thank you very much. And now we have our final session before lunch, and this is going to be a very special treat. Of late, we've had some good news from the wildest corners of India. We've heard about the success of Project Tiger. We've heard a few wonderful stories of conservation led by communities. The pandemic also made us more acutely aware of the role that tourism can play in protecting our natural heritage if we play our cards right. Are we playing our cards right, though? Ladies and gentlemen, we've invited 3 people who can trace the arc of wildlife, conservation, and tourism in India over the past 100 years, and they'll tell us how we can create a better roadmap for the future. So please help me welcome our eminent panelists on stage. May I invite Mr. James Champion, wildlife tour leader and great-grandson of late Forester F.W. Champion, with a deep understanding of South Asian wildlife and habitats. Let's welcome Mr. James Champion in our midst. And we are going to be joined, ladies and gentlemen, by Mr. Dhritiman Mukherjee, ace wildlife photographer with a ringside view of conservation projects across every imaginable land and seascape in India. And the moderator for today's discussion, Mr. Sumanta Ghosh, Managing Director, One Ghat, a wild and wonderful eco-lodge on the banks of the river Ram Ganga in Jim Corbett National Park. So, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panelists are here. We request you to please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have, before we get to the panel discussion, we have presentations also from our eminent panelists, which is why we're rearranging the days, as you see. And we're going to bring it together when it's time for deliberations. So I'd request Mr. Ghosh to set the context and lead the proceedings.
Thank you so much, Outlook Traveler. We have very few days when we are not without a pair of binoculars, and this is one such day. And yeah, so our story is about our forest. Our story is about wildlife, nature conservation, and what have you. And and thank you so much to Outlook for bringing such wonderful, speakers, people who are actually on the ground doing such meaningful work, and their work is having an impact. So not just saying, but doing. So that's very important. So it's a great honor for me to introduce two very dear friends, inspiration, and what have you. I would first like to introduce James Champion, who's first the English teacher, and an avid traveler. He is also the author of two books called the Tripwire with the Tiger 1 and Tripwire with the Tiger 2 that has just been released. James comes from a very accomplished family of naturalists. His great-grandfather was a very well-known entomologist and insect expert. His brother was another. We still use his books in botany, in the forest services and all that. That's still used till date. And these were written over a century back. James will tell you more about it. And perhaps somebody who we term as the father of Indian wildlife photography, his grandfather, F.W. Champion. And in an era where people where hunting, shooting was quite common during that time. This was early 19th century. F.W. Champion, who was a divisional forest officer in in the Uttarakhand region and what is today Dudhwa and all that. And so he was known to give, so one of the duties of forest officers was to give permits to shoot tigers. And Champion was known to give permission in beats where he knew where there were no tigers. And, and he was also a very accomplished wildlife photographer. And to his credit goes the first ever photograph of a wild tiger, the first ever photograph, and a photographic evidence of the fact that sloth bears, if you know what a sloth bear is, it's one of the bear species we have in India. They carry the babies on the back, and a lot more, and James is going to tell you more in details. So when we today talk about our accomplishment of Project Tiger and the fact that today we have more tigers compared to the last few decades, the true champion of tiger conservation, we would say, would be F.W. Champion. He spoke about tiger conservation where many didn't even know there was a word called conservation that would exist. And the other friend I have who's equally mad is Dhritiman Mukherjee. Dhritiman is, I can go on and on telling about him, so I won't take very long, but Dhritiman is perhaps one of the finest I would use the term conservation wildlife photographers that India and the world has. He has traveled from South America to the poles of, from the polar bear to anacondas to arapaima to he comes on our bend of the river to go underwater to shoot the golden mahseer. And, I remember once he was there and one of my boys said, he just came running. He said it was peak winters. He said, you know what, he's just there in the water without anything for about the last 45 minutes. So that's how Ditiman is. He's often on a tree or underwater. So I won't take much time, and I would please request sort of both of them to take over and take them on this journey of this 100 years that we sort of celebrate today, where James is going to sort of tell us about how it all started, the journey of the modern conservation that we have in India, and where Ditiman has so proudly taken it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your invitation, for your kind introduction, Samantha. It is a huge honor for me to be here, and it's a rather wonderful experience because it is precisely 100 years since my grandfather, who, as Samantha mentioned, was one of the fathers of the Indian wildlife conservation movement, took his first photographs of wildlife in India. My grandfather traveled to India in 1913, and there wasn't very much money in his family, so he didn't have any opportunity to go to university. And the only way that he could find to come to India was to volunteer to join the police service. So he traveled to India in 1913 and went to a police training college in what is now Bangladesh, but there were no opportunities for tiger photography at that time. He'd already started being a wildlife photographer back home in England, and then the First World War started. He joined the army, served on the Northwest frontier, and then he had the incredible luck of being able to get a scholarship to go to Oxford University on a shortened forestry course, and he returned to India in 1924, and finally he had the chance to put his dreams into action and take his camera out into the jungle. Can we have the next slide, please? Oh, it's here, yeah. Okay, so he did a bit of hunting himself during the First World War because it was the thing to do, but he hated it, and he felt that he had seen so much bloodshed during that war that he wanted to do something other than killing things. And he encouraged the use of the camera instead of the rifle. And in fact, Jim Corbett mentions in his book, Man-Eaters of Kumaon, that it was F.W. Champion who inspired him to take up the camera rather than hunting. My grandfather served as divisional forest officer in Lansdowne, Bahraich, Kalagar, and West Almora divisions, and he worked with the forest department from 1924 until 1947. He played an important role in the setting up of what later became the Corbett National Park, but was then called the Haley National Park. He served on the steering committee with Jim Corbett and with Sir Malcolm Haley, who was the governor of the United Provinces at that time. And he was appointed Conservator of Forests in 1940. He campaigned for the conservation of wildlife and also for better treatment of animals in captivity. In those days, large carnivores like tigers were kept in concrete-based cages, just with bars around them, and the animals would pace around and around and around. And my grandfather, having seen these wonderful wild animals in the wild, he felt it was awful that they should be stuck in that kind of place. He took up photography in England back in 1910, but he came to India with the definite ambition of trying to produce photographs of tigers. He didn't achieve that ambition until 1921. He took up flashlight photography, which was a completely untried method, and he became the pioneer of what today is called camera trapping, but it was much more difficult than modern day camera trapping is today. he would work out, by looking at the pug marks on a pathway, what animals were walking along that path during the day, and he would set up his camera, which was a large quarter plate camera about this size. We actually still have it. And he could only take one photograph per night, whereas the camera traps of today can take moving images and so on, and can be monitored from computers. And he would place the camera next to the path where he thought a tiger might come that night and camouflage it with leaves and branches. He would focus the lens on where he thought the tiger's face would be when it came along, if it came along in the right direction, but it didn't always do so, and he got lots of pictures of the backsides of tigers. The camera would be attached to a battery and a magnesium flash, and he would then leave that complicated contraption and go and sit either in a machan and wait for a big flash, or he would go back to a forest rest house and then come back the following morning and take the camera back to the forest rest house where he had a dark room, and then he would develop the picture, and if he was lucky, it would be a wonderful image of a tiger, but in many cases, of course, it wasn't. He used another type of camera during the daytime, often from the back of his well-trained elephant Balmati, and he persuaded Jim Corbett to take up photography and filming, and taught him about filmmaking and photography. This is the camera that my grandfather used a lot. We still have it today, as I mentioned, and these are the sorts of images that he got. The images were actually published on the front covers of many magazines and journals around the world, and they are quite outstanding when you consider that they were taken 100 years ago. He didn't always get tigers. Sometimes he got leopards. And here is the sloth bear that Sumanta mentioned. As you can see, there are babies on the back of this bear, and this was the first time this behavior had been recorded photographically. And this was his most famous image. It appeared on the front cover of the Illustrated London News and various other magazines around the world. But F.W. Champion was a perfectionist, and he wasn't satisfied with this image. Can any of you imagine why he was not satisfied? Any suggestions from the audience? Sorry? You can't see the stripes? Well, that's a very good suggestion. And in fact, F.W. Champion was the first person to realize that tigers could be identified individually by their stripes, because they all have different patterns. But it wasn't that. The main reason why he was dissatisfied was because you can see the bamboo around the top of the left-hand side of the picture. Originally, at the beginning, when he set up this kind of studio, there was also bamboo on the right-hand side, but before the tiger came along, an elephant appeared and ate the bamboo, but didn't touch the tripwire, so there's no picture of the elephant, but the arch that was supposed to be there is only half there. So he wasn't satisfied with that. So those are the sorts of images that he was getting, and it's quite something really for me as the grandson of the father of wildlife photography in India to hand over to one of India's most eminent current wildlife photographers, and I shall now hand over to you.
Good afternoon. This is most uncomfortable place for me to be here on the stage. So I came to the stage many times, but still very, very uncomfortable. It's better to be in the forest. So many people stage. Well, I have disclaimer also. So I am not an expert nor authority. So whatever I say, it's all came from my experience from the field for last 25 years. And whatever I say is questionable, debatable, and I agree with that. So I will just share whatever I think and what I feel. And it's a tricky subject, so there is a scope of discussion. But primarily, I'm a photographer. I started with, for love, but later evolution happened, and now the greater goal is to connect more and more people with the natural world. so that we can create a lobby in favor of the natural world, because nobody is talking. I mean, they can't talk for themselves, so we need to talk on behalf of them, because that's a need. It's not an emotional situation, it's a need. That is a greater discussion. I will come later, but now, because the topic is here more about tourism and conservation, so I decided to share two of my personal stories where actually I found tourism helped conservation. So this photo is from Spiti. I was into mountaineering. I had a knack for mountain wildlife. So I was looking for snow leopard. That time nothing was done. It is 15 years back. And in Spiti, people had idea that snow leopard was up because snow leopards used to eat their cattle. So local people knew that there's a grey ghost which actually eat their, the sheep and goats. So they never liked the snow leopard that time. So this is, whatever I'm saying, it came from the personal conversation with the local people for last, many years. So I stayed in Spiti for like months, and this is winter, and I photographed snow leopard that time. This was first snow leopard I photographed in end of 2010 or 11. And people got to know that snow leopard can be seen. I mean, it's not like a difficult. And after that, the slowly tourism started. Tourism started, and people believe that we can go there and, can see snow leopard. Then I photographed in Ladakh also, the same thing happened. Steve Winter did some camera trap work this is also a camera trap photo, but Steve Winter did some camera trap work before me, but there was no direct sighting, such direct sighting, which can give some confidence that we can see them directly. So I photographed them in both Ladakh and Spiti, and this is from Kiber. So this is from now 2 years back I went again. So now the situation in Spiti is like more than 200 porters, guide are engaged. Winter tourism started. The perception about the snow leopards changed. Now people never liked snow leopard. Now they feel proud if some snow leopard visit their house. They can say, oh, mera ghar mein aaya tha. So one snow leopard visited our. So this entire thing changed because of, when the tourism started, because it, bring a lot of money. The 30, 40, or more than that, I think the homestays, people started building homestays, and you can see those photographers and nature lovers. They now reach there in the winter. Once upon a time, people never think of to be there in winter because it's like -28, difficult situation. But now people are providing all kind of services, and you can see this. I'm showing this photo particularly because all snow leopards are this side. I mean, it is not even very disturbing situation. It looks disturbing, but it is not like that. They're quite far, and you can see them easily. I mean, almost sure shot sighting now. And now the population in the entire landscape is around 20, 25. So it's a good thing. I mean, it's comfortable situation, and it is really created awareness, and species saved, and the people are also happy. So this is a good situation, and even the woman empowerment happened because they started making things. They're selling stuff to the tourists, which gave them a financial freedom, which is again a great thing. This is the winter Spiti, and last time when I went, I kept a photograph. I don't know, vanished. So where is that photograph? There was a photograph of snow leopard. Oh. Okay, so I just, if it comes, maybe later it will come. I don't know, it's misplaced. So there's a photo actually. When I visited this time, so I found my photo was on the road. It is like welcoming for snow leopard tourists. So I came back there after like 7-8 years and saw that I was so happy that it is helping at least some way. This is an interesting story from Manipur. This is this year's story, very recent. I was looking for Hume's pheasant, which is a very rare and difficult species to see, only found in Manipur, some part of Mizoram, and of course in some part in Southeast Asia, like in Thailand. This village is called Jesami, where I got some news in January that some hunters, they are trying to show the bird. They have a population of Hume's pheasant, a beautiful bird. I never saw. And when I heard that these hunters actually they are trying to show the bird, I thought let's make a film on them so that they stay inspired and they continue this thing. And I visited the place. So this is the, usually they used to hunt the bird. That feather you can see, these are the tail feathers of Hume's pheasant. So I went there in March and spent good time with 7-8 hunters in the forest. They have amazing knowledge. They have their own system. I saw the bird in the night. This is the female Hume's pheasant, and this is the male. And my first sighting, and when I saw that there's a possibilities of seeing the bird, and people are beautiful, I mean, they had fantastic attitude. So I communicated with the village council, and I just proposed them, let's do it, make it a community reserve. And the old concept, I told them that, it's a good idea you guys are doing, that killing a bird just give you 1 kilo of meat, but if we can show the bird, we will have a power to buy 100 kilos of meat, so it's always a better way. They agreed, promptly, in one conversation with the entire villages, they agreed, and we decided to launch it very soon in 5th June, but the Manipur problem happened. I went back to May, but couldn't reach there, so I had a plan to give them camera trap. I wanted to engage all the hunters doing camera traps and other activities so that they can bring back all the information on their own. Because they are well able than us, they know everything, they can read the forest. We are nowhere close to them, understanding the natural history. And finally, we waited. Then finally, this January, this Jesami Hume's Pheasant Community Reserve inaugurated. So this last 22nd January, and this is this is an amazing thing for me because it's like an entire area, and we want people to come there. You are all representative from different tourism sectors, and please go visit the place to see the Hume's pheasant, so these people will remain inspired. So only tourism can do that, and how conservation can be helped by tourism, maybe we can, discuss in our conversation. So I don't want to make it longer now. I would like to give the mic to Sumanto to go forward because we have very little time.
Yeah, very little time.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Riddhima. If any of you have anything to ask, please go ahead. There's, one point I would want to make here, today when you go to most of India's protected areas, or, the more of the popular ones, I'm talking about even the reserve where I live, you have seen Ranthambores and the Kaziranga and all of that. Today, we do have an issue of over-tourism. The term called carrying capacity is something in India we don't often sort of discuss. Yes, it is, it's very, things are very, it's looking good. Species are making a comeback in some cases. The numbers are going up. But I think it's very important to understand that mass tourism can be very detrimental. I've almost started to quote that, the poaching, habitat loss, and mass tourism, you can pretty much put them all in the same category. But having said that, Jim Cobb, F.W. Champion, in one of his writings, had mentioned of how tourism needs to be, and this I think is from the 30s, and he talks about the Ramganga Valley, and there is a chapter of that. Do we have that handy, James?
Yes.
Okay.
This actually is in an article that my grandfather wrote in 1935 about the founding of the Corbett National Park, and he mentions how he thought the wildlife would respond to tourism, which of course hadn't started in that area up till that point. He says, this fine park, one of the first permanent national parks, as distinct from temporary sanctuaries to be established in the East, dates from 1934, when Lord Hailey asked for proposals for the creation of a national park on the lines recommended by the International Wildlife Conference of 1933. the Forest Department chose the famous Partli Dune on the borders of the Ramganga River in Kalagar Forest Division, combined with a portion of hill forest to the south of it, lying partly in Kalagar and partly in Ramnagar Forest Divisions. Thus, an area of about 125 square miles was constituted as a permanent national park under the National Parks Act of 1935. This was a great step forward in the preservation of wildlife in India, and it is to be hoped that in due course, this beautiful area of hill and dale will develop into a permanent refuge for the disappearing wild animals of this country and a quiet resort for visitors who wish to see the splendid wild creatures of India in an undisturbed and natural state. It must always be remembered, however, that it takes a long time to remove the inborn fear of man exhibited by wild animals, and one cannot expect much in the next few years that the park has been in existence. The Cheetal and Sambar are already beginning to respond to the absence of firearms and will allow a motor car to pass quite close, although they still keep their distance from tame elephants and human beings on foot. The tigers, so far, are much the same as they were before, although they are quite often to be seen at a distance in the daytime. In due course, when a new generation of tigers that have never been hunted grows up, it is more than likely that the tigers will carry on their daily life regardless of the presence of human beings in the way that lions are now to be seen doing in the national parks of Africa. And I think that's true. The tigers have now become much less afraid of human beings than they used to be, and certainly at the time of my grandfather, the tigers were being hunted, although the tameness of the tigers is not always something that allows them to be seen, as I discovered in a visit to the Corbett National Park earlier this week, or just last week, when I did 3 safaris and saw none.
Thank you so much, James. And in fact, the area that James was talking about is the fabled and the Dikala zone. That was what FW was talking about, So we'll keep it very short because, lunch is what we want to see next. But I would still, since we have Dhitiman here, just one question of course, how this whole story of how it benefits, sort of wildlife conservation with the involvement of local communities and all. If you could just share some of that story with us, it'd be great. And if anybody has anything to ask, that can happen later. And that's it.
See, biggest problem with conservation is, whatever we do with nature, the impact comes much later. So like if we put our finger in the fire, we will just feel it and we can remove our finger. But whatever wrong things we do, the impacts come much later. So we know it's bad, but we can't realize. So for me, it is like knowing and arriving. These are two different things. Knowing means I know it, and arriving means like you realizing things and reaching there. So that gives a different, views. So that is the problem when we do wrong things. Now, if we tell people to save wildlife, so now when someone will react with something, if there is some bad impact or if there is some kind of good things like some benefits or something, impact we can't show them because it comes later. So only situation we have if we can show some benefit of keeping things. Now benefit tourism is the only available, now, whatever we have available best we have, tourism is one of them where we can actually benefit the people doing conservation. Otherwise, we can't translate this language to the mass. It is very difficult. It is impossible, almost impossible that if you cut a tree, the impact will come some days. How people will know that? So that way, and the country like India, where only 5% area is under protection, so still we have a tremendous biodiversity, like superb biodiversity, and all are outside protected area. Most of them are, huge amount of biodiversity is outside protected area, and that is there because of our cultural protection. The people love it. We have our different cultural belief system, and we keep them. these negative issues are actually less. I travel all over India, like all states, everywhere, most of the places I walked, and people have a space for the wildlife. But this situation where the big country, 1.3 billion people and fragmentations, lot of pressure on different, financial pressures. This, I was discussing that, this renewable energy sources. I mean, the people are always looking for the lands. And those lands, where we think grasslands are wasteland, wetlands are wasteland, we have some possible, like plateaus are wasteland, and we grab the lands for so-called development, where development is non-inclusive here. So we think cutting the forest and making the concrete is the development. Development is always inclusive, and if tourism can bring some benefit, I mean, keeping those things, then I mean, it is an easier way to, to keep the people within the system, with the, the process. So I feel like definitely there are issues. There are issues means, I mean, if there is a road where 5 vehicles can run, and if you are putting 100 vehicles, it's a problem. So naturally, when, I mean, some place is overcrowded, as you said, but that is a problem of the process, like method. I mean, we can definitely work on that. But I feel like wherever the tourism happens, it is good actually. I mean, that is my personal experience.
Yeah. Yes, I'd just like to add to that, in 2019, I went to a very inspiring ecotourism project in Yunnan in southwestern China. There, the local people were trapping birds, either for sale as cage birds or to eat. But some photographers inspired them to set up hides, and now there are community-based hides attracting the birds to come to be photographed by people who are willing to pay money to the local communities to sit in those hides and take photographs of the birds. And since that started, the incidence of bird trapping has declined dramatically, and the local people are now proud of the birds that they have. The only thing that did pose a problem was that COVID arrived, and of course no tourists came for 2 years, and I don't know exactly what happened during that period, but apparently the wildlife-based tourism has now started again, and I found it very inspiring when I visited. Yeah.
Yes, I think the balance is very important, and I think also the issue in many of our reserves is probably, it's not inside the reserves, it's in the periphery, what is outside the protected area, and sometimes with the lack of guideline or implementation of that, I think that issue is there, I suppose. That's what I wanted to, I wanted to mention. But thank you so much, and thank you, Atul.
Can I just say that in 2013 I put together an anthology of my grandfather's writings and photographs called Tripwire for a Tiger, and coincidentally I just have 9 copies left, and if anybody's interested in having a signed copy for a bargain price of 500 rupees, I'll be lurking about somewhere during lunch.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Champion, Mr. Mukherjee, and Mr. Ghosh. Thank you for sharing with us so many insights from the past and the present, and also giving us your inputs on how to create a practical roadmap when it comes to wildlife tourism and conservation in India. Now, we may not be able to hear tigers growl in this room, but I can certainly hear stomachs growling. I know it's time for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a short message, but first, let's get our hands together one more time for our eminent panelists. Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, we have a short message, ladies and gentlemen, from Mr. Darrell Wade. He is the co-founder and chairman of Intrepid Travel, and he could not join us here with us today, but what he has for us is a very special message, and he was very keen that we deliver it to you. So we're now going to take a look at that message, ladies and gentlemen, just before we break for that delicious multi-regional spread at lunch. So just give us a moment. We're going to just clear the tables from the stage, and here comes the message from Mr. Darrell Wade. Just about 10 to 15 seconds more, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for your patience. And let's take a look at that video message from Mr. Darrell Wade, co-founder and chairman, Intrepid Travel.
Chairman and co-founder of Intrepid Travel. Great to be with you here today. Really want to congratulate you all in being in the room, sharing ideas and sharing best practice of responsible tourism in India. It's fantastic to see, and I really, really encourage you in your work. We've been in this space for quite a long time, but like everyone probably in the room, we've still got a lot to learn, and we make mistakes, but we get better as time goes on. And I think that's one of the things about sharing best practice. Let's be better than we were before, and let's really engage with our travelling public, with our community members around us, and let's really have a strong, positive impact on India, but also the world. So look, I just want to wish you the very, very best. I'll be in India in about 4 weeks' time at the SCIF conference. Hopefully I can see some of you there. Every time I come to India, I just love it. Just can't wait to get back. So you're in a great space. Keep up the great work. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasant duty to invite you to lunch. Like I said, it promises to be a delicious multi-regional spread. Please do join us, and we will be back in this room at 2:30 p.m., and that's when we resume the proceedings. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed your lunch and, importantly, catching up with friends, both old and new. Yes? Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my privilege to invite on stage Ms. Shrutika Diwan, Director, Brand and Marketing at Outlook Group, who's going to be joining us here on stage and rendering a few words on this occasion. Let's welcome her on stage with a big round of applause. Ms. Shrutika Diwan, Director, Brand and Marketing, Outlook Group.
Thank you, Aishwarya. I hope you guys have had a great lunch. I know the food was yum. Yes or no? Cool. So I want to talk about something that happened with me yesterday. I was in Jaipur and I was sitting in this IS officer's room. You know, there was this other lady who was sitting with her and talking about her story, her life. She is a boutique hotel owner in a quaint corner somewhere in Rajasthan. Now wait for it. Her number 2 is a person who was illiterate a while ago. So, and today, as currently when we speak, she is maintaining her Google documents, all her spreadsheets. She's maintaining her CRM, and she is actually maintaining all her online bookings, whether it's for domestic travelers or for international travelers. So the point here is, when I was listening to the story, I was totally starstruck. That here, you know, her name is Anju. And here we are, you know, talking about this lady where she's enabled her livelihood. And this owner is, Anju is not the only one. You know, this owner has created a community of such ladies. It was amazing. So today, Outlook Responsible Tourism is heading towards its 10th year. I urge you all to create this platform, to create engagement with this platform wherein our homestay owners, you know, we get a chance to meet a lot of homestay owners, whether it's Arunachal, whether it's Meghalaya, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu. They are hungry. They want to showcase their food. They want to showcase their lives, how they live. They're extremely proud of that fact. So we as stakeholders, and you know, what is special about today is that year on year, we collaborate together. So I urge you that we as these stakeholders should celebrate these people. We should create these heroes amongst us. We should celebrate them. And we've had a great riveting start in the first half. I know there is a huge amount of stuff, interesting stuff that's going to happen in the second half. Looking forward to it. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diwan, for that wonderful message, and also a very powerful one. Ladies and gentlemen, synergy is really the need of the hour amongst all stakeholders. And once again, I thank Ms. Diwan for stressing on that. Now we move on to the afternoon sessions that all of you are waiting for. So Should we now move on to, say, Iceland or Greenland, Copenhagen, Dublin? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me not confuse you any further. Our next speaker is originally from Iceland. He's been the CEO of Visit Greenland, lives in Copenhagen, has traveled from Dublin, and has left his unique mark in many other countries. I'm very pleased to introduce him to you. Mr. Jortur Smarrason, founder and lead strategist, Saltworks, is an expert in place branding and destination development and a communications strategist. He has worked for cities, regions, and countries across the world on their communications, branding, future visions, and strategies. Mr. Smarrason is the former CEO of Visit Greenland, where he was leading the development of adventure travel and sustainable tourism in one of the most remote and challenging destinations in the world. He has followed and been a part of the development of Iceland from a country in crisis into a tourism hotspot, and he has worked with places in distress on their crisis communications, including Iceland, Nepal, after the earthquakes of 2015, Greenland during and after COVID, countries in Africa, and the Middle East, and is currently an advisor to the government of Ukraine on tourism recovery strategies. Mr. Jortur Smarrason has developed leadership training and astronaut field training expeditions in collaboration with scientists and astronauts from NASA. As a speaker, he shares insights on powerful storytelling, crisis management, sustainability, and the lessons of space travel for Earth. His insatiable curiosity, love for travel, and dedication to new perspectives define his personal and professional life. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Jortur Smarrason. He's going to be speaking on adapting to a changing world, climate sustainability, and destination management. And there he is with us. Let me invite you, sir, Mr. Jortur Smarrason.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this presentation. Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here. This is my first time in India. Before I go any further, is this the clicker? Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm going to start by reading something for you. People were dying faster than ever. There was no coolness to be had. All the children were dead. All the old people were dead. People murmured what should have been screams of grief. Those who could still move shoved bodies out of the lake or out toward the middle where they floated like logs or sank. The night passed. Only the very brightest stars were visible, blurs swimming ahead. A moonless night, satellites passing overhead, east to west, west to east, even once north to south. People were watching. They knew what was happening. They knew, but they didn't act, couldn't act, didn't act. Nothing to do, nothing to say. Many years passed Frank that night. Possibly he would drown here. The thought caused him to exert himself. He dug his elbows in, raised himself up. His limbs were like cooked spaghetti draping his bones, but his bones moved of their own accord. He sat up. The air was still hotter than the water. He watched sunlight strike the tops of the trees on the other side of the lake. It looked like they were bursting into flame. Balancing his head carefully on his spine, he surveyed the scene. Everyone was dead. Sorry to start with something so dark straight after lunch. This is a dystopian scenario from a book called The Ministry for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson. It describes a heat wave, a horrible event in India in the near future. 20 million people die in that heat wave. Science fiction, thankfully, and let's hope we manage to keep it that way. Even though this may sound very dystopian and dark, this is actually a book of hope. Because this event sparks a series of other events. It's the kick that the world needs to act. And India takes the lead in doing something about climate change in that book. So you might want to check it out. So my name is Hjörtur Smárason. I don't need to do any more introduction. I think you got fine enough introduction before, so I won't say anything. But I was the CEO of Visit Greenland, and I lived in Nuuk, the capital of Greenland. And Greenland, I mean, we have this goal that the world needs to stay preferably at 1.5 degrees increase of temperatures. Because worst case scenario, we reach 3 degrees. Now, Greenland has already surpassed 3 degrees in temperature rise, with consequences that mean the ice is melting, the glacier is melting, the sea ice is disappearing. And that may sound like a good thing, but the sea ice is like the highway for the people. There are no roads in Greenland, so when you need to move from one village to the next, the frozen sea is the best way to do so. And when it's not frozen or not frozen enough, you can't travel. In the last 40 years, from 1979 to 2022, we can see how the sea ice on the North Pole has diminished. It has retreated. If we look at the map, you can see that in 79, the sea ice reached all the way down here. Now it's up here. The difference is 900 kilometers. It's about the same as if in 1979 the sea ice was in Delhi, but now it had retreated and melted up north, and it would be further north than the Himalayas, than Tibet. It would be somewhere in Xinjiang in West China. And we know this is often referred to as the third pole, that it's melting as well and it's having its consequences. And that's something we need to worry about. These are events that are happening all over the world. I was in Morocco last week. That was before I went to Copenhagen and Dublin and all that. And on Wednesday, we were on the beach, and the temperature was 32 degrees. At this time of the year, it's usually 10 to 15 degrees. 32 degrees, which was nice at the moment, but putting it into context, it wasn't that nice. Also, a couple of days ago, the most extreme temperature difference in one country in the same day was recorded. I don't know if you saw the news of that. Do you know how big the difference was? Raise your hand. 50.3 degrees. 70.3 degrees. That's huge. 70 degrees difference. Or 90.3 degrees. There are no hands anywhere. You all think it was more? Less? 90.3 degrees. Difference in one country in the same day. That was Tuesday, I believe. In China. So, in Xinjiang, in West China, the temperature went down to minus 52.3 degrees. Extreme cold wave hitting them. While at the same time, something that also hit India, the temperatures went up to 38 degrees in Badu, in southern China. So temperature difference of 90.3 degrees. So we are facing a challenge, we are seeing the consequences, and we are forced to adapt. In Greenland, as I mentioned, when the sea ice is disappearing, you cannot travel on the ice, you cannot hunt either. Many of the people living in the villages in Greenland are still hunters, and they live from catching sea mammals, and they do that where you can go and on the ice, you make holes in the ice, and that's where you catch them. So their way of living is being threatened. You see the sled dogs, and they used to be 35,000 in 1990. Now there are only 15,000 left. A culture and an animal that's going to disappear if nothing happens. So what can be done? What can be changed? How can we adapt? Tourism was one of the things we were looking at. How can we use tourism to help the communities to find a new way of making a living? It makes most sense that we focus on sustainable tourism, which is what we did. we asked ourselves some important questions. First of all, okay, why? Question number one, why? Why do we want tourism? Well, economic development, that's usually the answer. We want to create jobs, we want to create, bring in more money, and we need to ask ourselves also, well, that's good, but jobs for whom? Money for whom? Who is going to benefit from this? We need to make sure that those who benefit are the local people. Those who benefit are the local communities. Because otherwise, we are just exploiting communities that are already pressed. We need to make sure that we don't do that. Now, very often, people focus on tourism development, they're focusing on the numbers. How many people are coming? How many people came last year? How many people can we get next year? And this is because this is so easy to measure. But it's the wrong measurement. We shouldn't be counting heads. Because we could get 2 million extra tourists, but if they only stay for the day and they don't leave any money, or if they spend all their money with international companies and they go back to the US or the UK, what's the good of that? So part of our strategy was not to get too many tourists. So at the same time as we were marketing Greenland as a sustainable destination, we were thinking, okay, how can we also build our marketing in such a way that we keep certain people out? Because we don't want them. Not because we don't like them, but we just don't think they're the right fit for what we have to offer. This goes both in terms of where they spend the money, but Greenland is also a very challenging destination. It is cold, it is difficult. You're going to get delays on flights that might even last days. So it is quite extreme and rough. And that is a fantastic adventure if you love that. I love that, that's why I lived there. But not all people like that. Many people want to see that, but travel in luxury. And that's maybe more of a challenge. So, what do we do and how do we do it? We create a video to get everyone together.
Dad, my father, he taught me to hunt, to read the landscape, to understand the nature, to talk to the dogs, to adapt to the extreme climate. But things are changing. The animals are migrating. The glacier is melting. The ice is not secure anymore. Times are changing, and yet again, we need to start a journey into the unknown, a journey of adaptation. Adaptation not to an extreme climate, but to extreme changes to the climate and to extreme changes in technology. We are on a journey into the unknown when it comes to the Arctic climate, a journey where a certain skill set is needed. Just like the generations before me led the journeys that helped us across the Arctic, reach the North Pole, and understand the role of the Arctic in the global ecosystem. Greenland is now again leading the journey of understanding. A journey back in time through thousands of frozen years. A journey into the future where the effects of climate change can already be seen. After all, we are the ones with the expertise in Arctic weather and Arctic conditions, and the expertise in traveling in the Arctic. You see, we are embarking on another journey. A journey into the future of tourism where we want to become a leading destination in sustainable tourism. A destination where we see tourism as a powerful tool for economic development in the rural areas of Greenland. Tourism that benefits both the visitor and the host. Tourism that creates and economic foundation for the continued practices of traditional handcraft and knowledge, and relevance of the same into the future. Tourism that has adapted to the environment and local communities. And we have reserved a seat for our special companions on this journey, a seat for you. Join us.
So while the Greenlanders are experts in adapting to extreme climates, they have a new challenge to adapt to. And it's a shared challenge that we all have. So the big question is, how are we adapting? How are you adapting? So we know the climate is changing. We've seen that. We've felt that. It used to be just in the Arctic that you felt that 25, 30 years ago. I thought it was ridiculous when people were saying, no, there is no climate change, and what are you talking about? It's nonsense, especially in North America. And I was like, I'm watching the glaciers disappear in front of my eyes. Come to the Arctic and see it for yourself. Now everyone is feeling it no matter where in the world you are. But it's not just the climate that's changing, it's also behavior. Because people are more aware now. They choose differently. The young people, the young generation, they think differently. They have other values, and they therefore make other choices. And in most cases, better choices than the older generations. So that's to be applauded. But it also means that we need to adapt our businesses. How do we accommodate that? How do we meet them? How do we create new products? And it's our role now to do so. This is a picture from an event in Iceland where the first glacier was declared dead, disappeared. So it's like a funeral in a way, marking that event. And an Icelandic writer, Andris Nær Magnason, he wrote this plaque that's on the rock here. He wrote a letter to the future. It's very short. It's shorter than what I read earlier, so I'll read it. Ok, which is the name of the glacier, is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. In the next 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know if we did it. Because we all know what needs to be done, and our children will judge us based on if we did anything or not. Now, if we do not change and adapt, we might be forced to do so. This is a picture from an airport in the Netherlands, Schiphol, where activists were stopping private jets, blocking the airport. We are seeing a lot of this in Europe, but we're also starting to see it elsewhere. Even in Japan, we are seeing protests, climate protests. Maybe we should be ahead of that wave so we won't be forced to do something in a way that doesn't make sense. And there is a lot of options. In Greenland, there's a local air carrier, Air Greenland, and as I mentioned before, there are no roads, and it's a very big island. It's 2.1 million square kilometers. That's like 2/3 of India, and there are only 56,000 people living there. 56,000, that's a tiny fraction. That's like 2 streets in Delhi or something like that, spread over all that region. And the only way to travel is by boat in the summertime, by dog sled or snowmobile in the winter if the sea is frozen, or you fly. And as a tourist, you have to fly. Which is, of course, a bit of an oxymoron when we think about sustainability and sustainable tourism. But Air Greenland, they are making an effort. So they are flying 5% SAF, which is sustainable aviation fuel, which is one of the solutions that's now available. So there are things that we can do. If we look at prognosis, this is what the IATA sees for the future of travel, and sees it as aviation travel primarily, doubling until the year 2040. But will it happen that way? Because if behavior is changing, we might be seeing some new trends changing that. This is actually the development of electric vehicles in Norway. If we look at 2007-8, they didn't even exist. But with the right efforts and initiatives in Norway, that has changed drastically. So at the beginning of last year, the part of electric vehicles of new registered cars in Norway was 84%. So things can change fast. And we need to think about it when we're thinking about change. How do we create that change, and what is our role? Now, you work with sustainable tourism, and that's why you're here. And we all play a role. So as a tourism company, what is our responsibility and what can we do? How much control do we have over our own supply chain? And how can we influence that? How much responsibility do we leave to the government? How much responsibility do we leave to the end customer? So these are the things we need to think about. These are the things that we need to ask ourselves, what is it that we do to encourage that change, to create that movement? Because you are the leaders, you are the change makers, you are the ones who create the future. And while it can be quite depressing to look at what's happening with climate change and the events there, it can be equally inspiring to look at the initiatives that are happening, both in technology that we're seeing, but also the things that you are doing here, the things that many other companies are doing around the world, those who are really leading the change. And if we allow ourselves to think out of the box, we can come up with fantastic solutions. That's one of the fantastic things about humanity. When we put our minds together, we can really create something new and we can change things. This is maybe aviation of the future. It's a giant airship. There's a French company that's planning to offer trips to the North Pole where it takes 2 days to fly there and back, but it's all fully sustainable. And you live in nice luxury quarters and you have a view over the sea ice. SpaceX, we see space tourism already today. So if we allow us to think big, we've had some fantastic inspiration earlier today about thinking big and doing the impossible. We have quite a few examples of doing the impossible. And, well, when it comes to India, you have more brain power than pretty much anyone else in the nation. And you already shown what can be done. If we think about space travel, one of the things that really inspires me about that is the perspective that people talk about that have gone to space. When you see our planet from the outside, and when you realize that there are no borders, that the globe is just one ecosystem, that this thin blue line around the planet is the only place where we can live in the entire universe. And we start to think like astronauts. What is the life support system that we have on Earth? How do we take care of our oxygen? How do we take care of our water supplies? How do we take care of our food supplies? How do we solve conflict? If we would do it more like we do on a spaceship, I think we would fare better on our own spaceship, Earth. Now, I'm going to finish this off with an inspiring photo you might recognize. This is the lunar lander from the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. So this is the Indian probe that landed on the moon. So you've shown what can be done. And the future belongs to those who have the courage to create it. You are the ones in lead today. In the back, we have the leaders of the future. So good luck, and thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for shining a spotlight on our ever-evolving world and making a compelling case on how we need to pivot and persist and how we can adapt and lead the change. That was truly thought-provoking. Let's have another huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Smarson. And ladies and gentlemen, do you think there is a science that can be applied to travel to make it more sustainable? Can we seamlessly connect the left and right sides of our brains to reduce our carbon footprint? To answer all of these questions, we are really pleased to introduce Ms. Milena S. Nikolova, PhD, founder of Behavior Smart, who has traveled all the way from Sofia, Bulgaria, to be with us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, yes, let's hear it for her. Now, Ms. Milena Nikolova is a leading expert in applying insights about human behavior to solutions in sustainability and travel. Her passion is in exploring ways in which behavior-smart tactics can enhance the positive impacts of travel for people, companies, and places. She looks at new traveler consumption patterns, making sustainability effortless and non-negotiable, and making travel impactful for people and places. And she's also the author of the first book that explores the potential of applying knowledge from behavioral sciences to strategic issues in the travel industry. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would urge you to please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause Ms. Milena Nikolova, speaking on decoding and reshaping consumer behavior. There she is.
Press the green button, right? Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And a big thank you for making me part of one of the most inspiring experiences I've been to. India has always held a very special place in my heart. I was very, very little when my father made his first trip to India. And I have some of the most distinct memories from the stories that he told. It was just 2 years ago when I first came to India. And now I'm so excited to be back, and hopefully to add values to some of the fantastic initiatives, ideas that you have shared today. I'm going home with so much inspiration and so many stories that I will use in my talks. So, what I'm going to talk to you about is human behavior. And several of the speeches we already heard today alluded to the fact that there's a treasure in going back to human and really looking at what we know about the human heart and the human mind. And what I would like to do is actually build on that and hopefully convince you that not only there's a treasure there, but there's actually a great opportunity to take that knowledge and help us achieve some of the inspiring ideas that we have and some of the inevitable transitions that we need to be making in order to allow the world to continue traveling, exploring, and having phenomenal experiences when visiting India and the many other wonderful places around the world, but at the same time doing it in a way that enhances places and leaves them better, not worse before that. So, travel is about people. It's about connecting people to other people and connecting people to other places. It is at the core of why we embark on a journey. We travel in order to connect through our senses to the local stories, to the local people, to the local taste, the local smells, the local sounds. What we know about human behavior and what happens in our hearts and minds when we travel is used in smart ways to enhance experiences. What we know about human psychology helps us understand why the way or the sequence of episodes during a journey can matter to the emotional makeup and the memories that we take home. What we know about human behavior helps us know that the biggest asset that experiences create are the memories that we take home, that we relive, and that we retell and reshare with our friends. Now, human psychology gives us enough insights to actually do design improvements of travel experiences that power, that value, the memories even more. So we know that designing and delivering experiences that contain peak moments can be one of the most powerful ways to ensure that the memories that visitors coming here will take home and that they will stay longer than from experiences that they have generated elsewhere. We also know from human psychology that what happens at the end of an experience can be more powerful than many of the things that happen during the experience, because it will stay longer in people's memory. We also know that some of the stories they talk about after the experience is even over can modify what they remember about the experience. It can make that experience more precious. So, in essence, giving people the opportunity to tell more stories actually makes that experience more valuable for them. It keeps it longer in their mind. So, what we know about human nature allows us to make travel and to make travel experiences more valuable, more impactful for the traveler, for the human being. Now, I want to build on that. Travel is fantastic. It creates memories, it creates experiences that serve as basis for stories and connecting people and people to places. But we also have a challenge. As travel opportunities or the opportunities to travel are growing, the footprint that this produces, as we just noted, is growing beyond the limits of what we can handle. Now, this, of course, is not new. We've known that for some time. The challenge is that we have been trying to bring sustainability into the way that we do travel, but somehow it hasn't worked. We all know that we need to transition to models of operating the industry that support the growth that is happening and that we know is part of the wonderful democratization of the travel industry. But at the same time, somehow, our ability to make sustainability part of the way that we do tourism has escaped us. So it still remains elusive. So my proposition to you is that the same way that we use insights about human psychology to make travel more powerful, to make experiences more memory worth, and to keep the stories and the emotions in people's minds and hearts longer, can actually help us to make sustainability part of the norm, part of the way we travel, part of the way we do business when we welcome guests, and really to support growth while also making sure that travel enhances our places rather than damage them. Part of using human psychology when we think about travel and making it better is to understand why sustainability is so difficult. So I'm going to start with a few words about what behavioral science tells us about travelers' mind and their heart, and how that explains why sustainability has been so elusive for us. The first thing we need to know is that when they embark on a journey, travelers release controls. So think about it, the same way that when you go on your holiday, you are probably not sticking to the strict healthy diet that you are sticking to when you're at home and you have your daily routine. The same way that you might skip your morning run or your morning exercise because you're on holiday, the same ways we really release other controls, including responsible decision-making. So even if at home we're very diligent about making sure that we don't waste any food, or we don't use any single-use plastic bottles and bags and so on, when we travel, we actually release those controls. There's scientific studies that prove that even people who are extremely diligent about sustainability practices at home would not take them and repeat these habits when they're on holiday unless it's made super easy and almost automated for them. So when we travel, we release controls. By design, we set ourselves in a mindset and mode of behavior that is based on leaving worries behind. So even as we see, what Hjortur mentioned, an increased level of awareness across societies that the climate crisis is here, there is a sustainability crisis, people might worry about it and be proactive in daily life. But when they go on holiday, they really crave leaving worries behind. And as we see people in a mode of behavior which is associated with relaxation, enjoyment, where all their psychological resources are devoted to maximizing the experience, to creating more memories that they're going to take home, to capturing most of the wealth of the destination through all of their senses, we ask them for hardship, responsibility, or sacrifice. Yes, of course, in the context of the potential future that we're looking at, it certainly feels as something that we are obliged to do. But also, if we accept the mindset and the mode of thinking and feeling that travelers are in, it really feels like a sacrifice, and very often, they're simply not ready to do it. So what happens is that the way that we have approaching sustainability so far has fueled what we refer to as the intention-action gap. More and more people intend to be responsible, they want to be responsible, and when they're asked, they recognize that it's important to be making responsible choices. But when they travel, this precious time of the year, when you are not working, you're enjoying time with your close ones, you are enjoying being in a different place, being relaxed, reconnecting with nature, culture, learning something new, this is when you actually do not want to prioritize being responsible. So while you say that, yes, you think this is important and you think everybody should do it, you actually do not do it during your precious holiday. So this is what we know about human behavior or about traveler mindset from behavioral science, and what explains why the way that we have been approaching sustainability has fueled that intention-action gap, which now is the talk of our industry. What can we do about it? Well, I wouldn't be here if I didn't have a proposed answer to that question. So the same way that we use insights from behavioral sciences to understand why it has been so difficult for sustainability to work and why the approaches that we have used so far are not as effective as we have hoped, there are ways to put that knowledge to work in a way that helps us to actually make sustainability more likely or non-negotiable. So, in essence, what we have been doing so far is trying to present sustainability in a way that feels to the traveler and their behavioral mode as if they're swimming or trying to swim upstream in a river with a very, very strong current. But if we actually use the insights that behavioral science has already generated, we can actually weave in sustainability in a way that makes the traveler feel as if it's going with the flow. So staying with the same river analogy, I just want to illustrate what I mean here. In general, behavior and many of the decisions that we end up making when we are traveling, when we are talking about an experience that extends over a longer period of time, over several days, we are making multitude of choices. And many of these choices are steered by the way that the choice sets are designed, by the way that decisions are presented to us. So it's almost like a riverbed. So if the riverbed goes a little bit to the right, then the water will go a little bit to the right. If there's a certain section of the river where the riverbed spreads, the water will slow down and take longer to go through that section. Behavior human behavior is very much the same way. So there's two key principles that we can use in order to make sustainable behavior flow the same way that it flows in a riverbed. The first one is to make sustainability effortless, to make it easy, to make it feel as if it's going with the flow. And then the second is actually, wherever that's possible, is to make sustainability enjoyable, to make it exciting, to make travelers opt for it, not because it's the right thing to do, but because it's part of the memory creation. So, how can we do that? I'm going to give you just a few very simple illustrations to just mark the practicality of the way that these principles can be executed. Even though there are thousands of ways, I'll just refer to several of them. So, one of the easiest samples or examples to give is towel changing. People do not really think that much about decisions such as towel changing or whether they're going to drink water from a plastic bottle or a glass bottle. So what we know from behavioral science is that when people are faced with a relatively insignificant choice, such as whether I'm going to reuse tonight the same towel that I used last night, or I'm going to use a new one, the majority of the people will go with whatever is set as the default option. Because when I am visiting here, I have much better things to worry about that relate to having a more powerful experience and having more to tell my children and my husband when I go home. So in that sense, I don't spend any of my psychological resources thinking about things that I don't really have to think about and that are not going to matter for my experiences, such as towel changing. So just changing default options can be extremely powerful in that case. So simply, instead of asking people to decide whether they want to hang their towel or take some certain action, when this is not a decision that's not important for them, change default options. By default, we don't change towels. If you really insist on a change, of course, we will immediately respond. Just by flipping default options, you essentially move the majority from not reusing their towels to reusing their towels. Now, of course, this is a very small example, although many of you who are in the hospitality industry know that washing is actually a bigger spender of water than the showers of your guests, for example. But there's also tons of such choices that travelers make on their journey that they don't really care about, but that they end up leaving a footprint on our destination and our business. So, changing default options for decisions that are not as important and involving for travelers is extremely, extremely powerful. This builds on the wonderful talk that we heard this morning from Chef Thomas, and just marks the endless opportunities that are out there with encouraging travelers to spend more on local food. Every destination wants to see increase in local spending, and specifically on local food, because it's not only a way to channel more spend and more economic benefits to local producers, to farmers, and so on. It's also environmentally more sustainable. You have a lower carbon footprint because you rely less on imported products. And you also align with seasonality. So making it, in many cases, encouraging that demand for local options is a matter of presenting it as a super exciting, enjoyable part of the experience, just as we heard several examples this morning, and enabling guests to choose and opt for that, not because it's the right thing to do, but because they feel that this is going to be part of the memories they're going to be coming back to with their stories after that. It's sometimes just a matter of making it very easy. If I'm coming here, I very often don't go for a local option, simply because I don't know what's in season, what's local, and very often because I actually don't know what certain names mean, or I don't know how to pronounce them. you would be surprised how many people do not order something local simply because they don't know how to. So doing small things in the way that you present the local option, in the way that you recommend it, that makes it very easy for people to opt for that and to choose it, to say it, can really make a big difference. It's not effort intensive, it doesn't require a huge investment, it can make a big difference because it basically lowers a barrier that keeps the riverbed in the right direction. The same goes for low footprint experiences. If we want travelers to engage in activities and experiences which enhance what they're going to take home in their hearts and minds, but doesn't leave any footprint on our nature, then we need to make sure that we describe these experiences in an emotional, exciting, fun way, so that people want to engage in them because they can't imagine leaving India without doing that, not because it's the way to avoid some of the tragic scenarios that might be ahead of us. Similarly, making sustainable choices fun, but non-negotiable. So all of us here are now not thinking about plastic bottles simply because the way that the context is set up presents us with the easy way of just pouring water from glass bottles. The same thing can be scaled and multiplied across different businesses in the industry, across destinations. What if we make sure that everybody arriving to India or any of the regional destinations has a water bottle with them and knows where to refill that water bottle? And not only do they have that, which will make it super easy for them to engage in the right behavior, what if these water bottles are colorful and exciting and locally crafted, and they actually carry the spirit and the style of the rich local culture? Then we are also adding fun, but in essence, incorporating the sustainable choice in the design and making it non-negotiable. The traveler does not have the say. You have the say as to whether you want to see more waste or negative footprint on your place. So you can just do it in a way that supports the riverbed, but still keeps the memories and the experiences going. Similarly, if we don't want to see further waste, what if all hotels and homestays present guests the same way that they provide other accessories or presents with a shopping bag they can use while they're around to buy the arts and crafts and souvenirs they're going to take home, and then to leave that. And that way, we present that single-use packaging and bags are just not the norm here, and we make it very easy for travelers to do that. So there are thousands of examples of such small tweaks that we can do to support the riverbed going in the right direction, while not in any way damaging the memories and the experience that travelers will take home. In fact, in many cases, we have the opportunity to enhance them further, as the examples with food, for example, illustrated. And in addition to these being relatively easy steps that can make a big difference, there's something else very powerful that's happening here. When we begin introducing such tweaks in the design of the experience in order to make it easy and fun for travelers to travel in a sustainable manner, we're changing the norm of behavior. We're making sustainability part of the design. And because we are providing the riverbed for sustainable behavior, this then becomes much less about making sure that you're attracting the right traveler, and much more about creating the riverbed for most travelers to be the right travelers. So I hope that I have sparked your interest in borrowing from the knowledge that behavioral science has generated to utilize that and really make sustainability the way that we do business, and the way that can leave a deeper mark in people's hearts and minds, but not on our culture, not on our nature, and not on our places. Behavior can change, and travel can be sustainable. Thank you so much, and I hope that I've shared something exciting for you to take home.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to extend my gratitude now to Ms. Nikolova. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing some amazing examples of how applied behavior smart tactics can actually make travel truly sustainable and make most travelers the right travelers. And speaking of travel, I must also tell you that Ms. Nikolova, Gregana, and Mr. Yurtur, they took a tuk-tuk ride yesterday, and they also ate street food. So a round of applause for them on being so daring. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege now to invite on stage Dr. Manoj K. Singh, Director, Skill Development, Madhya Pradesh Tourism. Let's welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Singh.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। आउटलुक के इस प्रोग्राम में सभी साथियों को मेरा नमस्कार। और आउटलुक को सबसे पहले मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ कि इतने अच्छे कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया इन्होंने यहाँ पे और हम लोगों को बुला करके इसमें बोलने का मौका दिया है। रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म मिशन मध्य प्रदेश की शुरुआत 2019 में आउटलुक के ही इसी प्रोग्राम से हम लोगों ने किया था। उस समय इंद्रनील जी यहाँ पे थे और हम लोगों ने उसको यहाँ पे लॉन्च किया था। केरला से इंस्पायर होकर के मध्य प्रदेश ने इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की है। उसमें छोटे छोटे से प्रयास हुए हैं और आज करीब 3 साल के बाद 4 साल के बाद ये मौका मिला है। बीच में कोविड का भी टाइम था कि हम आपको ये बता पाएँ कि क्या हुआ है। मैं बहुत जल्दी और बहुत ही मतलब थोड़े से समय में आपको बताने की कोशिश करूँगा। नेक्स्ट कर दीजिए। तो मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज़्म बोर्ड ने ये कोशिश की है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज़्म के माध्यम से हम सस्टेनेबल गोल्स को अचीव करें और हम अपनी कोर वैल्यू को बनाए रखते हुए कम्युनिटी बेस्ड टूरिज़्म को डेवलप करें, जिसमें डिमांड ड्रिवन है। कम्युनिटी की डिमांड से ही उस गांव में या उस जगह पर टूरिज़्म शुरू किया जाए और कम्युनिटी के द्वारा ही उसका संचालन किया जाए। कम्युनिटी के द्वारा ही उसके लिए सारे की सारी व्यवस्थाएं या संरचनाओं को निर्मित किया जाए। और इस प्रकार से रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज़्म को जो कोर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बनाए गए थे या कोर काम के लिए बनाया गया था, उसमें ये ध्यान रखा गया था कि कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट और कल्चरल प्रोटेक्शन के साथ साथ में आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट प्रमोशन, कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, इन सारे कंपोनेंट्स को लेकर के उसमें काम करना था। आइडिया ये था कि इनका उद्देश्य और कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करने के लिए हम कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाएंगे और उन प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर के हम इसको इन उद्देश्यों को पूरा करेंगे। मध्य प्रदेश एक मतलब बहुत अलग अलग कल्चरल जोन्स के अलग अलग जोन्स हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि ग्वालियर चंबल जोन है, बघेलखंड है, मालवा है, बुंदेलखंड है और निमाड़ और महाकौशल हैं, जो अपनी अपनी संस्कृतियों के लिए सारे जोन्स अलग अलग हैं। तो ये 6 कल्चरल जोन्स हैं जिनकी अलग अलग संस्कृतियाँ हैं। इन संस्कृतियों को ही ध्यान में रख करके, इन संस्कृतियों के अनुभव आधारित पर्यटन को ध्यान में रख करके इस पर्यटन की स्थापना की गई और बाद में रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज़्म मिशन के अंतर्गत उन प्रोजेक्ट को बनाया गया। कहने का मतलब यह है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज़्म मिशन की जो सारी स्ट्रेटजी थी वो पूरे प्रदेश के लिए एक ना बनाई जा करके इस तरह से 6 कल्चरल जोन में डिवाइड करके उसको बनाया गया। इनको रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज़्म मिशन को करने के लिए हम लोगों ने रूरल टूरिज़्म और ट्राइबल टूरिज़्म के प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाए। क्लीन डेस्टिनेशन और ग्रीन डेस्टिनेशन के नाम से सॉलिड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के प्रोजेक्ट बनाए। रिस्पॉन्सिबल सोवेनियर प्रोजेक्ट है, इसके बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा आगे आपको बताऊंगा। सेफ टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन फॉर वीमेन है, प्रोजेक्ट हम सफ़र है, और होम स्टे डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैं। तो रूरल एंड ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट में मध्य प्रदेश के 100 डेस्टिनेशंस को, 100 विलेज को सेलेक्ट किया गया है और 100 विलेज में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें कि 30 विलेज में काम हो चुका है। उसमें टारगेट ये है कि हम 10,000 से अधिक लोगों को उसमें लाभान्वित करेंगे। ग्रास रूट लेवल पे हमारे पार्टनर एनजीओ हैं। हमने वहाँ पर प्रोजेक्ट सपोर्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के नाम पर एनजीओज़ को सेलेक्ट किया है और इंस्टीट्यूशंस को सेलेक्ट किया है जो लोग इस क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं। और टेक्निकल सपोर्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए हमने आर्किटेक्ट इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी को हमने सेलेक्ट किया है। अभी जैसा संदीप जी बता रहे थे, हुनरसला हमारे लिए यहाँ पर पार्टनर है, जो हमारे सभी गाँव में, लगभग गाँव में हुनरसला के साथ हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। वहाँ पर बायो में एक और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो बेंगलोर बेस्ड है, वो लोग हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं। और अभी एक और नई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन साई कंसल्टेंट करके आई है, वो तीनों लोग वर्नाकुलर आर्किटेक्चर पे हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार से आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट पे अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो काम कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा हम लोग ये 6 हमारे कंपोनेंट हैं जो हम लोग हर विलेज में इन कंपोनेंट्स पे काम कर रहे हैं। लोकल एक्सकर्शंस है, लोकल के पास में जो हमारे स्टे विलेज हैं और पास में एक्टिविटी विलेज हैं या स्टे विलेज हैं, वहाँ पर लोकल एक्सकर्शन है। कन्वीनियंट स्टे गांव में डेवलप कर रहे हैं। स्किल के प्रोग्राम्स वहाँ पर चलाते हैं। आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट का प्रमोशन है, कल्चरल एक्सपीरियंस है, और लोकल कुजिन को प्रमोट करने के लिए कम्युनिटी डाइनिंग और कम्युनिटी किचन जैसे कॉन्सेप्ट्स को लेके आए। कुछ इसको ध्यान में रख करके एक्टिविटी पैकेज बनाए गए हैं। वर्तमान समय प्रेजेंट टाइम पे 30 विलेज, हमारे 30 विलेज जो हैं वो रेडी हैं, जो अभी वहाँ पर टूरिस्ट आकर के रुकना शुरू हो गए हैं। और उनके एक्सपीरियंस को देख करके, उनके चीज़ों को देख करके हम लोग अपने पॉलिसीज़ में भी चेंज कर रहे हैं और अपने काम को भी चेंज कर रहे हैं। सेफ टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन फॉर वीमेन एक बड़ा ही एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट है मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज्म बोर्ड का, जिसमें महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए, ग्रुप वीमेन ट्रेवलर्स के लिए और सोलो वीमेन ट्रेवलर्स के लिए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। इसमें सेल्फ डिफेंस की ट्रेनिंग, वीमेन वर्क फोर्स को टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन पर बढ़ाना जैसे काम इसमें किए जा रहे हैं। और इस समय लगभग हम सभी पार्क में वीमेन गाइड्स डेवलप किए हैं, वीमेन टैक्सी ड्राइवर्स, वीमेन होम स्टे ऑनर्स, और इस तरह की तमाम चीज़ें डेवलप हो चुकी हैं और वो मध्य प्रदेश में अब आपको आगे सब चीज़ें देखने को भी मिलेंगी। रिस्पॉन्सिबल सोवेनियर प्रोजेक्ट है जो लोकल मोटिव्स को ध्यान में रख करके किया गया है। यहाँ पर लोकल कम्युनिटी के द्वारा बनाया जा रहा सामान लोकल मोटिव्स पे बेस्ड है और इको फ्रेंडली प्रोडक्ट हैं और इको फ्रेंडली पैकिंग भी है उसकी। इस तरह से हम वहाँ पे लोकल जो क्राफ्ट अभी प्रेजेंट समय में जो क्राफ्ट वहाँ पे है उसके साथ में डिज़ाइन, कलर और कॉम्बिनेशंस को लेकर के काम करते हैं, साइज को लेकर काम करते हैं। और इसमें हम जो है अपने टेक्निकल सपोर्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का सिलेक्शन करते हैं और वो लोग गांव में जाकर कम्युनिटी के लेवल पे काम करते हैं। इसमें 80% जो प्रॉफिट है वो कम्युनिटी को जाता है और मोर देन 90% इसमें महिलाएं काम कर रही हैं। इसी तरह से एक होम स्टे डेवलपमेंट का प्रोग्राम है जो ऑलरेडी पहले से केरला, हिमाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड में हम लोग देख रहे थे कि हो रहा था। इसके लिए हम लोगों ने बहुत सारी जगह विज़िट भी किया है। मल्लिका जी यहाँ पे हैं, मैं उनके यहाँ भी गया था, गुजरात में भी हम लोग गए थे और हमारी टीम जाकर के विज़िट की है। और बहुत सारी जगहों से, बहुत सारे स्टेट से सीखने के बाद में मध्य प्रदेश में होम स्टे डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम हम लोगों ने शुरू किया। वर्तमान समय में 300 से अधिक स्टैंडर्ड होम स्टे मध्य प्रदेश के विभिन्न शहरों में और टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन पर रजिस्टर्ड किए हैं, जो कम्युनिटी के साथ डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म का प्रोग्राम है। इसी तरीके से क्लीन डेस्टिनेशन प्रोजेक्ट में डेस्टिनेशन को क्लीन करना, डेस्टिनेशन के सराउंडिंग्स में विलेज का सिलेक्शन करना और वहाँ पर डेस्टिनेशन, क्लीन डेस्टिनेशन की और ग्रीन डेस्टिनेशन की एक्टिविटीज़ का संचालन करना, ये वाला काम किया जा रहा है। ये मंडला का फ़ोटो है जहाँ पर हम लोगों ने कोको कोला के साथ में मिलकर के साहस संस्था ने यहाँ पे काम किया, काम अभी कर रही है। प्रोजेक्ट हम सफ़र जो है वो मध्य प्रदेश के मॉन्यूमेंट्स को और होटल्स को डिसेबल्ड के लिए फ्रेंडली बनाने के लिए, उनके लिए कि वो उसी तरीके से उपयोग कर सके जिस तरीके से आम आदमी उपयोग करता है, ये प्रोजेक्ट तैयार किया गया है। और अभी ओरछा, मांडू और महेश्वर के जगह पर हम लोगों ने इसमें काम पूरा कर लिया है। अब वहाँ पर डिसेबल फ्रेंडली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डेवलप किया जाएगा और वहाँ के होटल और मॉन्यूमेंट्स के स्टाफ को उनके साथ कैसे बिहेव करना है उसके लिए हम लोग ट्रेन कर चुके हैं और आगे के मध्य प्रदेश के सारे डेस्टिनेशन में इसको करने की योजना है। ये प्रोजेक्ट हम सफ़र के नाम से रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म मिशन के अंतर्गत हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। एस्ट्रोनॉमी टूरिज्म है, स्किल डेवलपमेंट के प्रोग्राम्स हैं, हॉस्पिटैलिटी और हॉस्पिटैलिटी से जुड़े हुए चीज़ों को लेकर के और उसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग चीज़ों को लेकर के स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स चलाए जा रहे हैं। तो इस तरह से रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म मिशन के अंतर्गत अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट्स बना करके और अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्री के साथ में कोऑर्डिनेट करके हम आपको बताना चाहेंगे कि मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज्म बोर्ड ने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ में मिलकर के काम किया है। रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, पंचायत राज डिपार्टमेंट और WCD डिपार्टमेंट, ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट और हैंडलूम एंड हैंडीक्राफ्ट डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, ये 5-6 डिपार्टमेंट के साथ में अच्छी बड़ी फंडिंग्स जो है इन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश के लिए दी है टूरिज़्म को डेवलप करने के लिए। स्पेशली इसके प्रोजेक्ट्स मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज़्म बोर्ड ने बनाए और बाद में यहाँ पे सबमिट किया है और उन्होंने कोलैबोरेशन करके इसको पूरा किया। कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स हैं जो ये हमारे कुछ टाई-अप्स हैं जो हम लोगों ने ICRT के साथ में किया है, RTSOI के साथ में किया है और केरला के साथ में और UN Women के साथ में है, टेक्निकल सपोर्ट के रूप में वो हमारे साथ में काम। कुछ अवार्ड्स हम लोगों को मिले हैं जो UNWTO और WTM लंदन और ICRT के हैं। ये कुछ स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं जो हम लोगों ने गाँव में डेवलप किए हैं। ये इस तरह के संरचनाएं वर्नाकुलर आर्किटेक्चर में बनाई जाती हैं और ये बनाई जा कर के काम की गई हैं। और संदीप जी जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को हेड करते हैं उसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने पिछले 3 सालों से हमारे साथ में काम किया है और वो इन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डेवलप कर रहे हैं। इसमें सबसे बड़ी ख़ास बात यह है कि लेआउट करने से पहले गांव वालों के साथ हम लोग बात करते हैं, उनके पसंद का कस्टमाइज़ घर तैयार करते हैं, उनकी पहले सहमति लेते हैं, उसके बाद उनके सहमति के हिसाब से उनके कमरों में चेंज या उनके घर में भी चेंज करना पड़ता है तो करते हैं और फिर बाद में इस तरह के डिज़ाइन बनाते हैं। इन घरों के पीछे या बगल में होस्ट का घर होता है जो होस्ट इनको फिर कैटर करता है। ऐसे कई एग्जाम्पल्स हैं। ये भी एक फ़ोटो है जो भोपाल से बिल्कुल नज़दीक गांव है खारी, वहाँ पे बना हुआ है और एक गांव में 10 से 12 परिवार हैं जो होम स्टेज डेवलप करते हैं। तो पूरा विलेज जो होता है वो एक लाइव रिसोर्ट के रूप में समझ में आता है। ये भी एक भोपाल के नज़दीक के गांव का फ़ोटो है। ये एक रूम का फ़ोटो है सिर्फ, इसमें डबल स्टोरी रूम है। गांव में बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट इसका आ रहा है रूरल टूरिज़्म प्रोग्राम का और काफ़ी टूरिस्ट इसको माने प्रभावित कर रहे हैं और वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से आके रहते हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे हैं इस प्रोजेक्ट के साथ साथ में। ये कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स हैं, अलग अलग तरह के एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। कुछ क्वेश्चन हो तो फिर आप पूछिए।
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for that inspiring set of data and facts, and we wish you all the very best for future development of sustainable tourism in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you very much, sir. Let's have another round of applause for Dr. Manoj K. Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to turn to the shapers of public policy when it comes to building new destinations. As the pandemic has eased, travel numbers have reached close to pre-2020 levels. But there are concerns over tourism, what some call revenge tourism, global warming, which is giving rise to unprecedented extreme climate events, and of course, indiscriminate development in vulnerable areas, which is not only leading to natural disasters that are affecting the biodiversity, but have a huge human cost in terms of lives, livelihoods, and cultures. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We are seeing many, many new initiatives from the government and private players that are addressing carrying capacity, adoption of renewable energy, waste and water management, skill development, all in tune with the local communities and local cultures. So there's going to be a discussion around this today, which will examine and discuss all of these initiatives. Before we get into the discussion, ladies and gentlemen, to be moderated by Mr. C.B. Ramkumar, Vice Chair, Global Sustainable Tourism Council, and our panelists, Ms. Malika Virdi, Founder Director, Himalayan Arc, Mr. Raj Basu, Founder, Help Tourism, and Mr. Paras Lumba, Founder, Global Himalayan Expeditions. I'm going to take the privilege of inviting on stage Mr. Paras Lumba for his presentation. So let's welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Mr. Paras Lumba, Founder, Global Himalayan Expeditions. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I need to keep this on my left hand and this sort works. Yes, thank you. It's been a lovely lunch and I believe everyone is awake. I'll speak in Hindi because there are students at the back who are making a lot of noise. I'll make them interested as well. Good afternoon. Sab theek? Okay, so how many of you have been to Ladakh? Quite a few. And how many of you have been to Pangong Lake? Wonderful. How many of you have done stargazing? Okay, next. How many have you seen hot springs? Experienced hot springs? Ye bhi kafi yaad hai. Let me try something. How many have you seen a statue of Buddha near Pangong? See? So I had to find somewhere, right? So today's discussion is all about building future destinations. A small bit of 50 slides in 10 minutes. We'll talk to you about how you go about doing infrastructure development, social development, and cultural alignment with the communities, especially in the rural areas, so that when you build destination, when traveler comes in, it is prepared, not only for today, but for the future as well. Right? So I'll take you through pictures pretty fast, and then we'll have a very enlightened discussion with the esteemed panelists. This particular village, any idea which state of India is this? Meghalaya, perfect, sir. This is called Dari Bokre. It's a last village in the Nokrik National Park. And this house you see here, there's a small solar panel on the left-hand side. This village was solar powered by us around 4 years back. So I'm Paras Lumba from GHE. The full form is Global Himalayan Expedition. So we shortened up to GHE, make it easy to pronounce as well. Ghee, dalda ka ghee. So we try and combine technology and tourism to bring sustainable development for rural areas. Our team is basically a team of electrical and mechanical engineers, and tourism just happened to us as we went along electrifying remote villages. We started a decade back. The idea was to get a group of people go to these remote villages in Ladakh, which didn't have any access to grid electricity, and then power up by setting up DC solar microgrids. Technical term, basically giving them solar electricity. So when you have light in the village, when you have basic infrastructure in the village, automatically, first of all, the villagers won't migrate. And if they won't migrate, you get a chance to visit their village because they are there, so that you can meet them, stay with them, and experience a different area. And that's the first step of building a destination. So first of all, you need to build that basic infrastructure. That's how we started 10 years back. We started leading expeditions. And this photograph is of Lingshed Monastery, which was electrified in 2016. And now you also have a road to this monastery. When we electrified this monastery, it took us almost 2.5 days of trek to reach this place. And that light bulb is something which runs on solar power. It's a 12-watt DC bulb. So that's a bit technical, but you can see the happiness on the faces. So the idea is to create self-sustainable, smart, and eco-villages. I won't say carbon neutral, net zero, because those are very terms even I am trying to understand. So eco is a perfect term, making it a very low carbon footprint villages. Our development interventions, when we look at a destination, or any of you who are probably working in villages, would properly look at these aspects. Bijli honi chahiye, water, communication, road, health, of course education comes, and finally to maintain all that you need livelihood, which is normally tourism in this case, because you can't end up setting a manufacturing plant immediately in a rural scenario. We have been working mainly in the frontier villages of India. The people have gone to Ladakh. Can you tell me, except my team members, which village is this? Sorry? It looks like Likher, but anyone from Ladakh? There was a gentleman from Nubra. This is the village called Chushul. It's the final village when you go towards the Pangong Lake. And this is at 14,000 feet. And look at the lovely tarred road which has built now. And this is the village where 1962 war with China was fought, known as famous for the Major Shaitan Singh Mahavir Chakra. So overall, we have electrified almost and transformed almost, we can say, 1,450 villages. It's still counting. Even today, we are working in some of the villages as we speak. And the idea is what an impact is. You can see it by this particular picture on the left-hand side, a room without electricity, without a light bulb, and the transformation one light bulb can do. And of course, you involve a lot of women because when you enter these villages, they are the most excited ones and the most responsible ones. And this is Gurmat Angmo. She was Ladakh's first woman engineer who electrified more than 45 villages around 5 years back. Now Ladakh has normally got electricity. Still, you have more than 60 villages without grid electricity, but she was a pioneer in even training more other women. So she actually came to Meghalaya and trained these women to electrify their villages. So when I'm talking about destination development, it starts with the community first, and then all the things of tourism comes in later. You don't have to only think about women. There are also youth which have done their graduation. They're looking for opportunities where they can contribute back. So you engage the youth and train them, and they are the ones who lead the charge in development efforts. And sometimes when you do these installations, when you electrify these villages, you need to make sure they are maintained. Because today I electrify a village, a lot of clapping, photographs, media, then things after 1 year is different. So you have to make sure that the village we electrified 10 years back still has light or not. We have. So because of the models we have created. So they smile, they enjoy, and they also do the servicing. Then we realized that after electrification, when COVID happened, the idea was travelers want to come to these remote areas, but they want a safety net. So we thought, let's also work on the health centers. So we started powering up the health centers. This is a health center near Tura. Tura is in the Garo region of Meghalaya, Western Garo. And we electrified more than 25 health centers. We not only solar powered them, we also gave them medical instruments so that they have adequate facilities for their staff to run as well. So basically holistic development, right? And of course, when you do something like this, it requires a lot of maintenance. So there's trained entrepreneurs to service these health centers as well. So with every infrastructure, you need a maintenance model as well. And that's why it makes it sustainable. In Northeast, specifically in Meghalaya, starting from Meghalaya, there are a lot of firewood used for cooking, which led us to the intervention of clean cook stoves. Simple technology, nothing more. It reduces the wood usage by almost 70%, but it reduces a lot of smoke in the kitchen, and also reduces the time for the women to grab the wood from the forest. So very practical solutions were deployed, and these are carbon projects. So for every beneficiary who gets a cook stove, there is a documentation of which that beneficiary is and where it is located. So you can see on this map that you can see exactly where all these beneficiaries are in Meghalaya. Then we finally came to homestays, setting up homestays. This is a homestays in Ladakh. We started by setting up rooms, identifying real homestays, identifying entrepreneurs, doing surveys, handpicking the right material. Like I can choose a homestay, but I can't get the same material of Meghalaya in a Ladakh homestay. It has to be culturally aligned with them as well. So doing that, there's a Ladakhi entrepreneur who come to Delhi. We asked the women in terms of surveys. We transferred the material. Someone fell. God bless him. The material was transported to these remote villages. It was trained. This is an 8-inch mattress. Even I sleep on a 6-inch mattress at my home. But we make sure the travelers get the best hospitality and comfort in these remotest areas. And the lady is being trained by one of the our employees and colleagues of ours. And the idea is to create eco homestays. So all you heard in the morning, we tried to assimilate together and creating these homestays. And this is the kind of, people talk about carbon footprint. If you try and use the right technology, and this is very simple, it's locally available, commercially off the shelf, you can actually make it a very eco-friendly design. So there was a huge amount of difference in the footprint. And this is, who would like to stay here? I mean, this is in Phyang village. And if you open the window, you see the monastery, Phyang monastery in Ladakh, in Leh. And the training is an important part of the whole setup. So this was done in the Vibrant Village Trishul, a government program. Along with the homestay, we also made sure that the stories of the war, the 1962 war which was fought, we got a war historian, we got the pictures, and we put the photo frames, a photo gallery in all the 5 homestays of the Trishul village. And now travelers are actually coming here, not only see the Rezangla Memorial, to stay in these homestays and witness these particular photo galleries. And they are all available online. You can book them through Airbnb, booking.com, or Make My Trip. And these are homestay owners with the name of the homestay which belongs to those areas. And of course, as we go forward, we're also working on carbon financing, trying to create and link carbon financing with sustainable tourism. So with the clean cook stoves deployment we do, the credits we earn, we try and give back through the systems through homestays development. So it's a interlinking model. No one is doing right now, but we feel that it could be a great model for communities. So we tell them, keep on using the cook stoves. The more you use, the more you earn, the more you earn, the more good mattress you will get. You say, oh, that's a nice thing. So keep eating food. So that's an interesting way, right? And then, of course, you may have a destination, you may have infrastructure, you may have a homestay, but you need to have experiences for people to go there. So experiences like astronomy, you'll hear more about it. We have a team of astro stays here. Dark sky experiences, experiences with the local potters. And of course, something we really went ahead and did was, last year was Pashmina experiences, where we trained 20 women from almost 15, 16 villages of Ladakh. They came over in winters. We were giving them looms. This is the kind of shawls they designed. They were given looms to take back home because otherwise you train them, they will forget. So they took back the loom in their home. They designed the shawls. The shawls came back to our booking place in Leh market, and we sold them. And these are the travelers buying those shawls. So from training them to making sure they're using it, making sure they're making it, making sure we're selling them, making sure they're getting the money back. So it's a holistic model we are trying to create for experience. And of course, we feel all these homestays may be remote, but you need to still get them online. And it all depends upon how you want to make sure how many travelers visit that area. That is all depend upon how much you want to put them online. So we have kind of created ways and models where we make sure that every homestay gets a limited amount of booking in a month, not trying to force it, but trying to make sure they maintain the ecological balance of that area as well. And of course, these are so remote villages, you need to have data about it. It's not available in Wikipedia, maybe 2 or 3 lines. So we did an app. So we have just recently launched a mountain homestays app just to make sure that these villages, these new destinations are also available. So you look at it, sending us solar power to setting up an app where you populate all these things with this thing. And this is the future. We are trying to make sure that sitting here, looking at the screen, I can get data of all my homestays in terms of what is the electricity generation, what is the amount of water that is being boiled, what is the amount of solar energy is being produced and consumed, and any other water consumption. So you can add and mix and match. I'm just saying it as I see, but a list of our homestays, and this will be deployed this year. So you can remotely monitor the resources being consumed in the homestay, and the same can happen for the village as well. So it's trying to put smart technology for destination monitoring. Well, it's something which is easily possible with India, software, rural destinations, and the willpower to do it. So the idea is to create sustainable destination, and I was told to leave with a kind of a blueprint. This will probably trigger the panel discussion now in terms of what exactly and how and what should come first when you start creating a future destination. So thank you. My name is Paras Lumma, and you'll probably hear from me again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lumma. And we're going to now hear from you actually at the panel discussion. So I'm going to now, ladies and gentlemen, ask the audience for a 1-minute pause, and we will reset the stage and set up the days for the panel discussion. And I will take this opportunity to extend a very, very huge gratitude to all our sponsors and partners, once again, without whom this summit wouldn't have been possible. Incredible India, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, UN Tourism, formerly UNWTO, GSTC, ATOAI, and I would also like to thank the tourism ministries from the several states of India, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Uttarakhand. And we would also like to thank very much SIDBI, Jaipur Rugs, and Intrepid Travel. So ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have that discussion on building new destinations. And this discussion will be moderated by Mr. C.B. Ramkumar, Vice Chair, Global Sustainable Tourism Council, and our esteemed panelists are Mr. Paras Lumba, Founder, Global Himalayan Expeditions. He's going to join us back on stage, along with Ms. Malika Virdi, Founder, Director, Himalayan Arc, and Mr. Raj Basu, Founder, Help Tourism. So, yes, let's have a huge round of applause. All right, so we're almost set, ladies and gentlemen, for the panel discussion. And our eminent panelists gracing the stage, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them. Mr. C.B. Ramkumar, Vice Chair, Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Ms. Malika Virdi, Founder, Director, Himalayan Arc. Mr. Raj Basu, Founder, Help Tourism. And Mr. Paras Lumba, Founder, Global Himalayan Expeditions. Let's have another huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our esteemed panel. And I'm going to request Sri Ramkumar to please take over. Sir.
Thank you. The clock is ticking. Thank you all. Thank you, panelists, for joining us. We just lost our candy, but let's kick on. Thank you, Paras, for having sort of almost framed the discussion. Now, destination management and destination development is a hot topic now in our country and around the world, and there are various ways in which people are looking at it. But most places when we go and talk, everybody is desperate for a framework. What is the framework we follow? It's something else for the governments to write into policy saying our destinations are going to be sustainable. But if there is a framework available, then it's much easier for people to follow, is been the general refrain that we've been hearing across the country and indeed across the world. Now, according to the UNWTO's definition of sustainable destinations and the GSTC criteria that we form for destinations covers 4 aspects of it. Environmental aspects, which obviously are very critical for it, and then there are the cultural aspects of sustainability, the social aspects of sustainability, and then the management aspects of sustainability. Sustainable destination management is not just about environment. I think Paras touched upon it to some extent in terms of the social and cultural issues. But oftentimes the low-hanging fruit is the environment. Waste management, water management, power management is the low-hanging fruit which people generally find it easier, in quotes, thanks to people like you, to implement. But how do we then implement the other aspects of sustainability in terms of cultural aspects and social aspects becomes the challenge. Not just in terms of implementing it as a one-off event, but how do you do it so that it lasts for the next few generations and continues to keep the people there and have that development? So I have this panel here who's going to be discussing it. So now that Paras has sort of spoken to us to a large extent on infrastructural development and how they've done it along with the other aspects, I'm going to request Malika to give us an insight on the cultural aspects, on the social aspects of sustainability. You've been very, very close to the ground there, where you are. What are the challenges you faced, and what are the kind of progress you've been able to make, and how do you see the future when it comes to developing the social aspects of sustainability with particular reference to a destination? If you can sort of give us your insights, that'll be helpful.
Sure. Just to give you a context, I'm from the Himalayan state of Uttarakhand, very close to the Nepal Tibet tri-junction. It's a long way off from Delhi. It's about 600 kilometers. But as it so happens, last year we were given the Best Tourism Village Award, which we shared with MP Tourism. 5 villages were selected. That seems as though we've achieved a lot. But after we got the award, I think we went downhill. Because what happens is that you might have a few, like for instance in our village, we set up a model that was community-based, that relied on our collectivizing our assets, recognizing our strengths and doing a good job. But as soon as we got the award, it became a place to go to, and every third house became a homestay without adequate preparation or a mindset. So sometimes you might get a profile without really involving the community and understanding what your strengths and your limits are. Having said that, I feel why we were recognized was because in a rural community, you normally have just a home, you're dependent on your natural resources. If you don't collectivize, if you don't have ownership, then like somebody said before, you've been set up to be exploited. You're a destination without the people living there who've actually looked after it being owners of the experience. So to begin with, I would say one of the biggest challenges for a destination is to involve the local community to be able to use the resource base, both cultural and environmental, in a way where you have security of tenure. It's your home, of course you'll look after it.
So lots has been said about stakeholder mapping and ensuring all the stakeholders in a community are covered. Now, from your experience, how much of stakeholder mapping and identifying the different stakeholders, it's often said, especially in rural destinations, you have the silent stakeholders. You have the stakeholders who don't have a say at all. You have the people with different challenges, in communication. Mapping all of them and ensuring that they also have a say in what has to happen in the destination. How much of that do you think is really practical? How much of that do you think needs to happen or is happening?
More than practical, I think it's essential. And in a democracy, you'd imagine that every voice counts. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We advocate for involving the local panchayats. The Panchayati Raj system, you have an elected government, but oftentimes it's not the Panchayati Raj, it's the contractor Raj. It's really people who have the wherewithal, who occupy most of the decision-making spots. So the silent majority is often overlooked. Unless you have a model where every voice and every citizen counts. I'd like to give the example of the one panchayat in our state. I don't know who talked about the commons. One of you spoke about, the fact that it's common property of which you're making private profit. Actually, that's what tourism is. We visit places where people are already living, inhabit, conserve, preserve everything. Yet the industry moves in and the people who've been living there get kind of pushed to the side. And of course, they're also becoming stakeholders because you do believe you're earning a livelihood. You're invited onto the table, but you're always given a little stool to sit on. You're not sitting at the high table, if you call it that, as an equal. And therefore, I feel if you want to really develop a destination, there is no shortcut to not involving the local people and people who are actually custodians of that landscape, whether it's the cultural landscape, environmental landscape. I mean, you just have to get them on board.
So you're saying we have to get them on board. Now, what mechanisms you think a destination, a lot of destination management people sitting here, what mechanisms do you think they need to put in place to ensure that these voices are truly heard? And like you said, they're not just brushed across and put on a low stool. What do you think destinations should do?
The most obvious answer is to talk to the local government, which is the elected representatives. We've heard of, destination management organizations being set up. And at one point, I think you had the administration, you had tour operators, but no local representative. That's a big mistake. Unless you have local representation, unless you talk to women's groups that live and work in that area, it won't take off. I think that's just the first step. There are many other things that one can do, but yeah, for the moment.
Okay, let's just switch gears now and move towards the cultural aspects of sustainability. Now, people travel to experience cultures. We often hear travelers saying, give me experiences that I can't get where I live. That's why people travel. They don't travel to stay in a hotel room. Having said that, trying to craft and curate cultural experiences so that they are normalized and not something which is staged is something that the tourism industry struggles with. We know lots of hotels who have a tribal show in the evening and suddenly they have involved the cultural aspects of sustainability. Now, Raj, if you can sort of comment on this to say, what is it that destinations should do to ensure that cultural expose is authentic, it is true, it's powerful, and not staged and disrupting the way cultural representation needs to happen? What's your experience? Can you share some insights with us?
Yes, certainly, Frank Kumar, because what happens, we've always got the definitions wrong. Whenever we talk about tourism, whenever we talk about the different aspects, like whenever we are talking about homestays, we always come and see, scenes like which are alternatives of hotel. Because in a tourist mindset, it goes, it's a cheaper alternative of a hotel or a resort or something. So it mostly goes in that way. So this is one of the major reasons, because it is time when in India we have got so much of diversity, so much of stakeholders. You can see this hall is full over here. Adjoining somewhere, we are having this satay, where you have, a few thousand people who have come together, lakhs of people who have come together. So, we need to redefine our tourism terminologies and tourism aspects, which is the need of time. So, when we talked, we saw the beautiful villages. We saw Paris, we saw everyone talking about our beautiful villages. But have we ever tried and defined what our villages are? Do we have it in our constitution which says what are villages? Because that is the primary thing. But most of the time when you look at people, we say that, what is not urban is rural. What is not a town or a city is a village area. But now it is time, I think, when the father of the nation, Mr. Mahatma Gandhi, Mahatma himself said, India lives in our villages. But what are these villages that we are talking about? So these villages actually are the first settlements of human with nature, where human beings have a, easy or a clear access to clean water, to clean air, and to clean soil. Are we looking into that when we are doing tourism? Because tourism is a social activity. It is something that, that comes in naturally. It is we humans who make this tourism come forward. And this has been there in our country for ages. We certainly, with UN Tourism and the other people who are over here, internationally who are here, whenever we talk about tourism, we say it's economic activity. The first thing that we put a full stop to that, saying that it's an economic activity. We do not talk about the ism part of it, the philosophy part of it, because tourism is something where there is a philosophy which is being practiced by a tourist. We never talk about this practice of the tourist, This is one of the biggest drawbacks. And what is this practice? What is this philosophy? A tourist who binds his or her travel with the destination and the host community. So you exactly know how much priority should come into this philosophy when we are talking about it. So when we heard Malika talking about more of community involvement, it cannot happen, tourism cannot happen without local ownership and local empowerment. It cannot happen without that. So there are some things when we have a few governments sitting here, we have most of the intellectuals of tourism of the country sitting over here. Here we have to decide that what is the kind of social activity of tourism are we looking into? Like the cultures that we are talking about, for us, we just see in a very consumer way. We say, you have a nice resort hotel, you have a nearby village, the people come in, they dance for you, you are eating dinner, some of you are watching, some of you are not watching on a drink, and then they are gone. But the intangible cultural heritage that we have behind the entire culture, from where the dress has come, how the culture has evolved, do we go into that journey? Where is this immersive journey of the tourist which used to be in our country? And that's the reason, for a long, long time, from the Vedic period, we had tourism in our country. And it was commonly known as Brahman. A lot of you must have heard about it. It was known as Brahman. Brahm means a state of the mind. So Brahman means as much as you travel outside, you should be able to travel inside. So that is one of the things that when we talk about tourism, we say that, for a traveler, for a tourist, it is the time, the money he or she spends against some experience and memories that has to be taken away, and some services. But it is much beyond that. For Brahman, when you are doing a travel in the Indian context, than you are traveling outside, and as much as you are traveling inside for your learning. So this itself gives you a mind that, you know, how you evolve yourself to be a tourist, because that is where we do not concentrate. We concentrate on the destinations, we concentrate on the, you know, service providers, we do trainings, we do betterment of places, but we never organize on the tourist front. Where is the tourist, that who is the main constitution of the entire tourism that we are talking about? So it is very necessary to concentrate on that and to redefine our context of tourism and see how deep we can go into it.
That's relevant what you're saying. Yes. So when you said that, you know, tourists are having their dinner, they're watching some cultural performance, they don't you know what the hell they're watching. It is often said that it's perhaps because we don't interpret culture clearly enough, like what Nicholas said earlier, you know, interpret it in a manner which is palatable for the tourists so that they understand what is the dance form, why is the dance form, you know, what is its origins. So perhaps that could be a solution if it's interpreted correctly?
This could be after the arrival of the tourist. This is something that we are talking about, that part, interpretation part of it. But the preparation of the tourist starts long back. Over here now, on today's date, while we are planning a tour, we plan where do we get the ticket and how cheap do we get a ticket. Where do you get the hotel room and how cheap do you get a hotel room, how much you can bargain. The rest is certainly left out. We know there is a destination which is extremely popular, which has been on the social media. It has been at the top of the social media, high TRP, and you know, we need to go to that place. But the inside preparation of the tourist is not there. This is what I am talking about, is to prepare the tourist before he or she thinks about going over there, before as they think about it. So it is a part of the education that starts from the schools, like for other education, how it starts. How much do we have it as a part of our education system? Because
so what you're saying is we need to prepare the tourists well before they undertake the trip.
Certainly.
So that each trip is more meaningful and they go back with experiences they want to experience.
Then only we can talk about, you know, responsible tourism coming up, how responsible we can be. Because it is not only from the service provider's point of view. You heard one of our speakers who says, you know, when somebody goes out, the psychology is, you know, you let yourself loose. You need to do things which you are not supposed to do. You know, then in the beginning session when we were talking, you know, we heard Soiti saying, you know, that when a tourist is traveling, they do not have in mind what is responsibility, what is not. They have paid some money, they are there to take some services, they are there for some experiences, and you know, the rest is not in their mind. So while presenting these experiences, while talking, while marketing, while, you know, going towards this one, we need to create an alternative system. The present system which we have is not soundproof enough to say that what we want to do over here in this hall would be accepted to the mass travelers who are going out in all these destinations that we want to promote.
On that round, Paras, now that you all have done what you all have done, you've covered a lot of infrastructural issues, a lot of cultural issues, the weaving and all of that. How difficult has it been? If you can just quickly summarize for us, how difficult has it been? You know, Raj is talking about, you know, we need to prepare the tourists. The tourists are not coming in well prepared. The definition needs to change. What has been your experience if having executed what you already executed?
So we have been working mostly in Ladakh. And Ladakh has seen, it's like they also have a triangle, like you have this Delhi, Agra, Jaipur. They have this Leh, Nubra, Pangong and back. Except these three destinations, hardly anyone goes here and there. So to try and pull tourists from these locations to the villages, where we are setting up some experiences, is tough, unless and until you partner with those resorts. And I think how would I say, I mean, in India, and being very, very open here, candid, we have tourists who just want to enjoy. So they will get their cars, they will sit down in front of the lake, and they want to just make sure that they will have drinks here. That's one kind of tourist. And when the May and the June season starts, you have influx of those kind of tourists as well. Now you try to tell them about the culture and the social aspect of it, they don't care much about it. And then in the middle season, in the winters, you'll have tourists who come out to see the snow leopard. Now they they want to take the journey slowly, and they want to experience the real wildlife of Ladakh. So for us, it's always been trying to switch on and switch off into different modes, trying to make sure that it doesn't spoil the overall culture. What we have seen is the homestays which we have set up and which are running on their own and trying to market some of them. There have been travelers who have come to these homestays and things haven't gone well. So, and then the next thing they want is, we don't want to host travelers again. How could you say that to me? So, it's not an easy thing to just say, set up a homestay and run it. You have to kind of, keep connected with them and tell them that, conflict resolutions, all those human-centric mindsets, it's something which goes on a daily basis with our team. Sitting in Gurgaon, sitting in Leh, we have staff come from Leh as well. They are talking for hours and hours trying to convince, don't worry, it was just one-off scenario. The next traveler would be good. So try to have an open mind. This is the way out. So for us, it's been a struggle to get travelers to these locations. And if they come, it's not always been good, but we are always positive and hopeful that things will improve, because somehow, the trend is changing for the last few years. We have seen a positive trend, especially in the youngsters coming in. They want to settle down, do slow travel, and then know more about it, and of course post wherever they want to post it, right?
Thank you. I think that's a very nice way of putting it. There's a lot of ground to be covered, a lot more work to be done. Everything is still very new. This whole influx of tourism that's going into our villages, and you people are already doing what you're doing. So I guess we've heard from our panelists, it's not going to be an easy journey. There's still a lot of work to be done from a social perspective, from a cultural perspective, and sometimes even from a fundamental definition perspective of how we want our tourists to behave. I hope we've all got some insights, but I think the main takeaway is there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of hope, but there's a lot more work that needs to be done, and which can only be done if everybody puts their shoulder to the wheel. We have a question here from IR, which we can't refuse.
Yeah, I wanted to ask this question to anyone in the panel. The word responsible tourism, the word responsible, do you think it is getting outdated?
I'm sure it is not, because this is a traditional definition for anything that you do. So when you add responsible to tourism, it has always been there. Like now we say better places to live in and better places to visit for the responsible tourism definition. But if you go back to the Indian culture, it is, Atithi, we say Atithi Devo Bhava. But before we say Atithi Devo Bhava, the three stanzas that we use is Pita Devo Bhava, Mata Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava. That means you have a place where you have kept your parents well, you have kept your teacher well, you have kept your society well, then that is a place where you can invite your guest as your God. So, this has already been built in. So, responsible tourism will never get backdated. It is there to stay. It was there. It is there to stay over.
So, I guess you're asking more about the nomenclature. Is responsible tourism, because it's been bandied and everybody's reading it in a different way. Does it make sense to probably...
Is it becoming a little bit too preachy, as responsible as the word?
Okay. Malika or Paras, do you all have anything to add? Malika, don't be shy.
So for us, tourism has been responsible. We have never thought, we do not know what is irresponsible tourism. So we expect travelers to come in and behave responsibly. And even if they don't behave, we just feel that it's kind of a change in attitude. That's what we want, and it would happen over time. Baat karne se, talking to them, conversating with them, things ease out. So we've never actually focused on the word responsible, sustainable. वो तो बस लगा दे रहे हैं, but it's for us, it's the same thought process. I don't know if it made sense.
Yeah, I guess we all need some catchphrase to, keep things going. Like you said, earlier it was sustainable, now it's responsible. Hanji? And regenerative, slow travel, all of that. From our vantage point, I think what really matters is it equitable or not? Because these catchphrases will come and go, but eventually for an industry that is living off other places, and especially if we are talking about our responsibility, we've got to make sure it's equitable and fair and just. Big words, but I think that is the basic structure that we need to strive towards.
Okay, I think we've run out of time. This thing's flashing. So thank you again to the panelists for your time, and Thank you, audience, for listening to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramkumar, Ms. Virdi, Mr. Basu, and Mr. Lumba for that illuminating discussion. And I'm sure all of us feel that there is a plan ahead that will make destinations and travel as a whole much more sustainable. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our much awaited keynote session. Now this keynote conversation, ladies and gentlemen, is a very, very awaited one. A few months ago, we watched in awe as he spoke at the UNESCO House in New Delhi with our friend Rita Banerjee on humility in body and spirit and how it can help us seek acceptance when we visit a community for the very first time. His work on stage and on screen has allowed him to travel widely to the interiors of the country, internationally, and even to the galaxy. And yet his umbilical connection to Gwalpara, Assam remains as strong as it always has. He has delivered outstanding performances in movies such as Mukti Bhavan, Life of Pi, Star Trek, Discovery. He has to his credit 2 National Film Awards, both special jury awards for Mukti Bhavan as well as for Maserati Keteki. And also he's won a Norwegian National Film Award, ladies and gentlemen, for Best Actor. He's won 5 Best Actor awards for his movie Footprints on Water at 5 different film festivals: Mumbai, London, Cincinnati, Berlin, and Ottawa. As someone who lives many lives in one as an actor, we want to know his thoughts about the weight as well as lightness of culture and identity, about traveling or even living in these ever-changing times, and whether we can grow together and grow responsibly as a community, as a nation, despite our cultural diversity and our need for a distinctive identity. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage award-winning actor, Mr. Adil Hussain. Welcome, sir. Speaking to Mr. Hussain will be Ms. Shoiti Banerjee, project editor, also known as the heart and soul of the Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative.
What a day. I'm sorry, I'm just still wrapping my head around what has gone on all day, and this just seems like a natural, beautiful extension of all the conversations that we've had throughout the day today. Most of us in this room are travelwallahs. I don't know what other word could encompass all of us. So some of you might be wondering, why do we have somebody who's, including him, he asked me, why me? Why do we have somebody from a completely different universe, completely different planet? And, those of you who are Trekkies, I know one who's part of our team. Yeah. So he's from a completely different star fleet altogether. He lives a very different life. Except when I got a chance to talk to him earlier this month, I realized that his experiences are so rich and so widespread that there's a whole lot that we can learn just from a conversation like this. And because invariably we're talking to people who are from our own community, we are insular, we do not open our minds up to somebody like him and how he interacts with, let's say, a community. And I had the privilege of watching him actually physically demonstrate what it means to look, how you can just physically approach somebody who's a complete stranger and ensure that they don't feel accosted. They don't feel like you are a stranger too. How do you familiarize yourself? And he did that beautifully. I happened to have that opportunity to see it. So thank you so much for coming in. And I can go on. Clearly, there is a lot that I would love to know today, but can we, for starters, ask you, I know that you told me that in the mid-1990s, you traveled for 2 years across India. Were you traveling to find yourself or to lose yourself?
I will ignore, hi, good afternoon, everybody. I will ignore the last bit of the question, but I will answer that. Probably it will be answered as I speak. Probably later, much later, few years ago, I had been talking to my acting teacher, who is an ashramite who lives in Pondicherry, Sri Aurobindo Ashram, and we had been talking about, I visit him regularly to understand, to show him my films, to get feedback. I visit every year so that I'm updated, and I take his criticism, probably only his criticism, seriously. If he appreciates me or if he totally decimates me, like, what have you done in that role? You know. So rest of the criticisms I don't take seriously. So he told me, Adil, that the best place for you to start is that you don't know. So even when you are prepared, you prepared the role, you go to the set, and if you have enough humility within you to say, I have no clue what to do, and all the brilliant ideas which come to your mind, you better shove it into the toilet and flush it. And then you go there with absolute humility, you say, you don't know. And probably that was the case when I started traveling with my teacher, who, he responded with that proposal of making me buy an Enfield motorbike and to somehow organize 100,000 rupees. When he asked me to arrange 100,000 rupees, I had 100 rupees in my pocket. And I come from a very lower middle class family. My father wouldn't have been able to afford it. So I had to work in a theater company. Just quickly, I would like to say that theater company for 9 months, and I performed every evening for 9 months, and in very bad plays and terrible plays. I was cringing after just doing Shakespeare and Goldoni and Kafka's and Bhababhuti and Kalidasa and Karnad at the National Club Drama, and traveled across the globe with it, and then I go and do something like Doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani kind of a film, you know. So it's like, but I did it because I had to earn that money. So I bought the bike and I had no idea. That's the connecting point, what I said before, that I didn't know what he wanted me to do, why he wanted me to buy a motorbike. So I come with the motorbike after 9 months and I report to his older sister, and I said, I'm here in Delhi. He said, oh, he's not here. He's in Madhya Pradesh. Those days it was in Madhya Pradesh, but now it's in Chhattisgarh, Bastar district. And he wanted me to come there. So I go and I see him completely smeared with, like, he's playing in the mud and drunk. So I traveled from Delhi, and I was like, oh my God, this guy is going to teach me acting. And so that started that day, and it lasted for 2 years. So what he did was he introduced me to the entire landscape of India in every sense, in the sense of culturally, as we had been talking about, it's class, it's like rural India, urban, semi-urban, metro, and places like this, you know, where the crème de la crème are sitting. So he did that. In the process, one experience which I can see the time is running out. So, like when we went to a village called Kudupad, I think gentleman Dr. Saab might be able to tell me the exact name. It's in Chhattisgarh now. It was in Bastar district before. There's a village called Kudupad. And it took us almost 1.5 days to climb up. And my teacher, who made us wear the costume, we call it costume because, you know, it is costume for me still, like I'm wearing my urban costume to come here. I have my rural costume when I go to Gwalpara, and to Bombay I wear a little flashy thing and all that nonsense that one has to do. And so he made us wear a string and a loincloth, and that was it. That was our costume. And for me, and bare feet, but I smuggled in one tiny flashlight without telling my teacher, and that created a ruckus, and that created a huge, that created a lot of problems. So at the end of 2 years, it's a long story, so I'm just cutting it short. At the end of 2 years, what I have learned, only now I can process, that the idea of, I think the most important element that I have learned is deep, deep empathy. And when you actually understand, not here intellectually, but experientially, that what deep empathy means, deep empathy gives birth to extreme sensitivity, awareness, compassion, all the higher human values, love, respect, the idea of beauty and the definition of beauty, a different definition of beauty and sense of aesthetics, and a recognition of the other, no matter who the other is. It could be a human being from different class, or it could be the tree, or the soil, or a flower, or the animals that you, or the food that you eat. How much do you eat? When you are that sensitive, you become a responsible person. The word I look at it as the ability to respond is responsibility. So you become able to respond and not react, because reaction probably would lead us to become reactionaries, you know. So able to respond, and response comes from a space of curiosity and intense seeking to know who I am as a person and my relationship to my fellow human being, my society, the idea of society, idea of nation, and the universe at large. So that's what happened. That started in 1995 with my teacher, and still I am a student of that. Compassion. I think I'm just trying to find ways to, as each and every character that I do, how deep can I go and to embody? And embodiment is a consequence of the intensity and degree of compassion that you have for the other.
How absolutely beautiful. That was a wonderful thought. If only all of us, you know, carried that compassion and empathy to wherever we went. But if I take you away from, you know, that image of the loincloth in a very remote village, when you were fairly young, still sort of finding your, you know, discovering things. And then you traveled all the way to a completely different continent. You lived and worked in Europe for several years and traveled there. What was your sense of home then? And you were then also somebody who was representing, as an actor who also acts in international films, you are always representing India. And it's hard enough that we come from a country where it's every 200 kilometers, the landscape changes. How do you then, does distance help you redefine what home or India looks like? And at the same time, how do you communicate that to the wider world?
Right. I have no idea what to say. The one thing which crossed my mind as you were saying, I was given an award in 2015 by the Assamese news channel as the best Assamese of the year. I was like, okay, great. And then I said, do I have to speak? Do I give a speech? They said, yes, of course. Would you censor that, or I am free to speak what you want me to speak? They said, no, you can speak. Okay, so I was just sitting at home and trying to write down what does this Assamese thing mean for me. So, and as I wrote down and I understood that, okay, I better do an extempo there, whatever comes, I wouldn't know, that's the place to start. I follow my teacher's instruction. So I go there and I start saying that, okay, when I come out of my home, I am my dad's son, or my mom's male chauvinist society, so dad's son, you know. And then I come out of my neighborhood, I am the guy from that neighborhood, and to the next neighborhood. I go out of my town, I am a Gwalparia. I go out of Assam, I become an Assamese. I go out of India, I'm an Indian. I'm also an actor, I'm also a teacher, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a citizen of India, all kinds of identities that we are sort of, we label ourselves and we are also imposed upon. So I was talking about it on that speech, and I said that when I was born, my mom or dad, they didn't scream saying, "Oh my God, there's a squirrel coming out of my womb," you know. So they didn't scream because I was born as one of the Homo sapienses. So I am a Homo sapiens, human being. So that's my first identity. Then I was imposed upon, of course, I brought in according to the modern science, but they're still struggling to understand that the genes play more role in your shaping of your inner makeup or psychological makeup, or the environment and all that controversies are going on. But whatever that is, so that those are there in me in maybe in different quantities and permutation combinations, but otherwise I was a human being, and then I became her son, his son, blah 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 blah, and the whole line. So that is my first identity. And then when I grew up, I started reading the great masters of India, right from Ramakrishna Mahaprabhu to Sri Aurobindo to Ramana Maharshi and Shankardev. All these amazing, amazing, amazing great philosophers, spiritual philosophers, that they wrote about what a human being potentially could be. And the greatest of human qualities, which I just spoke of, compassion, love, empathy, respect, deep understanding of who you are. These had been practiced in India for thousands of years, and it is easily available. So I said that if to retain my Assamese identity, if I have to compromise with any of the higher human qualities, then I would refuse to be an Assamese. I would refuse to be your son or her son, or to be an Indian, if I have to kill or if I have to compromise with the human qualities prescribed by the greatest masters of India. So, coming back to the question, what did you ask me?
Good question. No, I also wanted to know that.
Yes, so going Indian. So for me, when I am outside of India, or I'm outside of my, it's almost like another country in Delhi when I come from Assam. I was like, oh my God, what kind of a place is this? People are so rough, they are so rude, because Assamese people are extremely gentle and soft. And here you come to Delhi, I'm not going to say all those words, but and I'm like, where am I? What am I doing here? It's a totally different country for me. But then you get used to it and you start behaving like one of them. And then you go back to Assam and I'm looked at as a foreigner. Adil, what's wrong with you? I'm like, oh, hang on a second. So for me, I think home is very much within you, that I as an act, also because I practice the craft of acting, I also have to find a way to embody the character of where I am. Like, for example, they say, oh, you act in Hollywood movies, you also do Star Trek, and it's a multi-billion, $1 thing. You also act in a Khasi movie where the budget is 5 lakhs of the entire film, forget about me. So how do you navigate, you know? I'm like, I play the role of an actor who is acting in an independent 5 lakh budget movie, and when I go to Toronto shoot for Star Trek, I act like an actor who is acting in the most expensive series on the planet. So that's how I do. So it is I'm very lucky to be in the profession where I have been skilled and I had been trained to have a stability and a stable, how do I say it? A kind of a fortification in a space within which doesn't shake much when I'm placed in different places or when I'm placed in different vessels, if I call the characters as vessels. So in Indian understanding, an actor is like water who has to fit in a vessel, and the vessel might be, like in Western acting jargon, they say character.
So we call it patra, right? That's what...
Correct.
That's
Patro,
Patro.
Patri.
Pat.
Correct, yeah.
Wonderful. So
1 minute and 48 seconds
48
left,
seconds.
yes.
Terrible. It's a good thing that I can't
I'm trying
actually
to
see
just
it.
go there and sit and listen to other people.
It's a good thing that I can't see it, so I can carry on. No, but just to come, I mean, because I know how much you seem to love Gwalpara. It comes out in every third sentence. So, and the Northeast has been increasingly, a space that more and more of us are curious suddenly about. And our own country, I mean, people in our own country are beginning to discover the Northeast. It's almost like it did not exist for them before, but now they can't get enough of it, right? So how do you see that? What is your perception of how people are beginning to, the hard perceptions that they had, the notions that they had, how they are breaking down gradually? And how do you see this movement of people finally looking at the Northeast and asking relevant questions?
It seems like I'm very worried also about it, and also hopeful that responsible tourism, if we understand the word responsibility, and what Mr. Bose said, that orientation before they start traveling to a place, I think is very important, and that starts that should start in our education. Wherever we go, I think Northeast had been, I mean, I'm a victim in a way of the neglect of the central government for, since the independence. Rarely there was a government who actually bothered about Northeast, unfortunately. I remember I grew up in a town where the newspapers used to come 3 days after they were published. Like my dad would say, "Parson ka Porohir newspaper to lu anibisun parozodi." Bring the newspaper from day before yesterday if it has arrived at all. So that's where I grew up, and so the kind of enthusiasm people are showing now toward Northeast is very heartwarming. At the same time, very worried. Like as you have seen, that overcrowding and lack of understanding of the culture there, the gentleness, because the climatic condition was such, or still to some extent is there, that we had been sort of gifted and, drowned with nature's gift. Like every household has a pond. We have a pond at the back of our house. I was sitting, like last evening, I was sitting there and just looking at the trees, and my mom, who is 94 years old, in the room looking at the pond and breathing her last days of her, of her life. So the kind of color and the softness, the tenor, the timbre of the people, the food habits, all these things, as someone said, I forgot exactly who said that, you know, you go to a place to become, to experience the other so that you can become bigger than who you are. It reminds me of this beautiful translation of the story of creation in Indian, in the Vedas. It was translated by Raymond Panikka, who is half Malayali and half Spanish. Amazing translation. It says that in the beginning there was nothing, then came the non-being. From non-being, I didn't understand anything of nothing and non-being. From non-being came the being, and the being was lonely and bored. There I was like, you know, it just instantly intrigued me. Loneliness and boredom, this is not written, I'm just trying to sort of explain a little bit to myself. The loneliness and boredom are the the ingredients for creativity. So the being was lonely and bored. It wanted to grapple with something, but there was nothing. It did not want to create something because creation will be subordinate to the creator. It wanted an equal partner to play with, because there's always fun when your partner is equal, because the partner is going to challenge the hell out of you. And one loves challenges, because I think it's like, if we consider ourselves a device like the software is embedded with a curiosity, with an extreme intense tendency to grow, to become larger than who we are. And that's why probably we travel. So it says then, it did not want to create something because creation will be subordinate to the creator. So what did it do? It sacrificed itself into, I don't know whether it is the correct verbatim or not, into the multiplicity of the universe to play with itself. That's the definition of creation of Veda. And for me, that's the best story that I can ever believe. I don't believe any other stories which comes from the other part of the world. I think this is the best story of creation. So the intent of a traveler, as you said, ideally should be, but it has to come from the ground up. Ideally would be or could be, is that how is it possible for me to gently challenge myself, not necessarily that we don't have to be the extreme sports people, but gently challenge ourselves that, oh, what is that food all about, you know? And, you know, does it look like, but accepting that so that we can find a way to grow bigger than who we are. We become a large-hearted person than instead of contracted space within, but we become expansive human beings. So that's probably we require in order. I'm worried about Northeast, and also very hopeful that, you know, and I also really believe that we are all going towards something more beautiful. I'm optimistic. I believe in Ramakrishna. He says, "Joto mot, toto path." As many paths, those many opinions. As many opinions, those many paths. So it's all leading towards something more beautiful. Thank you for asking me that question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. I now know that time's up. Thank you. But I will not leave you without one last question, if that's all right. I know it was just a beautiful thought, so it's not mine. Yeah, but I'm still processing it. It's a beautiful thought. But before we leave, just so that, because it's a room full of people in the business of travel, they would like to know that as a traveler, can you recall any one trip or one day in a trip that has remained with you? And, it could be a good reason, it could be because, whatever.
Oh, so many of them, my God. But one of my most intense experience I had in Hampi. I spent 3.5 years on a river island in Karnataka, in a hut on the river Tungabhadra, in the river Tungabhadra, because it was an island. And one of the experiences is that I was doing an exercise to embody the rocks in a space. We call it in amongst ourselves, amongst the group that we were in, called the amphitheater, and where there are a lot of cave paintings. And I felt that, oh, maybe the ancient, you know, in the future or in the past, long past, somebody had landed there, because it felt like a spaceship landing space. It's surrounded by rocks in an empty space. It's an oval shaped place. I don't know if any of you have seen that place. And so I was doing that. I was actually, there is a specific process which I have been inspired by the Hawaiian shamans called grokking, which means embodying the other through a specific breathing process. And I was doing it for 4.5 hours without a break, and it felt that I have reached a space within myself that it doesn't matter what you do to me or what I do, or if somebody does anything for me or nothing for me. It was probably the deepest empathetic space that I have ever been within myself. And all the rocks felt like they're all breasts of my greatest grandmother. Like they're all ready to feed me, you know? Because I remember being breastfed by my mom till I was 6 years old. So I clearly remember. Yeah, I was pretty old. My dad had to, you know, take me away, leave my wife's breast. So it just felt, that image came to me, that all the rocks were, that they're ready to feed, ready to look after me. It's such a warm, you know, affection, and I don't know, I cannot explain. I have to enact it probably one day in a play, and that's the, if I was Shakespeare, probably I could have put it in words, but I can't. That's the most intense experience I ever had, yeah.
I think that's the beauty of an experience which moves you so much that it's very hard to, like you said, we can't all be Shakespeare, but what you told us, there are images in my head, and I'm sure it's in everybody. And some of you who were with us in Hampi a couple of years ago when we held the same, the IRTA in Hampi, all of us were staggered by the landscape, just absolutely staggered. So thank you so much. I think what I'm taking away from our conversation, short though it was and time though it is up, is that empathy and being human is all we need as travelers, as people who are even inviting travelers into our homes. And there is a lot of hope that no matter what path we take, and that there may be many paths that all of us will take, we will and we can grow together and grow responsibly. I know I had to say that because, pluralism and diversity is so important to celebrate, especially today for us, that I think, I will carry some of this conversation with me for a long, long time. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you.
How wonderful was that, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hear it once again in a huge, resounding round of applause for Mr. Hussain. And sir, may we see many, many more outstanding and memorable performances from you in the years to come, and always wishing you safe travels. Thank you very much once again, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly approaching the much-awaited Indian Responsible Tourism Awards 2024. But before that happens, we have two very special messages. So I'm going to play them for you one by one. And ladies and gentlemen, first up, we have a message from the Chief Minister, the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Himachal Pradesh, Shri Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu ji. So let's take a look at that video message.
नमस्कार, मैं आउटलुक इंडियन रिस्पॉन्सिबल समिट एंड अवार्ड्स में भाग लेने वाले सभी प्रतिभागियों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आज के अवसर पर मैं उन वक्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं जो देश और विदेश से इस मंच पर एकत्र हुए हैं। हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने के बाद से पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में अनेकों कदम उठाए हैं। हमारा पहला बजट ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव के नाम रहा। हम हिमाचल प्रदेश में ई वाहनों को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। सोलर एनर्जी का दोहन बड़े स्तर पर किया जा रहा है और ग्रीन इंडस्ट्री को प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा है ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए हिमाचल प्रदेश को संरक्षित रखा जा सके। आप आज पर्यटन के भविष्य पर विचार विमर्श कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि हिमाचल प्रदेश पूरे देश के सामने एक ऐसा उदाहरण है जहां पर्यटन प्रकृति और संस्कृति के साथ फल फूल रहा है। आज के दिन मैं सभी पुरस्कार विजेताओं को बधाई देता हूं। जिम्मेदार पर्यटन के प्रति आपका समर्पण सराहनीय है और मैं पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में काम कर रहे सभी वर्गों की सराहना करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय हिमाचल।
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Shri Sukhvinder Singh Sukhuji. And ladies and gentlemen, our next message comes from the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Government of Chhattisgarh, Shri Brij Mohan Agarwal ji. Let's have a look.
नमस्कार। आउटलुक रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म समिट में भाग लेने वाले सभी लोगों का मैं छत्तीसगढ़ से आपका स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। छत्तीसगढ़ की पवित्र तीर्थस्थली राजिम त्रिवेणी संगम में रामोत्सव राजिम कुंभ कल्प का आयोजन दिनांक 24 फरवरी से 8 मार्च तक किया जा रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ के पर्यटन मंत्री होने के नाते मैं आप सबको इसमें आमंत्रित करता हूं और इस भव्य कार्यक्रम के कारण मैं आउटलुक के रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म समिट में हिस्सा नहीं ले पा रहा हूं। हालांकि मेरा दिल और मेरी आत्मा आपके साथ में जुड़ी हुई है। आउटलुक और हम मिलकर पर्यटन के लिए एक साझा दृष्टिकोण रखते हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ प्रभु राम का ननिहाल है, माँ कौशल्या की जन्मभूमि है, प्रभु राम का वनगमन मार्ग है और कई पुरानी किंवदंतियों के साथ में छत्तीसगढ़ का जुड़ाव है। छत्तीसगढ़ एक जिम्मेदार पर्यटन की रोशनी में खड़ा है। हमारा सतत प्रयास समुदाय का सशक्तिकरण और पर्यावरण के प्रबंधन में अनवरत है। हम उस अनुभव को बनाने में विश्वास रखते हैं जो केवल आनंदित ही ना करे बल्कि शिक्षित और संरक्षित भी करे। जब आप पर्यटन के भविष्य पर विचार करें तो छत्तीसगढ़ को एक उदाहरण के रूप में जरूर याद रखें जहां पर्यटन, प्रकृति और संस्कृति एक साथ सामंजस्य होते हुए दिखाई देती है। आपके इस रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म समिट सफल हो, फलदायी हो और हम सभी एक शक्ति के रूप में भविष्य में कदम रखें। उत्तरदायित्वपूर्ण पर्यटन के लिए आपकी प्रतिबद्धता के लिए धन्यवाद। और इस समिट में जो विचार आएंगे, जो पहल होंगी, उसकी मैं प्रतीक्षा करूंगा। अंत में मैं इस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से आप सभी लोगों को रामोत्सव राजिम कुंभ में आमंत्रित करता हूं और आपके इस समिट की सफलता की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
We thank the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Government of Chhattisgarh, Shri Brij Mohan Agarwal ji, for that endearing message. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, it is now time for the Outlook Indian Responsible Tourism Awards 2024. For the last decade, the Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative have been celebrating an alternative imagination of travel that is both people and earth-friendly. The Indian Responsible Tourism Awards is a vital part of our philosophy to recognize, celebrate, and empower the individuals and organizations that are doing extraordinary work often in the face of adversity, to future-proof travel by embracing sustainability and climate-friendly practices to make journeys and experiences joyful and easy on our planet. Every year, when the awards are launched, we look at the applications that come in and we think it can't get better than this, and every time we are proven wrong. It gets better every year, and this year is no exception. We have a rigorous jury process, and we are extremely lucky to have some of the most respected names in our industry as our jury over the years. This year, the jury chair was Mr. C.B. Ramkumar, Vice Chair, GSTC. The other members of the jury were Mr. Ajit Bajaj, President, ATOAI, and Member, National Tourism Advisory Council, and founder, Snow Leopard Adventures. Mr. Hashim Tayyabji, founder, Kafila, and co-author, Spy in the Jungle, filmed by the BBC. Mr. H.C. Vinayaka, Vice President, Technical, EHS and Sustainability, ITC Hotels. Ms. Malika Virdi, Mountaineer, former Sarpanch, Sarmoli Jayanti Van Panchayat, Munsiari, and founder director Himalayan Arc, and Mr. Raj Basu, co-founder Help Tourism and advisor Rural Tourism and Homestays, Northeast States, Myanmar, Bhutan, and Nepal. We are very lucky to have some of our jury members present here with us today. So before we move on to the awards, ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a round of applause for our jury. And may I invite Mr. C.B. Ramkumar, Chair of the IRTA 2024 jury, to please come on stage and say a few words, sir. Let's welcome him back on stage with a round of applause, Mr. C.B. Ramkumar.
Thank you. Awards are a celebration of our achievements, a celebration of recognition by our peers. But particularly this year, I want to say the awards are a recognition of the depth of work that the award winners have done. The depth of work in the space of sustainability is something that has been lacking in most parts of the world for a long time. And for the first time, I must say this with a lot of pride for the winners of the awards, that this year, the depth that we saw was absolutely amazing. The jury process is not an easy process. Us in the jury have to make hard decisions at times, agonizing decisions at times. Every year, the jury process, we have lots of discussions, and the same thing happened this year also. There are winners and there are losers. Now, it'll be cliche to say that there are no losers at all. Everybody here is a winner. And I mean that, because it was not easy actually choosing the winners. The choice, the jury members were flattered by the choice that was given to us. Having said that, we have to have winners, because that's what lots of you are waiting here for. So without much ado, I think let's go forward and start to announce the winners of the awards, and congratulations to all of you well in advance. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. So let us now, ladies and gentlemen, celebrate the winners of IRTA 2024. Before we start, let us also tell you about the trophy. The IRTA trophy is a unique design, and every year we incorporate an indigenous Indian art form on a tambat brass platter. And this year, the Gond painting on the trophy has been painstakingly created by Mr. Rajendra Kumar Sham, who's a Gond artist from Madhya Pradesh. Born in Patangarh village in 1974, he learned painting from his uncle Jangad Singh Sham, and his canvases are filled with perfectly symmetric, dense compositions which narrate elaborate stories from Gond culture and depict scenes from rural life. In addition to exhibitions in India and abroad, Sri Rajendra has also participated in state-run art camps and Gond art animation production. He depicts the Gondi tales in great detail on his canvases. He has adopted banda, the rope used to bind sheaves of grain, pani ka bhavar, waves of water, and doj ka chand as his signature motifs to provide texture to his forms. As many of you may know, for every award category, we usually give away gold and silver awards to the most deserving nominees, and in some cases, we give away a one-to-watch award to those who show great promise. But please know that we are not being polite or glib when we say that nearly all those who applied this year deserve to win. So before we begin with the awards, can we please have a round of applause yet again for all those who were longlisted and shortlisted this year for the Outlook Indian Responsible Tourism Awards 2024. And we hope you'll apply again next year. May I now take the privilege of inviting on stage Mr. Indranil Roy, Mr. C.B. Ramkumar for the awards ceremony. I'd also request the ladies, Ms. Shoiti Banerjee, and may I invite Ms. Meenakshi Mehta, publisher, Outlook Traveler, to kindly join us on stage. And Mr. Adil Hussain, may I invite you, sir, to please be a part of the presentation ceremony. Ms. Meenakshi Mehta joining us. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause. All right, I will just pause for maybe 10 seconds while the photographers get their group picture of our presenters. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the first category, which is Sustainable Leadership Homestays. And for this particular award category, I'd like to also request Ms. Malika Virdi to please join us on stage. Let's invite Ms. Virdi also to please join us on stage for the category Sustainable Leadership Homestays. In this category, ladies and gentlemen, we have a One to Watch award, and the One to Watch for Sustainable Leadership Homestays goes to Paligarh. May I please invite Kabir and Ahana Pradhan to come on stage to receive this award. Paligarh's dedicated efforts for conservation, wildlife preservation and resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic are commendable. As a 7th-generation farm state, Paligarh has demonstrated exemplary leadership in pivoting to innovative business plans, ensuring the continuity of their operations since 2017. Their dedication to sustainability, community engagement, and potential for growth sets a benchmark for small businesses in the agri-tourism sector. Can we please hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Paligarh as the One to Watch in the category Sustainable Leadership Homestays. And can we hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Paligarh as they get One to Watch. Congratulations, Kabir and Ahana. Next, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations again. And now, in the category Sustainable Leadership Homestays, we now move on to the Silver Award, and the silver goes to Mystic Village.
का पहला गद्दी ट्राइब विलेज है और ये चंबा के खलियार में स्थित है। हम यहाँ गेस्ट को लोकल फूड जैसे मक्की की रोटी, सरसों का साग और यहाँ लोकल जो बबरू होते हैं वो खिलाते हैं।
इसके अलावा हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर भी ध्यान देते हैं।
इसके अलावा हम फार्मिंग के लिए लोकल खाद भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं और हम गीले कचरे को रीयूज करके खाद में इस्तेमाल करते हैं।
मैं इस होम स्टे को 5-6 साल से चला रहा हूँ। उसके बाद लोग जुड़ते गए, अब ये 5 होम स्टे का कम्युनिटी विलेज है।
हमारे यहाँ गाँव का स्वयं सहायता समूह है जो कि हमारे गेस्ट को एडवेंचर एक्टिविटी प्रोवाइड करता है। हमारा गांव जो है सड़क से 2 किलोमीटर दूर है, इसलिए ये गांव जो है वो प्रदूषण से मुक्त है। आइए प्रकृति में बसे इस गांव में आपका स्वागत है।
May I please invite Tanvinder Singh, Shankar Kumar and Anup Kumar to join us on stage and receive the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, run by the local Reddy community Mystic Village has a vision to establish a tourism initiative center and aims to further enhance the well-being of both the village community and tourists, fostering inclusive growth and cultural exchange. Congratulations. I would request the photographers to be slightly on the side so that we don't block the view. Thank you very much. And can we please hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Mystic Village. Congratulations. Congratulations to the entire team of Mystic Village. And thank you for showcasing the power of collective action within the SHG framework. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, in the category Sustainable Leadership Homestays, the Gold Award goes to Jade House. Let's hear it.
Jade House is a family-run boutique homestay, which tries to offer travelers an authentic taste of Ladakh. The hosts are Ladakhis themselves, born and raised in Leh, and are passionate about bringing people together and helping them discover new cultures. Jade House offers a window into everyday Ladakhi family life and the chance to connect meaningfully with this incredible region. The hosts design each guest's itinerary, make delicious home-cooked meals, and share insider tips to experience Leh like a local. From art walks to meditating with monks, they curate one-of-a-kind cultural encounters.
And we invite Ms. Sezin Angmo to please receive this award. She's here with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Jade House's ethical and value-driven tourism has set a remarkable standard for responsible tourism in the region. Congratulations, Sezin, and congratulations to Jade House. Thank you very much. Operating on the principle of quality over quantity, Jade House champions low-volume, high-value guests, showcasing a commendable dedication to sustainable tourism practices that empower everyone. Congratulations again. And with that, I thank Ms. Malika Birdi. Thank you very much, ma'am, for doing the honors. I'd also now like to go on to the next category, ladies and gentlemen. And before we go on to the next category, let me invite on stage Mr. H.C. Vinayaka, Mr. Rajesh Ojha. In fact, Mr. Rajesh Ojha is here with us. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Rajesh Ojha. Welcome, sir. And so, the second category of awards is for sustainable leadership, B&Bs, guest houses, and budget hotels. And in this category of awards, ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Binsar Forest Retreat.
Binsar Forest Retreat is nestled in one of the few extant oak forests. I'm Pallavi. I'm from Madhya Pradesh.
I'm Preetham. I'm from Telangana.
The central experience we offer our guests is the daily hike in the sanctuary, as part of which we familiarize them with the oak forest ecology, its beauty and importance. We try and procure vegetables and grains locally and get women from villages close by to hand-pound rice at the retreat. We are off the grid and our electricity needs are completely met by a mere 2.5 kilowatt rooftop solar installation. We do not use any electrical equipment in the kitchen and all food is freshly prepared by hand. We don't serve non-vegetarian food and our water needs are entirely met by a local spring and harvested rainwater.
May I please invite Preetham Reddy and Pallavi Singh to join us on stage to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Binsar Forest Retreat. And through their actions, Windsor Forest Retreat has demonstrated that responsible tourism goes hand in hand with community empowerment. Through their operations, they have provided essential employment opportunities to members of the local community, contributing significantly to livelihoods and economic stability in the region. Let's hear it once again for Windsor Forest Retreat on winning the silver in the category Sustainable Leadership, B&Bs, Guest Houses and Budget Hotels. Many congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, in the same category, Sustainable Leadership, B&Bs, Guest Houses and Budget Hotels, the gold goes to Juju Rana Stays. Let's hear it, everybody, for Juju Rana Stays on getting the gold.
I first came to the area in 1999 to do a story on the formation of the Great Himalayan National Park. A zillion trips later, I want tourists to experience the beauty of these mountains and streams, which first drew me here. There's a legend in the Kulu Valley that the monal was the most beautiful bird in the world, but soon it became pride-filled, so the maker banished it. And then, using a feather out of each bird, it created a new king, the Juju Rana. We have used local materials like stone and wood. The rooms and spaces are designed to blend in with the natural topography of the area. We are in the eco-zone of the Great Himalayan National Park. Special attention has been given to making it sustainable, from using gravity to draw spring water, to solar panels for heating water and generating electricity.
We have with us Mr. Satyen Monshu, who's going to be receiving the award on behalf of Juju Rana Stays. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they get the gold in Sustainable Leadership, B&Bs, Guest Houses and Budget Hotels. And Juju Rana Stays boasts nearly a decade of operational excellence marked by a steadfast commitment to sustainability and resilience. Congratulations to you, sir, and to Juju Rana Stays. Thank you very much. All right, let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I will now thank Mr. Rojha and Ms. Virdi for doing the honors. Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for Ms. Virdi and Mr. Rojha. I invite Ms. Shoiti Banerjee back on stage. And I'd also like to invite Mr. Yurtur Smarasan to please join us on stage to give away the awards. Going on to the third category, ladies and gentlemen, the next category, Sustainable Leadership Hotels. And we have a silver and gold in this category. The silver for Sustainable Leadership Hotels goes to 9 Furlongs.
Journey began by co-founders of a global senior executive search firm, aspiring to create a luxury getaway in a pristine, nature-centric location, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. A place where one could experience ekant. Being in an eco-sensitive area of the Himalayas, we have maintained all the natural elements of the place without any electricity or waterline connection. 2 bungalows from yesteryears have been carefully restored, keeping its original character intact. Both the bungalows are independently located. All the restoration work has been done with local workers using locally sourced materials. Each bungalow has 2 bedrooms with a living and dining area. Guests can experience nature walks treks with picnic lunches, birding, village home experience with local cuisine, Almora City Heritage Walk, temple visit in and around Windsor. Sustainable practices completely reliant on solar power, solar geyser, and harvested rainwater. Inspire guests to partner with us on our sustainability initiatives. We have our own organic farm. Our team is hired locally. to experience the live lyrics of nature's songs. You begin your journey on 9 furlongs.
And we have with us Miss Vinita Ghosh, who's going to be taking this silver award for 9 furlongs in the category Sustainable Leadership Hotels. And 9 furlongs has demonstrated an exemplary rejuvenation of a heritage property within the Binsar Wildlife Sanctuary, and the property adheres to several sustainability markers, including being solar powered, contributing to renewable energy adoption, implementing rainwater harvesting. And they also provide medical insurance for employees, ladies and gentlemen, prioritizing staff welfare and social responsibility. Let's have a round of applause for 9 furlongs on getting a silver in Sustainable Leadership Hotels. Congratulations. Congratulations again, madam. And we now go on, ladies and gentlemen, to the gold in Sustainable Leadership Hotels. And the gold goes to Lachang Nang Retreat.
My foray into eco-responsible tourism started some time back when I saw the narrative of tourism in Ladakh was going in the wrong direction. When we started this project, we decided to do the entire construction very responsibly, using local architecture, local materials like wood, mud, stone, sourced locally so that the carbon footprint is minimal. And while operating also, we made sure that we completely operated using solar energy, minimal use of plastic, trying to use local interventions like trying to use local staff, local food, vegetables from the local farmers. We also need to make sure that we drive the narrative of tourism in Ladakh in the right direction by incorporating a lot of experiences that celebrates the culture, the people, and the landscape of Ladakh. And we hope to carry it forward so that the whole narrative of Ladakh tourism is directed in a very sensible, responsible manner.
May I please invite Rigzin Wongta Kalon to please join us on stage and receive the award, the gold for Lachang Nang Retreat. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, and a loud round of applause for our gold winner in the category Sustainable Leadership Hotels, Lachang Nang Retreat. And they have shown serious commitment to sustainable living practices, utilization of solar energy for all water heating, adoption of gravity-fed water systems, sourcing all food from within a 2-mile radius, and a steadfast dedication to preserving and promoting local heritage. Many congratulations once again to our gold winner, Lachang Nang Retreat. Congratulations. And with that, I express my gratitude to Mr. Smarison for doing the honors. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we thank him. And now may I invite Ms. Milena Nikolova for the next set of awards. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the next category, which is Sustainable Leadership Travel Enterprises, in this category we have 2 ones to watch. So for the first award, one to watch for Sustainable Leadership Travel Enterprises goes to Astro Stays. May I please invite Sonal Asgotra and Stanzin Yangskit to come on stage to receive this. Astro Stays is a pioneering social enterprise that has leveraged the natural beauty of rural landscapes and the allure of astronomy. The foundation of Astro Stays lies in its unique model, which combines community-run homestays and communal spaces managed by trained local youth and women. They are already making a small yet very transformative impact on rural communities in Ladakh through their innovative approach to astro-tourism. A round of applause for our one to watch in Sustainable Leadership Travel Enterprises, Astro Stays. Congratulations, many congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, our other one to watch in Sustainable Leadership Travel Enterprises is Dakshin Endeavors. May I invite Asha Cherian to please join us on stage to receive this award. Dakshin Endeavours has made outstanding contributions to education-based programs for children while maintaining exceptional attention to detail and proficiency in risk assessment. Dakshin Endeavours has shown dedication and excellence in fostering a safe and enriching learning environment for young minds. Their commitment to meticulous planning and proactive measures ensures the holistic development and well-being of future generations. Congratulations for our one to watch, Dakshin Endeavours. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the same category, Sustainable Leadership, Travel Enterprises, we now go on to our Silver Award, and the silver goes to Sadhana Forest.
At Sadhana Forest in Auroville, Pondicherry, living off the grid is a way of life. Here, they endeavor to bring back endangered native forests and wildlife with the help of volunteers. Over 1,300 volunteer travelers arrive at Sadhana solar-powered campus, nestled in a restored native forest every year. They get a chance to try out delicious plant-based meals and are encouraged to use biodegradable amenities, even as they learn more about sustainable practices that can help save water and reduce, recycle or compost waste. Sadhana Forest also offers free tours and other community building activities, including an eco-film club.
As a non-profit organization with a global presence and a volunteer force exceeding 1,300 individuals from various corners of the world, their influence transcends borders. Unfortunately, the wonderful people at Sadhana Forest won't be able to join us today, ladies and gentlemen, due to some pressing commitments, but we'll ensure that the award reaches them. And now we go on to the Gold Award in the same category, ladies and gentlemen. The category is Sustainable Leadership, Travel Enterprises. The gold goes to Healing Himalayas.
Hi, my name is Pradeep Sangwan. Namaste and Ram Ram. For last 8 years, I have been building a community called Healing Himalayas, where the sole purpose is to trek and travel for a purpose. We've been doing it at multiple trek routes, multiple villages, and the idea is to streamline solid waste management that has been thrown by tourists, trekkers, and local communities. We've been establishing and building material recovery facilities to recover the material or the waste and then streamline it for recycling. As of now, in different parts of Himachal Pradesh, we are collecting about 5 tons non-biodegradable solid waste on a daily basis since last 1.5 years now. This year's aim is to set up 3 more material recovery facilities at different locations where the tourism footfall is quite substantial. So this is what I have been doing along with my team, and this is the idea, and we would like to continue with it.
May I please invite Mr. Pradeep Sangwan to join us on stage to receive the award. Healing Himalayas' dedication towards safeguarding the delicate Himalayan ecosystem is evident through their Treks with Purpose initiative, which has led to more than 50 cleanup drives in the region since 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our gold winner, Healing Himalayas. Congratulations, sir, to you, and congratulations to the entire team of Healing Himalayas. And with that, I express my gratitude to Ms. Nikolova. Thank you very much, madam. Let's have a huge round of applause for her. May I now request the presence of Mr. Raj Basu on stage for the next set of awards. Mr. Basu. There he is. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, the next category is Sustainability Champions, Grassroots Heroes. And we have a silver and gold in this category. The silver for Sustainability Champions, Grassroots Heroes goes to Karthik Gaggar.
Namaskar, my name is Karthik Gaggar and I'm the CEO founder of Rajasthan Studio and Rooftop app. At Rajasthan Studio, we help travelers connect with local artisans of repute at their studio for art experiences. These are authentic art experiences curated keeping travelers in mind in a very travel-friendly time. Not only the traveler gets to meet the master artist at their studio, but also co-create on a small canvas. The only way where travel experiences can be fruitfully done is to have the right people on ground at these locations. So we have an on-ground team, locals in Jaipur, Jodhpur, Udaipur, who take care of experiences. Over the last 4 to 5 years, we've had more than 300 paid interns who completed their 4-month internship at these locations. We encourage, promoting the rural economy by supporting small businesses, starting from our Dabba services to also, empowering small artists through our initiative Athun. Our focus has always been, on supporting these artists and some of the sustainable practices which we have encouraged. We are now, taking them to other regions as well.
May I please invite Karthik Agar to join us on stage to receive the award. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, our silver awardee, Sustainability Champions, Grassroots Heroes. His work has helped in bridging the gap between local artisans and tourists, and he has spearheaded innovative grassroots initiatives that transcend traditional boundaries. Not only has he championed the case of urban entrepreneurship, but has also emerged as a beacon of hope for artisans seeking wider recognition and appreciation for their craft. Congratulations to our silver winner, Karthik Gaggar. Congratulations again. And thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we now go on to the Gold Award in the same category, Sustainability Champions, Grassroots Heroes. And the gold goes to Punyo Chada.
मेरा नाम पुण्य चादा है। मैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश जिले में रहता हूँ और इस समय मैं अध्यापक के रूप में शिक्षा विभाग में कार्यरत हूँ। वर्ष 2002 में मेरी भागीदारी की सफर शुरू होता है एक स्वयंसेवक के रूप में फ्यूचर जनरेशन अरुणाचल कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ, जो कि हमारे समुदाय के लिए सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट यानी कि संपोषणीय विकास पर कार्य कर रहा था। मुझे भी उन्होंने बहुत ही प्रेरित किया कि मैं भी अपने समुदाय के लिए कुछ करें, और इसी तरह से आरंभ होता है मुनिजीरो की गठन वर्ष 2006 में। और इसके मूल उद्देश्यता और मकसद था संपोषणीय विकास कैसे करें अपने समुदाय के साथ मिल करके, जैसे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप, फार्मर्स क्लब और फ्यूचर क्लब, और साथ साथ में हमारे माता और बहनों के सशक्तिकरण करना और समुदाय को जागरूकता देना, पर्यावरण की संरक्षण कैसे करना है। और कभी कभी हम लोग बात करते थे किस तरह से अपना आजीविका के लिए आमदनी कर सकते हैं।
Mr. Punyo Chada to please join us on stage to receive this award. A dedicated advocate for environmental conservation, ladies and gentlemen. Champion initiatives to protect and preserve natural resources, ensuring the sustainability of ecosystems for future generations. Congratulations, sir. And he has also set a commendable example of community collaboration and cultural integration by working closely with the local Apatani community, fostering mutual respect, understanding and cooperation. Can we have a round of applause for our gold winner, Punyo Chada? Congratulations on getting the gold in the category Sustainability Champions, Grassroots Heroes, sir. Congratulations and thank you for being our hero. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now go on to the category Sustainability Champions. I request you to please stay with us on stage, sir. We now go on to the category Sustainability Champions, Pathfinders. And in this category, we also have a one to watch. So the one to watch award in the category Sustainability Champions, Pathfinders goes to McKinley Barreto. On a mission to revive the Goa of the 70s and 80s, McKinley Barreto started the Local Beat, an ecotourism company that offers authentic and heartwarming experiences in Goa. For all the experiences they offer, from forest stream picnics to taverna trails, they only employ locals. They also entertain a limited number of guests per experience, have a ban on use of plastic and non-biodegradable materials, and do not allow geotagging of locations. Congratulations to the one to watch, McKinley Barreto. Many, many, many congratulations to you. You are our one to watch in the category Sustainability Champions Pathfinders. Congratulations to McKinley Barreto. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go on to the silver in this category. So the silver for Sustainability Champions Pathfinders goes to Nirmal Kulkarni.
Hi, my name is Nirmal Kulkarni and I'm an ecologist. I study reptiles and amphibians, and that's what I've been doing for the past 2.5 decades actually. I started off as a snake man, rescuing snakes from people's homes, taking snake awareness programs and things like that. After a point of time, I realized that no matter what you do, whether it is wildlife conservation or individual species conservation, communities matter. People actually matter. Whether as a researcher that I'm working now or as a snake man that I worked before, I realized early on that forests cannot be separate from people, and especially people living inside the forest, and also people from around, people living in urban areas. The entire aspect of people working for the forest, they need to actually understand that people and forest have to be together. When I understood this, I realized that we have to work with the community. That started my path for doing on what people today call ecotourism. For me, it was nothing about tourism. It was basically giving sustenance. It was basically giving livelihoods to the people that I worked with as, people in the community.
Congratulations, Mr. Nirmal Kulkarni, as you receive the silver for Sustainability Champions Pathfinders. Congratulations. He has worked towards conserving 800 to 900 acres of private land, displaying a lifelong commitment to environmental preservation. And it has also shown exemplary courage to benefit the local community, impacting the lives of 200 families directly. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the gold in this same category for Sustainability Champions Pathfinders goes to Ishita Khanna.
Back in the early 2000s, tourism was just about making its inroads into Spiti, and we felt that this would really be a good time to develop tourism in a way that it would be beneficial for the local community. We developed homestays, and the response from the community was overwhelmingly positive. And even for the travelers, it was an amazing, unique experience to stay in a local person's house, to experience their culture. Along with the homestays over the years, we developed various experiences and trips and programs that would showcase this rich cultural heritage of Spiti, as well as become an incentive for local communities to conserve their rich culture. And one of our main objectives is to look at how we can address and find solutions to the challenges faced by the local communities there. So that brought us to the question that can tourism, also, look at the sustainable development of area? Can tourism play a key role? Can travelers get involved? Over the years, we've built, along with travelers and volunteers, over 150 greenhouses. We've created access to drinking water in 7 villages through the year. We've also, created healthcare access for over 10,000 people in the region. Become a community of travelers that want to bring about a change. And, so it's like from travelers, they've gone to change makers.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please invite Ms. Ishita Khanna to join us on stage and receive the gold Sustainability Champions Pathfinders. Gold goes to Ms. Ishita Khanna. And ladies and gentlemen, she has embodied courage and resilience, and her tireless efforts have directly enriched the lives of several people in the Spiti Valley, establishing a robust framework for community empowerment amidst challenging climatic conditions. Thank you for your visionary approach, madam, and congratulations to you once again. Many, many congratulations. Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Ishita Khanna. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are not yet done. Every year, the jury selects an overall winner of IRTA from all the category gold winners. This year, they have selected not one, but 2 overall winners. The first is Healing Himalayas. May I invite Pradeep Sangwan. Mr. Pradeep Sangwan, may I request you to join us on stage and receive the overall winner award, Healing Himalayas. Let's hear it once again, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you once again. Congratulations. Congratulations again. And the writing's on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. The other overall winner is Lachang Nang Retreat. May I invite Rigzin Wongtak Kalon. Mr. Rigzin, please join us on stage to receive the award. Yes, let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for our overall winners, Lachang Nang Retreat. Congratulations. And with that, I will hold you back, Mr. Rigzin, and I will invite all of our winners, awardees. I request you to stay back with us, sir. I request all the awardees to please join us on stage with their trophies for a group photograph. I'd also like to invite Miss Malika Virdi, Mr. Smarison, and Miss Milena, may I request you, ma'am, to please join us on stage. And all of our awardees, I request you to please join us on stage with your trophies. All the awardees are being requested to please join us on stage for a group photograph. Shonali, ma'am, may I request you to please join us on stage? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed dignitaries. And with that, we'll just take just 2 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why I'm going to finally invite Miss Sonali Chatterjee on behalf of the entire team at Outlook and the Responsible Tourism Initiative. I'm going to hold her back on stage to render the word of thanks. I request you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? The final word from Miss Shonali. I request you to please Give us just a minute.
2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I know you all want to go and celebrate. Thank God this is the end of the day. And they always set me up to fail because I'll forget someone or the other. But first of all, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you to all our sponsors. And I have to read this. The tourism departments of Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Himachal, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Uttarakhand, also Sidbi, Jaipur Rugs, and Intrepid. Thank you for your support. Thank you, GSTC, Incredible India, and ATOAI for being our partners. See, no one cares. To our jury members, some of us who are here today, thank you for being with us. To our speakers who've come from all across India, and to Hyortur, Milena, and to James Champion, who just had to leave, thank you for making the long journey down here with us. Thank you so much. And of course, Mr. Adil Hussain, member of Starfleet, actor, live long and prosper, sir. May we see you in many more roles and safe travels. To all our winners, ones to watch, congratulations. So happy to have you with us here today. Have a lovely party tonight. You should celebrate. And big hugs to all of you. And lastly, of course, Team Outlook, Chief Enthusiasm Officer, clapping away. Shrutika Diwan and her formidable team who've set up this beautiful place for you. Meenakshi Mehta and her amazing sales team. That's why you see all these logos on stage. Then, of course, the team that you don't see, our travel team, our finance team, etc. Thank you to all of them. And, of course, Team Outlook RT. Ms. Nabiha Tasneem, who's been painstakingly following up with all of you. Pooja Goel, all these beautiful creatives that you see, that's for you. And, of course, last of all, big Jadoo Ki Jhappi for Shweti Banerjee, our heart and soul. Thank you, audience, for being with us today. Thank you.
Also, I'd like to now invite all the students of IIT to join us on stage for a group photograph. Come on up.
never know where